Welcome, everybody. My name is Louis Porta, and I'm the chair of the Joint Public Advisory Committee for the year of 2022. And I'm also going to act as your master of ceremony for this afternoon. Before we begin, I'd like to invite Sesie Shuk-Uk to come up and to begin our afternoon with a traditional Mayan blessing ceremony.
Buenas tardes a todos los presentes.
Good afternoon to all present. Cecia Esther Chukuk, member of the group of traditional ecological knowledge, original from the Mayan country of Bekel, Campeche. I will speak in the language of my ancestors, the strength of the word of my ancestors.
Lemash ukatu kikiyubik ukai chichobe makabet ubetik nupcheo kabet upakik kululcheo ukai chichobe ktial mishmak kesh yanak nupcheobe uyumil bejalekashobo ichil mayaone lekashobo ktial mishmak uyumil kesh yanak uhunil lekashobo ktial lebetike hachkabet kanantik ichiltulaklonesh. El que quiera disfrutar,
the one who wishes to enjoy the song of the birds, you don't need to build any cages, but to plant trees. The song of the birds belongs to everybody. Nobody, even though we have cages, is its owner. That way, the jungles, nobody, even though you have the documents, is the owner. The jungles, among us, the Mayans, as well as we thought many, many years ago, belongs to everybody. Nobody is owner of the jungle. That is why we should protect it among all of us. From the poet and narrator, Maya, from Canquilip, Campeche, Jorge Miguel Cocom, that our heart jumps with joy in this beautiful party of the words and of the hearts that join for the common good of the planet Earth. Until another sun.
Thank you so much, Sesie. First, I would just like to acknowledge two things that are different. First, that we are having the first in-person meeting that we've had in 3 years. And so I just would like to have a round of applause for all of you for coming out here today and for meeting together. And secondly, something that always happens at the end of these meetings, I'd like to do at the beginning. To arrange these meetings takes incredible logistical and technical support and planning and organizing. And I would just like to thank all the organizers at the CEC, here on the ground in Mexico and in other places who have made this meeting possible. Okay, so again, my name is Louis, and I'm really pleased to be here today, along with my colleagues from Canada, the United States, and Mexico. And we are pleased to be hosting this first in-person forum, Environmental Education, Stories and Lessons Learned from North American Communities and Youth. And we have an exciting afternoon in store, and anything exciting goes late, and so this will go late too. We don't have any breaks scheduled, so please, as you need to take technical breaks, use the bathroom, get a drink of water, keep yourselves engaged as you need to. We're going to kick off our presentation today first by having the Commission for Environmental Cooperation Executive Director Richard Morgan say a few words, and followed by round two plenary presentations. First, community-based approaches to environmental education and climate action, hearing from North American communities. And second, an intergenerational roundtable, living under crisis, sharing knowledge to generate opportunities for the creation of more sustainable communities. We will also hear from participants in a previous workshop, Knowledge Dialogue, Shared Values and Environmental Stewardship in North America, that took place earlier this spring in Mexico. And we'll receive an update on the status of submissions on enforcement matters, a report from the US and the US National and Governmental Advisory Committee representatives. I'm also very pleased to acknowledge that we're broadcasting live in Spanish, English, and French. And as some of you know, the Joint Public Advisory Committee has made extensive use of electronic tools such as Facebook, video broadcasts, to ensure citizens in all three countries, regardless of location or language, have timely information on North American and environmental issues. For those of you unfamiliar with the Joint Public Advisory Committee, let me give you a short description. JPAC is comprised of 9 members, 3 appointed by each of the 3 countries, Canada, the United States, and Mexico. And our mandate is to provide advice to Council, which are the cabinet level environmental ministers of each of the 3 countries in North America, on any matter within the scope of the Agreement on Environmental Cooperation, and to perform any other function as directed by the Council. JPAC's vision is to promote continental cooperation in ecosystem protection and sustainable economic development, and to ensure active public participation and transparency in the actions of the Commission. The members share a commitment to preserve and enhance the North American environment and to achieve a sustainable society. JPAC works by consensus and as independent individuals who contribute diverse institutional experiences and cultural perspectives. And I would now like each of the members of the JPAC to introduce themselves. 11 of the 12 of us are here in the room, and a member from Canada is coming electronically. So I'm gonna go to our person, Elizabeth from Canada, who is gonna come in by Zoom, and then we'll go around the table. Elizabeth?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks, Louis, for that kind introduction. My name is Elizabeth Whitsitt. I'm one of Canada's appointees to the JPAC. I'm a professor of international economic law, and it's my privilege and pleasure to be with you, even virtually today. I'm looking forward to listening and learning from all of you, and I wish everyone well as we go throughout the afternoon. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Felicia?
Good afternoon. My name is Felicia Marcus, and I am a visiting fellow at Stanford University's Water in the West program, and have spent a number of years in government at the federal, state, and local level, as well as in national NGOs, non-governmental organizations that are environmental advocacy groups. And I'm delighted to be here and to see you all.
Hola, mi nombre es Luis.
Hello, my name is Luis Alfonso Argüelles, Mexican, member of the board. It's a pleasure to be with you. I represent the international certification in Mexico, and I love the topic of forestry and forestry products with the idea to connect production and responsible use.
Good afternoon. My name is Bob Varney. I'm a JPAC member from the United States. I've been on the JPAC for a considerable period of time, as some of our other members have, and it's great to see so many familiar faces and friends here in Mexico and in Merida. It's a wonderful place with wonderful people, and we really appreciate your hospitality. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, bonjour, hello everyone. My name is Anne-Raphaël Audouin. I am a JPAC member for Canada. I've spent most of my career working in the renewable energy field and sustainability sector. At this time, I am the CEO of Nukik Corporation, which is an Inuit-owned corporation focused on building the first transmission line between Nunavut and Manitoba in Canada, bring renewable power to remote communities and also fiber optic. Thank you and looking forward to the discussions.
Es un placer estar con ustedes presencial.
It is a pleasure to be here with you, Pedro Montezuma from Mexico, community organizer, researcher, professor from the Metropolitan University. Good afternoon. Esteban Escamillo, member for Mexico for the CCPC. I'm a researcher professor from the Chapingo University in Veracruz, and I have worked with organic coffee producers, Shade Coffee, and I'm working with the program Sembrando Vida, Planting Life.
My name is Octaviana Trujillo. I am Professor Emerita of Applied Indigenous Studies at Northern Arizona University. I represent the US on JPAC. I'm also a citizen of the Pasquayaqui tribe of Arizona. I'm a Soros Equality Fellow doing work with Indigenous peoples along the US-Mexico border. I volunteer my time with Alianza Indígena Sin Fronteras, protecting the rights of Indigenous peoples along the border, protecting our sacred sites, protecting our gathering grounds. And I'm very, very pleased to be with all of you this afternoon. Look forward to good discussions. Gracias. Thank you.
Thank you all so much for the introductions. And the other people around the table will be introducing themselves as they participate in our program this afternoon. And just to make sure that I don't get left out of this, again, my name is Louis, but I am from Canada, and I'm one of Canada's JPAC members. And I run, when I'm not here, a leading ocean conservation organization called Oceans North, where we work in the Arctic, Atlantic, and in Greenland to ensure an abundant ocean so that healthy communities can rely on an abundant, healthy environment. We normally meet twice a year, rotating among the two countries, our JPAC sort of schedule. One is always done in conjunction with the council, which is what's happening now, and the other is done independently. And now I'd like to introduce Richard Morgan, the executive director of the CEC. Richard was appointed executive director for the Commission for Environmental Cooperation in 2019, after serving a 4-year term as commissioner of the US-Canada International Joint Commission. He brings 30 years of combined experience in government, business, and management consulting in several sectors, ranging from natural resources to health science. He has formally advised Canadian Prime Minister Brian Mulroney, from what I understand, once taught Ronald Reagan about acid rain, and more seriously, has very successfully led the CEC through one of the most difficult times in its history, as we've all gone through the last 2 to 3 years trying to figure out how to do our jobs. Richard's leadership ensured the CEC as an institution endured and in fact came out stronger. So it's my great pleasure to welcome Richard Morgan. Richard.
Thank you, Louis, for the introduction. Buenas tardes, bon après-midi, bonjour à tous. Good afternoon. I'm very pleased to join you today and welcome everyone in person or online to the first hybrid public forum of the year of the Joint Public Advisory Committee, better known as the JPAC. I would also like to take this opportunity to express my appreciation to you, Louis, and all the JPAC members for your continued commitment to the CEC, your unrelenting support, and your valuable advice to me over the last 3 years. I also want to recognize the participation of the members of the Traditional Ecological Knowledge Expert Group seated behind us here, and take this opportunity also to thank them for their valuable contributions, their ongoing advice, and also their constant inspiration to all of us. We kicked off our session here in Mérida yesterday with a private meeting with this group, and that is always the right note to start a productive meeting like this. So thank you all for joining us in person on this occasion. You are all very dedicated volunteers who devote a great deal of your personal time to our mission, and we are truly grateful. Today, I would like to highlight what the CEC has achieved since the last council session that took place in September 2021 as part of a continuous process since my arrival 3 years ago. In terms of visibility and increasing the relevance of the CEC, we have developed and pursued aggressive outreach and engagement strategies, complemented by a partnerships action plan, a private sector engagement strategy, and a robust strategic communications action plan, all of which have contributed to increase the CEC's visibility and stakeholder participation. Over the last year alone, the CEC has increased its following on social media by nearly 20% and improved branding and access, prompting over 500,000 visits to the CEC website. We have also reached out to more than 1,500 stakeholders across North America, allowing them to take part in the 2 CEC grant programs, NEPICA and EJ4 Climate, and also in JPAC forums, JPAC-led public consultations, along with all of our other online engagement activities. We have also developed new approaches and opportunities for the CEC's cooperative work program, including a fresh dynamic management approach to each of the 6 pillars that underpin the CEC's 2021-2025 strategic plan, and a renewed emphasis on trade and environmental linkages with significant reference to the economic benefits and health impacts of sustainable development in our products and communications. We now have a flexible operational planning process with projects and initiatives that are of medium or longer term duration, more effective planning and implementation, and a strong sense of shared responsibility and resource leveraging with specific community-based contributions and benefits. We have also been very active developing and implementing the work program, which includes some of the following activities, and you'll have to bear with me there, it's a fairly long list. So we are strengthening the implementation and effective enforcement of the Convention on Illegal Trade in Endangered Species for Timber in North America, better known as CITES, including information sharing and training for enforcement officers. Our work on grasslands conservation and supporting migratory birds has returned. And we will leverage efforts with partners working on the human dimensions of conservation to ensure that both human and wildlife communities thrive. In our continuing effort to address marine litter and pollution, we will drive local and international action through trash capture devices in streams and urban waterways and promote engaging community science activities in the 3 countries. We are working to transform recycling and solid waste management in North America, including the uptake of circular economy and sustainable materials management practices, promoting awareness of the economic and environmental benefits of sound practices, with a particular focus on addressing paper, plastics, and bioplastics waste streams. We are working with experts and practitioners to advance nature-based solutions to address flooding in coastal cities by sharing knowledge, developing tools, and addressing knowledge gaps to catalyze implementation. We are continuing our work on a trilateral data exchange system for the import and export of hazardous waste, focused on maintenance, implementation, testing, and IT support, in an effort to enhance the natural and socio-economic benefits of marine protected areas We will continue to develop tools, best practices, and create opportunities for Indigenous and community leadership engagement to facilitate conservation and promote climate adaptation and mitigation. We will also be completing the transition of the Eco Innovation Network, including transferring its governance to the University of Waterloo by a memorandum of understanding. And earlier this year, we hosted the second edition of the Green Entrepreneurship series that attracted more than 300 participants from 31 countries and representing a diverse group of sectors such as academia, NGOs, government, private sector, and international organizations. With our inspiring work to prevent and reduce food loss and waste, we will be building on previous successes to drive local action, to fight food waste, raise awareness on this critical issue, continue to reach out to communities and young people, and engage with stakeholders across North America who happen to be working on this. We are working to advance also transparency in supply chains for chemicals in products, which is essential for the long-term protection of public health and the environment, doing so by enhancing the ability to identify and address products containing chemicals of concern, and by helping industry build resilient supply chains that respond to consumer demands for safer products. Our work on advancing pollinator conservation will continue to lay the foundations for more robust and standardized data repositories to strengthen conservation across the continent and develop tools and communication materials to raise awareness about pollinators and their importance. Led by the Traditional Ecological Knowledge Expert Group, we are driving Indigenous approaches to freshwater management in North America through knowledge sharing dialogues and collaboration with Indigenous representatives and with water experts from the 3 countries. We are also promoting resilient and equitable communities by creating a community environmental justice network to boost the capacity of vulnerable and underserved communities, as well as indigenous and local communities to adapt and thrive in a changing climate. For our new work on improving air quality to support environmental justice, we will build new partnerships with communities impacted by poor air quality conditions due to the black carbon and particulate matter emissions. As announced at COP26 in Glasgow last fall, we will be working to transition remote communities, especially Indigenous communities, to renewable energy by first working on case studies of best practices on transitioning communities to cleaner, more affordable, and reliable sources of clean energy, and by supporting knowledge exchange and dialogue. We will also be addressing the problem of so-called ghost gear in North America, focusing on abandoned, lost, or discarded fishing gear and advancing immediate international action to reduce such fishing gear. The CEC has also improved access to information for decision-making through improvements and promotional activities under the North American Pollutant Release and Transfer Register, known as NPRT, the North American Environmental Atlas activities, and also via the North American Land Change Monitoring System. The CEC was also successful over the last year in implementing and announcing the outcome of the $2 million grant program, EJ for Climate, as well as launching the Youth Innovation Challenge on innovation towards COVID-19 recovery. So I am very happy to report that tomorrow you will have the opportunity to meet our 3 winners who will be making presentations during the CEC Council's public session in the afternoon. The Secretariat has also been meeting stricter timelines in response to submission on enforcement matters, increasing awareness of the SEM through its education program. JPAC public sessions, such as this one, have always provided a platform to bring a wide array of stakeholders together to discuss the most pressing environmental issues facing our continent. And over the last year, we continued supporting the JPAC in its public consultations and recommendations on future opportunities. Today's forum is no exception, and we very much look forward to hearing and learning from each other, from each invited expert on how to amplify the creative ways in which communities approach environmental education as they address common environmental challenges by sharing lessons learned and unique approaches to environmental issues. All this in the spirit to further exemplify the important work of community action and empowerment. Our work with communities is extremely important, and now more than ever, the CEC will continue promoting their greater involvement to address this organization's priorities by working on realistic solutions. So thank you today for your attention and your participation online and in person, and I wish you a very good session.
Thank you so much, Richard, and for that great update about all the exciting work that's taking place at the Commission. I'm very pleased to introduce the moderator, one of our JPAC members, Felicia Marcus, who is going to take over and moderate our next session. Thank you. Felicia?
Thank you so much, Louis, and thank you, Richard, for your years of wonderful service and that incredible update. So we're going to miss you. Thank you. Buenos tardes, bonjour, and hi. I'm honored to be here with all of you, and thank you for joining us for what promises to be a very inspiring panel. You know, over the past decade, and particularly during the last few years, despite being an international organization, the JPAC is focused on panels that illuminate the important role of environmental education, and we've tried to elevate the experience and the wisdom of communities in the real world. The role of Indigenous communities and their leadership, knowledge, challenges, and needs is close to our hearts and our sense of mission. Today, you will hear from leaders in all three nations who are doing great work, inspiring and engaging community members, and in turn, inspiring people beyond their communities and beyond their countries. We're going to hear three examples from the three nations, and then we will hear a summary of a session held in Mexico a few months ago that featured even more examples. We could all use a little extra inspiration in these times. We'll spend an hour on the presentations, and then we'll have an hour of discussion, Q&A, with us and with all of you. I'm going to start off with a question or two, and then I will turn to my colleagues on the JPAC and the TEK expert group. But unlike past meetings where we spent time first with all the questions that the JPAC or the expert group had, we'll alternate through so that we can also take questions from the audience, as Louis mentioned, and we can also take questions online as our viewership and followers have grown. And so there'll be a little bit of an experiment as I get some of those questions via WhatsApp, and we'll just bear with me as I juggle these, as it is a new approach, and we want to figure out how to engage an increasingly large audience. I'm going to introduce all of our speakers now, so bear with me with just a little bit of their backgrounds. All of them have amazing backgrounds and what they're going to talk about briefly today. Each of them is worthy of far more than an hour of our time. But I expect that even after 2 hours with them in a group discussion, you're gonna be following up with them. You're gonna be looking up their work online and generally wanting to know even more. And I want to thank them in advance for giving of their time to be here, even virtually in one case, and thank them even more for their amazing work and heart. I just want to let them know you can present from your seats or you can come up to the podium. Whatever it is you're most comfortable doing will be just fine. Our first example will be Breathing Lands and Birthing Place by the Mushkegowuk Council, represented by Vern Chichu, the Director of Lands and Resources, and Lawrence Martin, the Marine Region Manager. They will present the Mushkegowuk Regional Strategy on Conservation, Protection, and Stewardship of the Hudson and James Bay Lowlands. Vern Chichu is a member of the Moose Cree First Nation located on the southern shores of James Bay. He's been the Director of Lands and Resources for the Mushkegowuk Council, which represents 7 First Nations for almost 10 years. He's done many, many things, but the one I wanted to mention here for our purposes was that he developed an annual climate change summit involving partnerships with the provincial government, universities, and scientists, which included collaboration on traditional expertise from the communities, thus creating a forum for 2 world perspectives on climate change. Lawrence Martin is the Marine Region Manager for the Council. He's also of Cree origin and heritage and has played many roles, both in the leadership of the Mushkegowuk Council, where he has twice been elected Grand Chief of the 7 First Nations in the Council, but also as a leader in communications, in law enforcement, in healthcare, and in music. He's a polymath of sorts. I haven't met that many of them. He was also elected mayor of 2 non-Indigenous communities in Ontario, Canada, as if that weren't enough. The elders call the waters of the James Bay and Hudson Bay the birthing place because of the millions, if not billions, of migratory birds that nest there and then spend their lifestyle moving north and south through North America and beyond. Our second presentation will be given by Lucio Lopez Mendez, President of the Consejo de Vigilancia del Ejido Nuevo Becal. He'll speak about integrated forest resource management in the Ejido Nuevo Becal, Calakmul, Mexico. He's a forestry engineer and Ejido member and chair of the supervisory board of the Nuevo Becal Ejido. He has been collaborating for 12 years with communities in the municipality of Calakmul, Campeche, Mexico. He does this through the community consulting services organization Socitec, Selvas de Calakmul, which supports the large community and comprehensive landscape management, environmental restoration, protection and conservation, and forest management, informed by a biocultural heritage approach. With this support, the members of the Nuevo Becal Ejido focused their management model on activities and consolidated the governance of their lands based on a comprehensive land management model. In addition to being the country's largest voluntary conservation area, the Nuevo Becal Ejido was the first community in Mexico and North America to obtain Forest Sustainability Council, or FSC, Ecosystem Services certification. Truly impressive. Our third presentation will be given by Lillian Hill, Executive Director of the Native American Food Sovereignty Alliance. She'll speak about Indigenous food sovereignty, restoring traditional foodways to support Indigenous self-determination, wellness, and culture. Lillian Hill is a member of the Hopi Quechan Nations and comes from the Tobacco Clan from the village of Kikatsmovi. In 2001, Lillian founded the Black Mesa Water Coalition, an organization working to address energy and water exploitation on the Navajo and the Hopi reservations. Lillian, along with her husband, also co-founded the Hopi Tutsqua Permaculture Institute as a way to develop community leadership and provide opportunities for the Hopi community to develop sustainable solutions to the problems that exist on the reservation. In addition to many other honors, Lillian was a 2019 recipient of the Castanea Fellowship, which supports diverse leaders working for a racially just food system to build power that can shift structures and culture towards the creation of more equitable, sustainable, and healthy food systems. Lillian will be joining us virtually, and she is in the midst of a thunderstorm right now, so we may have a little drama as she cuts in and out. I hope we do get her for the entire time, but we're crossing our fingers that we'll be able to see her and hear from her. Our final presentation will be reflections from the workshop, Knowledge Dialogue, Shared Values on Environmental Stewardship in North America, recently held in Tlalmanalco, Mexico. Rosa Esther Peña Soto, advisor to the coordinator of farm worker organizations and indigenous peoples of Huasteca, Potosina, and Pedro Montezuma Barragan, JPAC member and former chair, will present those reflections. Rosa Esther Peña Soto is, as we said, the advisor to the coordinator of the of farm worker organizations and indigenous peoples of Huasteca Potosina. She is an anthropologist and a graduate of the National School of Anthropology and History. She was a longtime collaborator of Igualdad de Xilitla, a cooperative formed by certified organic coffee producers from the Nahua First Nation. Peña Soto also collaborates with the Metropolitan Autonomous University Project Tocoyani towards transformative water management planning in Mexico, directed by Pedro Montezuma Barragan. And the two of them will share stories that give us a condensed version of what I understand was a tremendous gathering not that many months ago. So now, finally, you're done hearing from me, we'll move on to the presentations, and I'm going to turn to Vern and Lawrence to share theirs. Oh, and you have the clicker, thank heavens. Great. Take it away.
Okay, thank you. And I want to say that thank you very much about that great introduction and the bios that you read. I'm very happy to be here. The first time ever in Mexico. And we learned yesterday, when we went to visit the Mayan people at the conservatory, I think it's called. Yeah, and how we are connected, north and south in the whole country. We're reminded that we are part of each other. We are brothers and sisters. We come from a long ways, but we're connected through the water, through the land, through the birds, through all of the environment. And spiritually we are connected because of the ceremonies that we do that honor what we have. We honor the lands and the waters because we are the lands and the waters. We're not separate. We are that. We are the birds. We are the rivers. We are the trees. We are all of that. We are part of it. And that's what we recognize, our connection and our inherent responsibility to our future generations by looking after, taking our responsibility and looking after the land and the waters and the animals, and that's the work that we're trying to do. And we're also known as the people of the North Star, as stories have been told through our elders and through the Mayan people here 6 years ago said that we call you the people of the North Star. And and then we heard yesterday in the ceremony that the Mayan people said they walked from the north to the south. And, that confirmed, what our people had said as well, that, many, many years ago, there were trails all over North America, north and south, west and east, and the tribes visited each other. The medicine people in our territories had medicines that came from this part of the country many years ago. So we have a connection there. So we're so happy to be here. And we bring greetings from the Muskego Nation up in northern Ontario, Canada. And welcome to our presentation. We call the Breathing Lands and Waters of the Muskego Nation, but also, as was said, the birthing place. And the elders in our communities say they call it the breathing lands and the waters. The Muskego Nation is a proud people rooted in our lands and waters, working together and understanding our inherent responsibility to our future generations, because what we do today affects our future generations down the road. And if we don't look after what we're supposed to, then we're taking from our future generations before they're born. Just to give you an idea of where we come from, the map of North America there, our land base covers near 1/3 of Ontario, which includes the waters of the James and Hudson Bay, as you can see on the map. The lines that go through the region, that is covering our project, the marine project, as well under the National Marine Conservation Area process. We represent, as was mentioned, 7 communities along the coast of James Bay and southern region towards the Great Lakes of Ontario. We have the Moose Cree First Nation, Saskatchewan First Nation, Fort Albany First Nation, Attawabascat First Nation, the Tequatagamu Nation, Chapleau Cree First Nation, and Missinaba Cree First Nation. And if you look at this map, at the northern part, there's 2 other communities we call the Winnisk First Nation and the Fort Severn First Nation. We also work with these First Nations on our National Marine Area project. We've included them. So there's 9 communities altogether that we're working with on that project, which we'll hear more about from Lawrence as he goes through his part of the presentation. This slide is, I'm not sure if I'm supposed to keep pressing play to bring up the rest of it. Oh yeah, here we go. So what happens is every year the nations get together and they bring representatives from the community and bring them together in an annual General Assembly. And this is where our mandates come from to do the work that we do under Lands and Resources and other programs under the Tribal Council. So resolutions are made. And one of the things that's been consistent over the years is the people have always said, protect the land and the waters, protect the environment. That's the top priority for our region. And so this past November 2022 was the first time we've been able to get together in an assembly because COVID had held back you know, the ability for us to meet. And again, you know, the resolution was passed for the protection of the waters of the Mushkegowuk territory, which included the lakes, rivers, the Hudson James Bay, and the many habitats it supports, the animals, fish, wildlife, and birds of many species. And so in our region, we have what is known as the largest wetlands in North America. It's a huge wetlands complex, and it's something that you know, we've been trying to bring attention to with the governments and people in general, where we want to go international, you know, to bring attention to this region, because a lot of attention is on the Amazon, but also the Arctic regions. And the subarctic region has been kind of left out. And it's the work that we've been doing over the last 5 years to bring that, you know, to the forefront, to show, you know, that this region is a very important region, has the peatlands, you know, the peatlands, if you go to my next slide here, is the second largest carbon sink in the world. They say it's storing approximately 35 gigatons of carbon within its peatlands. Wetlands are crucial in addressing climate change. Peatlands are particularly important as they store twice as much carbon as the entire world's biomass. Peatlands can become emitters of greenhouse gases if they are disturbed. And there's a potential you know, development that's west of us that could impact on this region, but also climate change, we've known it's been impacting this region for a number of years now. As was mentioned in the bio about the climate summits that we held 5 years ago and 3 years in a row with the support of Ontario, the first of its kind in Ontario to have a climate summit and bring in the science from universities and different, researchers together along with the traditional knowledge holders and bring them together to talk and share information. And, after 3 years of this, it's known that this area is worth protecting and looked at. Governments should pay attention to this region. It's been a struggle to have that happen, to bring that to the forefront, to let people know that if anything should happen here, it's not only going to affect us, it's going to affect the whole world, because the elders say it's the lungs of Mother Earth in these wetlands, and if we impact it, we impact ourselves. And just to give you an idea of how large this complex is, so you could see on the James Bay and Hudson Bay region, the brown colored area, that's the wetlands. And so it's a large complex. And now I'm going to hand it over to my co-presenter, Lawrence Martin.
I'll run it by real quick. I know we ran out of time already. So, but we're participating in what is known as the National Marine Conservation Area projects across Canada. And this began in Canada a few years, about 20 years ago. And then there was an opportunity for us when we saw the invitation from the federal government to have First Nations be involved in this process. So we quickly said we wanted to be part of it because we knew where we lived was a very important place, it being the birthing place of all these migratory birds that come from here, that come from North America, South America, and so forth. So we opted in to do it. We have our website here. It's called mushkegwugmarine.ca, so you can take a look at that and find out a bit more about who we are, what we're doing, and so forth. And we wanted to take this opportunity also to bring back our language, our culture, and even place names to give the English names that were given by the settlers from the 1600s. We want to take those Cree names that were there before that. So that's part of the process. And one of the things we realized quickly was that we need partners to do this. So we set out asking for partnerships from Oceans North, Oceans 5, Oceans Kind, Wildlands League, Oceans Collaborative, Moore Foundation, and Parks Canada and the federal government. So now we have those partnerships in place, but we want to expand that partnership with people throughout North America, because again, these migratory birds, they come up there to give birth, and then there's billions of them, 3 to 5 billion of them that fly back. They need their routes to be protected by all of us. So we have to work together on that. And these are some of the birds and animals you'll see. The language itself we're trying to bring back, and the belugas that are there, the polar bears, and the 170 plus species of geese and ducks. So it's a very very productive marine area and where we come from. So we need help in bringing the profile of this area to a world stage so that it can be protected properly. And our end game here is a few things. One of them is that we want to be able to utilize all the material that we get from the elders as curriculum material for the schools, because we need to bring back that education, that traditional knowledge into the school systems, not just for ourselves, but for the rest of the world. We also see this as an opportunity to expand what we've been trying to do to get self-government back in place from our First Nations. We're still in isolated reservations in Canada for most part, and certainly our communities. And the unemployment is still really radical, like 90% unemployment. Housing is really bad, and all kinds of mental and social health is really bad. So we were trying to get out of that, and we see this opportunity of saving the earth through these programs that federal government has as an opportunity to bring those to the forefront as well. So that's my quick little 2-minute version there, Felicia.
No, I could spend all day listening to you too. So it'd be bad to give me the ability to extend it too long. That was really impressive. So thank you. Thank you very, very much. Lucio, please. And just to remind you all, we had talked about, I have a little chime that sounds at 8 minutes to give people a sense that 2 minutes are coming, and then it should go off again. But with 2 people, that was too hard. So I just added a little.
Sí, buenas tardes a todos.
Good afternoon. My name is Lucio Lopez Mentes. I am here. I'm from the Ejido Nuevo Becal. I'm here to talk about a forestry community program that we are with the category of areas assigned voluntarily to conservation. And I'm very happy for the countries that are visiting us, Canada and the United States, and to thank the CEC for inviting the Ejido Nuevo Becal. And it is a pride for me to present this program that we are applying in the region. Nuevo Becal is located in the peninsula de Yucatan. It is a surface which is very, very large, 52,800 hectares, and we are part of the Mayan jungle, which is considered the tropical jungle. The tropical forest, which is the largest in North America and has protected areas like the Ejido Becal, which is a protected area. And it is assigned for conservation equivalent to a biosphere federal reserve, a natural park, and it is the largest in Mexico. And basically, it is acknowledged because it has forestry management that generates employment, goods and services. And it is the first community in Mexico and North America in obtaining a certification from FCC ecosystem for guaranteeing conservation and biodiversity. Here, a little bit about the background of Ejido Nuevo Becal. From 70 to 80, the people who came here to settle, they came here to carry out the traditional activity, which is the production of milpa and in the recovery. It wasn't an ejido yet. It was like a franchise. And the Ejido Nuevo Becal has several actions of conservation. One of them is the Sopilote rey. This is an emblematic species for us. It's a flag species. They created this high conservation value, which is part of what is requested by the FCC in the conservation of nature and other conservation agencies at a world level. The promotion, the initiative of this sanctuary and this surface is it's the king vulture. The king vulture is what we are protecting, but this surface, in seeing that has a high conservation value, we excluded that, and right now we have it as a sanctuary for the king vulture. Another conservation activity that we have been carrying out is the payment for environmental services that is promoted by the government of Mexico, which are payments or incentives that we give to the community for protection, restoration. And we have been participating for more than 8 years. And this has allowed us that the Ejido Nuevo Becal carries out activities and actions which are guided for the conservation, protection, and actions for the adaptation and mitigation of climate change because of the high impact of forestry, protection of the forests that is recognized at other levels, at higher levels. Another important thing for Nuevo Becal is the certification of the good forestry management. Recently, it's one of the initiatives to carry out the sustainable productive actions in Nuevo Becal. In 2015, it promotes the certification, forestry certification by FCC for the good forestry management, and we obtained the certificate in 2016, complying with all the standards of the FCC. This certification, as Nuevo Becal, was very useful because it's the execution of all the activities of forestry management, and this is very important for Ejido Nuevo Becal. Another thing, Nuevo Becal, Ejido Nuevo Becal is a natural protected area with the category of ABC. Like I told you, this is a category which is a federal and protected area. It's a natural park. This is promoted by the natural government, and we have a surface of 5,689 hectares. We are protected through a certificate which is carried out by the initiatives of the indigenous community, and to assign the lots or the areas for conservation. Basically, under this model that we are developing in Nuevo Becal, we have a management approach, comprehensive management approach of the territory and focus, where a protected area is part of a territory that can operate and be related to economic activities, as long as the rules are clear, we're respectful, and we have and that allow us to live. For the Ejido Nuevo Becal, like I mentioned, the management of natural resources in a general manner recovers chicle cam, the forestry improvement, the recovery of seeds, forestry, life, and the activities of conservation. Under this model that we have, one of the approaches for comprehensive management can be related to other economic productive activities, as long as the rules are clear, that we are respectful, and that we have legislation that allows us to live. This is one of the biggest challenges of Nuevo Becal. The protected areas are the heart, the essence of these spaces. This is a selective area of the heart of our country. The protected areas cannot be islands. They have to be thought in corridors that would allow us to be able, for this biodiversity, that we can have productive forests like the one that we are showing. We are only showing that preserving has a value. It has an extraordinary value that you can put it on the value of the forest. At least we in Nuevo Becal have decided to keep our biodiversity, to ensure the natural capital for future generations. It has to be a priority for us, and that is why we invite the governments, the NGOs, and the private sector to be part of our project. We have to learn to speak on the language of economy, the language of decisions of those who are in the industry, those who produce in a different way than what a natural protected area produces, a buffer area. We know that there are great pressure in the habitats, mainly the growth, the population growth. And one of the challenges that we have as Nuevo Becal is how to accomplish that protected areas can be maintained with quality, with opportunity, with the resources that they have. These extraordinary human beings that are committed to conservation, especially the communities, the indigenous communities that are committed to conservation. Climate change does not wait for us. Climate change does not know political boundaries. It doesn't know geographic limits from one country to the other. A buffer area, we have to be able to live like we have in the Ejido Nuevo Becal. This model that we have, that we are developing in the natural protected area, we call it comprehensive territory. For us, to decree a natural protected area is a challenge because a natural protected area of a federal in character has sufficient resources to maintain, take care, and protect. But a natural protected area is the communities, we have to look for alternatives that will help us to maintain that forestry coverage. That is one of the largest challenges that we have in Nuevo Becal, to make it a natural protected area. And one of the most important accomplishments for us is the certification of the CEC. And it basically helps us to carry out all these planning activities, conservation activities, management plans for the recovery of natural resources. Thank you very much for coming to share this model of conservation and comprehensive management of the landscape, where basically people live and they have to make use of the recovery of the natural resources. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Very, very well done on time, even though my sound system wasn't making enough noise. It's almost painful to give each of you only 10 minutes or so, because there's just so much behind and richness. And I'm hoping that in the discussion, people will ask questions that allow you to illuminate it even more. But be prepared for people to ask all of you more questions in the weeks and months to come. And with that, we will turn magically to Lillian Hill, I hope.
Well, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Great.
And we can see you even better.
Nice. Great. Well, thank you so much. And it's a pleasure to join you. I'm joining you from the Hopi Reservation, which is located in northern Arizona in the United States. And we are indeed receiving some good rainstorms today. Which I'm, always thinking and hoping that these storms are coming from the ocean and near, the areas where you currently are. And warm greetings to relatives in from the Yucatan Maya communities and to the other First Nations and Indigenous communities who are present, and our relatives as well who are there with us in spirit. So, so welcome and thank you so much for inviting me. I'm happy to share the work that I've been involved with the Native American Food Sovereignty Alliance. And so we'll go ahead and move into the next slide, please. The Native American Food Sovereignty Alliance is an Indigenous-led organization. It's a national organization based in the United States and is composed of community-based and Indigenous staff members who represent nations within the Acoma communities, Pueblo communities in New Mexico, and the Tewa communities, Anishinaabe individuals, and other individuals who represent tribal nations as well. The organization is dedicated to restoring the food systems that support Indigenous self-determination, wellness, culture, our values, our communities, our economies, our languages, and our families, while rebuilding relationships with the land, water, plants, and animals that sustain us. And so this is what we're dedicated to, is to building and restoring and supporting the work that's already existing within our tribal communities. And so through the efforts of the Native American Food Sovereignty, we bring stakeholders and communities together to advocate and support best practices and policies that enhance our food systems, our Indigenous food systems, as well as enhance our sustainable economic development activities within our tribal nations, improve our education, reforge and strengthen our Indigenous trade routes that have existed for a very long time, those that enhance our current stewardship practices, and those that enhance multi-generational empowerment within our communities as well. And so I'll share a little bit about how we do that with the specific programming that we offer as well. Next slide, please. Within the work that NAFSA is supporting and generating and bringing forth, we center and put farmers, wildcrafters, fishermen and women, hunters, ranchers, and our eaters, our community folks who gain nourishment from our traditional food systems at the center of decision making regarding any policy strategies or natural resource management practices that exist or those that are emerging as well. And so we do we center and we involve and we invite and we work on behalf of those who are currently stewarding, and managing our natural resources at both the tribal level as well as at a grassroots community level as well. Next slide, please. Within the work of NAFSA, within the work of the organization, we have cultivated and developed the Indigenous Seed Keepers Network, which is a national network that leverages resources and cultivates solidarity and communication within the areas of cultivating regional grassroots tribal seed sovereignty projects. And so this large network consists of tribal nations throughout what we identify as being Turtle Island, which encompasses North America, including Canada and Alaska as well, and into, part of our work within the network to cultivate support for the seed sovereignty movement is to begin to forge partnerships with those across international borders, including Central America and South America. And the ISKIN network provides educational resources, mentorship training, outreach and advocacy support, and has also organized national and regional events and convenings based in tribal communities. And so our most recent gathering that was hosted by the network was hosted in the Taos Pueblo community, which is located in northern New Mexico. And the image that you see here is actually an image of one of our staff members, Mohawk seed keeper Rowan White, who has been involved in curating and developing the Indigenous Seed Keepers Network for over a decade now. And she has been working within the seed rematriation movement to return seeds that have been displaced from our tribal communities. So the photo that you see here is Rowan returning specific seed varietals to the Taos Pueblo Indian community. And within our work, within NAFSA's work with the Indigenous Seed Keepers Network, as Indigenous people, we view seeds as our relatives. And so part of this work to return the seeds involves a ceremony, and it involves a recognition of relatives coming back into our communities. And so that's what the image represents, is bringing the relatives back to the communities. And that's part of the work that the Indigenous Seed Keepers Network is cultivating and is actively involved in. Next slide, please. So within the network, there's a few core areas and a few key areas that our organization is currently working on. One of the areas involves defining and really advocating for seed sovereignty, which is pretty complex and which involves many different areas of policy and law and ordinance making, which protects our seeds primarily from genetic research and modification. And so part of the seed sovereignty work that we are engaged in is cultivating a network of individuals who are currently involved in the protection of seeds from both community level as well as a tribal nation building level. And so this work is ongoing, and it also involves our organization creating strategic partnerships with federal agencies such as the USDA, the United States Department of Agriculture, who maintains an extensive seed bank and a seed collection, and really informing and recommending appropriate policy to be able to protect our indigenous varieties of seeds, which our communities have stewarded for many, many generations. In addition to providing support to those communities and farmers and seed stewards who are currently preserving and maintaining indigenous seed varieties. So providing training and mentorship and really developing strategies to support that work. In addition, developing toolkits or resources for communities to assess their level of seed sovereignty, meaning being able to provide resources for our communities to do assessments to determine what varieties of seeds our communities are currently stewarding and how seed sovereign our communities currently are at the current moment, and what are some goals that we have as farmers or as collective tribal nations to really ensure not only food security, but long-term sovereignty based on the availability and access to seed for long-term sustainability. In addition, one of the larger projects that our organization is currently working on is to bring forth Indigenous cooperative seed hubs. And we are currently supporting a few tribal initiatives, including an initiative in the Akwesasne Mohawk community, which is located in the northeast section of the United States, bordering Canada and the United States. And within this work, we are resourcing and providing capital investment and support and technical assistance to tribal community-based initiatives to build seed sanctuaries or seed hubs. And that includes developing infrastructure, physical infrastructure and capital improvements to build seed sanctuary hubs, seed storage or seed banks within tribal communities, as well as to construct living classrooms and ensure that land access, ensure that the communities have land access to be able to grow out Indigenous varieties and to share those varieties within specific regions. So that's one of the emerging areas that we're working with within the network. In addition, we are currently in the process of planning to launch a campaign, which the campaign will be #SeedBack, and the campaign is a seed rematriation campaign that will inform both the private as well as the governmental and nonprofit sector in appropriate and best practices to engage with tribal nations or communities or Indigenous-led organizations to engage with us within the seed rematriation work, which is, I think, emerging. And that work involves, the return of Indigenous variety of seeds to their communities of origin and the communities that have stewarded our seed relatives for many, many generations. And in addition, building communications and alliance building with tribal nations and partners within our network as well. Next slide, please. In addition, we have a Native Food and Culinary Mentorship program, which assists our Native communities in reconnecting with traditional pre-colonial diets and life ways in order to improve the health and well-being of our collective communities. So basically, our program provides essential resources for our communities to realize the potential for serving and eating and beginning to reforge practices of our own traditional healthy foods of eating and supporting these foods in our communities and also to the broader public. So, so part of this work has involved working with specific native chefs or cooks and those individuals who are currently stewarding pre-contact indigenous foods and are still stewarding those practices, as well as gathering, hunting, fishing, and continuing the land stewardship practices that allow our communities to have relations with our ancient and our traditional foods. So we do that in a variety of ways through providing resourcing as well as trainings and sponsoring events as well. Next slide.
Thank you, Lillian. For some reason, my timer is not working. So if you can just move towards wrapping up, that would be great.
Yep. We also have hosted and we continue to host food sovereignty events, which include large Indigenous food summits hosted in tribal communities at the local, tribal, regional, national, as well as international level, which is exciting. Next slide, please. In addition, we are developing our grant-making sector to offer mini grants as well as larger grants to Indigenous-led initiatives and tribal communities. And those include mini grants to support Indigenous foodways, the reemergence of Indigenous foodways, or to support seed keepers, or to purchase necessary seed cleaning equipment. And in the future, we are developing strategy for increasing our strategic high impact grant making areas to include redistribution of wealth and financial resources and investment towards supporting our Indigenous food systems and our food movement right now. Next slide, please. And so you can learn more about the Native American Food Sovereignty Alliance here. We're also on social media, and it's been a pleasure to share our work with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Sorry for the sound issues with my phone. I apologize for not giving you more of a heads up. That was terrific. And now Rosa and Pedro, you'll fill us in on a day or two's worth of exciting work in 10 minutes or so.
Sí, fueron en realidad 3 días.
Yes, it was actually 3 days within, at the midst of a pandemic, with all the destruction and pollution we've had, breaking the supply chains and everything. As you know, this makes up a crisis that we're all experiencing, also with war and violence. And therefore, we wanted to reflect on our values in order to build sustainability subjects. In Mexico, we decided that it was a good idea to prepare this workshop to prepare for today's event and to talk about producing communities that are committed to sustainability and with having local and regional impacts. We invited several organizations and companies. In some cases, Pettosepan has 40 years of experience, to which Secretary Albores belongs, and Maria Esther will be talking about this. We also invited some agroecological businesses, greenhouses, coffee producers, arts and crafts producers, etc. All of these organizations attended, and we also had some important universities Miguel Ángel Cerón from the Environmental Commission, a member of the Secretariat of the CEC. And we had Kathy Hutchins-Smith. She was very valuable as well for the workshop, and Octaviana Trujillo and myself were there. So I will pass the floor to Rosa Peña so she can talk to us about the objectives of this workshop. Hello, everyone. I am from Gilitla, San Luis Potosí. And very quickly, I'd like to tell you that I have experience in producing organic coffee, and we have experts on this matter from Mexico. And as you know, organic production comes from indigenous peoples. And well, nowadays we're struggling to defend our territories, our land and water. We held this important event in Tlalmanalco. Our objective was to identify shared values that guide our activities in favor of the environment. The next objective was to define an agenda that would contribute to fostering participation and public involvement directed to preparing ourselves to this event we are today attending. And the third objective was to reflect on experiences on key issues related to sustainable production, circular economy, traditional ecological knowledge, and community participation in favor of environmental justice. And we will show you some pictures which include a model project at the Tlahuaxico River at the southwest of the Mexican basin, which is transforming the water management. And it has a lot of benefits in terms of land management and, well, a lot of changes in terms of the development model. And this is about to be decided. This is the place where we held the workshop, and we had different activities. We walked around the forest with some explanations. And we want to tell you that from the experience of indigenous traditions, our colleagues from Puebla shared their work ethics that has to do with the principles used by the indigenous peoples to protect the environment. And among the agreements that we reached were to take this information to communities that need this knowledge and to support the exchange of achievements gotten in different parts of North America. Another agreement was for the social, public, and private sectors through their representatives, which were at the workshop, are going to make more efforts to try to get more involved in exchange processes in order to exchange experiences that can be used by others. And this picture, I find it very important to talk to you about it. In Mexico, indigenous communities have our assemblies, our biggest authority, and this is an example of a decision-making process for ethics in Puebla. It has about 5,000 people. So this is a tradition to consult. And from those assemblies, they reach agreements. So this practice is very symbolic. And then the other agreement was to undertake the efforts for the government to understand the importance to support all the dynamics and exchange of information among communities in order to empower them. And well, we're still missing one. We will develop and implement collectively a virtual platform and using documents, interviews, videos, conferences, workshops, and courses to present and communicate the different contributions, progress, and roads that are being built one step at a time across North America. And yes, I'd just like to thank you for your attention on this matter and to urge you to keep on working together to find more alternatives to convert this crisis that we're having in our times into something that's better for everyone. And we want to thank Abelardo Cuellar, Esteban Escamilla, Rosa Esther Peña, and Octaviana Trujillo. Thank you.
Well, thank you all. That was as I expected. We could go back and everybody could do twice as long and we still wouldn't touch everything. I'm going to start it off with a question. So to give people some time to think about the questions they may want to ask, both in the audience and online. We've gotten a number of great questions in online. We may not have the time certainly to get to all of them in the room or outside, but we're going to give it a start. Question, I think I know the answer is yes, but all of these presentations will be on the website, right? Great, so that people can go back over them and can figure out how to connect with people, ask questions. We have questions that are general and we have questions that are specific to a particular project. I want to start, especially since I gave you so little time, to ask you, I'm going to combine two so we can go faster. And they're two different questions. One is about how communities can look at your work and gain from your work. And the other is what you need from governments and other entities for our work. So the first question, and if you can just give a very, a relatively short answer, is, what lessons have you learned in doing this amazing work that you'd want to share with others to either save them time or give them insights so they can learn from all of the time and energy that you've put into these projects. And for Rosa and Pedro, you can add whatever came out of the session that you think might be most on point there. But the question is, what lessons learned would you most want to share with other communities? And the second question, again, a relatively short answer, is what do you most need? What tools or resources or decision-making or whatever, what do you most need from governments and other outside third parties to expand your work? So people can walk away with the key things that you would start with. And we'll go back in order. So Vern, if you don't mind answering those two questions first, that would be great.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Lessons learned, we've worked very hard to get to where we are today. And we've, got a lot of the direction from the people, from the elders, knowledge holders, gave us a lot of direction in the work that we do. So they give us ideas, and on how to approach things, what to call them and different things like that. So elders are a very important resource of information to help us move forward. But also, there's partners, partnerships that we've developed that help us. get to where we need to get to. So people that have done work before in other areas help us to, because the trail has already been broken. And, so they show us the path and help us. So those resources are important. The partnerships are very important in the work that we do. Yeah. And
then what do you most need from others, whether it's governments or foundations or NGOs or other communities?
Yeah, one of the things that we don't have is that funding to fund our program. The Lands and Resources program under Mushkegwa Council does not get any funding from the government. The government does provide a certain number of dollars for operation of the tribal council, but it's capped at $500,000, and there's not a lot that we could do with $500,000. So when they created the Lands and Resource Department, we had to find money to pay for our salaries and the work that we need to do. So we managed to do that through project-based projects, and also through foundations, where we have partners now that have funded us, helped us, and which in turn is pushing the government to fund us. Under the National Marine Conservation Project, we had $3 million that was committed to by NGOs. And the government, decided that they have to also, and they matched what the foundations are giving us. So that helps us with the projects that we need to do is the funding, but also recognition is needed for the region that we're looking at.
Yeah.
The wetlands. We have a milestone in terms of the NMCA by signing an MOU, a memorandum of understanding with Parks Canada to begin the feasibility study of creating an NMCA. So that work is happening now. And but on the wetlands region, we've had a hard time trying to get funding to do certain projects. We want to do a wetland study because there's potential development to the west of us that can impact our region. And we haven't been able to get funding to do that. So we're turning towards the NGOs to help, developing proposals to do certain kinds of projects in terms of studying the wetlands, what its health is, how it operates. And there's very little information of the region. Even on the marine side, there's very little information. So we're doing the work to try and get that information for all of us,
That's great. That's very helpful. And both of those are exactly what I was looking for. Thank you. And I think helpful to everyone else. Lucio, what would be the message? What would be the most important message for other communities in terms of lessons learned from your work? And then what do you most need from governments, NGOs, outside players to help expand your work?
Sí, perdón. ¿Cuáles son las lecciones que hemos aprendido nosotros?
Now, what are the lessons learned as a natural protected area? Well, we have proven that by working with forest resources, they are extremely valuable natural resources. And we have learned that. And also socially, their recognition by the government and the governance that we have in our community. That's basically something that we are proving and that we have learned. And we have decided to keep our biodiversity. Our ejido carries out a lot of activities that generate goods and services. And our concern as an ejido in Mexico, in Nuevo Becal, is climate change. The only activities that will help reduce the deforestation rate is by having a rational use of forest resources. There's no other way. However, forest resources that people use do need investments that will improve our activities. And for our ejido, Nuevo Becal, we are proving that preserving and making a responsible use will lead to preservation, but we do need investments, at least in Nuevo Becal, which is one of the ejidos which is destroying its own, it's building its own carbon bond project. And we're showing everyone that our resources, what we can do with our own resources, can pay for those projects. So we are proving in Nuevo Becal that by preserving and using our resources as timber, carbon, and beekeeping, which is one of the activities that can bring a lot of good results. And many of the activities that we carry out, we're finding a model that we think can be replicated in other countries with the same characteristics than us, or in other regions of Mexico as well. And this model that we have of a natural protected area can be preserved as long as rules and legislation are followed. Those are the lessons we have learned. And we have decided to do all of this voluntary, and we're so pleased to come and share this experience with the other countries to show you that we are able to preserve our resources. Thank you.
And what you need is investment and the enforcement of those rules, I'm assuming. In terms of what you need from others is investment and the enforcement of those rules and regulations that allow that to take place.
Sí, mira, para el caso de nosotros.
Yes, in our case, all of the activities, the management activities include surveillance, monitoring activities, and therefore we need investments in order to protect our forests. So that's what we would like to tell the government and NGOs and the private sector. All of that is part of our project, and they have a lot to win. There's nothing to lose here because it's a common good that we're trying to achieve. And we do need investment in order to continue our efforts.
Thank you. Thank you. And Lillian.
Great, thank you. So one of the areas that's working well for the work that I'm involved in right now is really having a critical discussion and analyzing the current systems and the institutional areas, the institutions that are currently, I think, reinforced through the Western colonial framework, and really analyzing those systems and shifting those systems towards embedding more of a culture of care or indigenized ways of organizing and upholding our responsibilities and upholding each other as we engage in these hard structures and systems that many of them were imposed on our indigenous or tribal communities. So really, I think as young indigenous leaders really re-emerging to not only analyze those structures and institutions, but begin to craft new systems as well. And so that takes time, and it takes investment and capacity building. And so that's one area that I see, hope for or more need for is within the area and realm of capacity building and supporting a new generation of critical leaders and thinkers within our Indigenous communities specifically, and empowering the next generation as well. In terms of what's needed, I think there's so much that's needed from just various sectors. I would say from the private sector of philanthropy, more conversation is needed in terms of the equitable redistribution of wealth that is currently enclosed within specific institutions of philanthropy, and in tandem as well that our government structures also need to be able to participate in a meaningful way by amending specific policies to ensure the equitable redistribution of wealth from communities that have been harmed from centuries of genocide, imperialism, and colonialism as well. So that's a huge demand. In addition, I would say, the appointment and the invitation to government committees, congressional committees is important, inviting Indigenous leaders to those committees and to be appointed in leadership and decision-making spaces are very important. As we all know, Indigenous communities, are responsible for maintaining and stewarding some of the most biodiverse regions in the world. And with pending climate catastrophe and chaos that will ensue within the next decades or so, it's important that the government realize that any wise action that needs to take place and should take place should be done within a serious time frame with, the pending, impacts that we're already seeing and that other, scientists throughout the world are seeing in terms of the where we're at in terms of carrying capacity of our current human population and projected growth and continued inequitable distribution of wealth and resources. And so I guess my needs and my demands are very large. Well, so because as a young Indigenous person, I have been taught and am concerned about, the next generations and what we're leaving for them. And it's important that our activity, whether we come from NGOs, from a private sector, from a government sector, or from philanthropy, is always towards shifting power dynamics as well. And so I have many, many recommendations and also investment and redistribution always of resources and wealth, but also of power. So thank you.
No, thank you. That was great. I'm glad I asked that question. For the people who are online, we already have a number of questions in the queue, but go to Slido and use hashtag CEC29 to send in your questions. And in the room, people are circulating with pieces of paper and you're sending it to me in the same place. Very impressive. So I can go back and forth, but let me start, and I may have to stand up to do this so I can actually see without swiveling. Any question? Oh yeah, you all, why don't you the highlights, whatever you want to add.
Rápido,
I'm sorry.
cuatro cosas.
Yes. 4 things before we pass the floor to you. First of all, one of the lessons learned was the enthusiasm of all the 8 original peoples and people from all over the country, 3 deans, the top 2nd most important university of the country. It was a very nice event, very well organized, not expensive. And the second is that there's a political will issue. There are many possibilities, but the red tape is in the way. And in Mexico, we call it a rheumatic elephant, where there's a mandate apparently, but the inertias of all institutions are blocking us. And in third place, something that was mentioned by Lucio is this juggling and the struggle to get financing because we have the plans that go into the drawer because we're lacking resources. And very often those resources are deviated somewhere else. And then, as Lilian and Lucio said, we need to strengthen these initiatives of organized civil society and those officials committed to change in relation to training and communication so that this network can move forward in such context and to have new policies that are sustainable and, as Lilian said, that are equal. Yes, I'd just like to add that the event that we carried out in Tlalmanalco, we came from different regions of Mexico, but we were so happy to have our colleagues from the US and from Canada. And one of the lessons we learned was that the original peoples are well organized. They have their own government systems. They make their own decisions. But now, what is it that we need from the government, from the institutions? We want our peoples to be heard and recognized. Mainly in Mexico, we've had a lot of autonomy and self-government examples. Very few communities know about some of the benefits we have. In the case of Michoacán, in several regions, and like San Luis, we have the right to have a direct appointment of budget. Without that, you cannot make your own decisions. If you don't have that, if you're without a budget, you're just shouting to get attention. And so in Mexico, we are pushing for this constitutional amendment to recognize indigenous peoples. This is a bill that we wish will be passed. And well, of course, training all of the communities will not be able to move forward without the right information in their hands. Thank you.
All right, specific, we have specific and general, and I'm gonna do some of the specific ones because people can perhaps answer them quickly. Question for Lucio. For the Campeche project, what advice would you give us as a community to those of us who work with other communities to integrate more communities into forest management, since achieving integrated land management is so difficult to achieve?
Sí, bueno, yo creo que muchas de las regiones.
Well, I think that many regions have similar characteristics. And so I think that this model that we are presenting is an example that can be followed. If we give a value to natural resources, I think that this could be an alternative for many communities. And it's not only using or utilizing natural resources, not only for timber, because there are others that can be used as well. And our model is very innovative because we're basically adapting all of our activities that have a purpose, which leads us to preserve our forest.
Thank you. And a question for Lilian. Where do you get the financial resources to support your initiatives?
Great question. Thank you. So, the Native American Food Sovereignty Alliance has forged multi-year and in some new cases, generational or legacy partnerships with various private foundations And we're also cultivating cooperative partnerships and agreements with federal agencies within the United States as well. And so, and there is, you know, a strategy right now to be able to embed and diversify the income that we currently are receiving, to include reciprocal lending or loan funds being established and developed for land and seed rematriation efforts in the United States as well. So as a nonprofit, you know, we are primarily, I would say, not dependent, but part of our work is to cultivate partnerships with specific entities within private foundation philanthropy to redistribute wealth, and also to be able to have conversations around reparations of wealth on behalf of our tribal communities.
Wow. There's one other question for you while I have you. How challenging is it for the Indigenous Seed Keepers Network to retain seeds for sovereignty, especially in the context of the United States, where GM is a big thing? How do other farmers and policymakers perceive this initiative by ISKN? It's an issue about their short-term needs and budgets versus long-term sustainability. I guess it's a question about the political context in a way, a little p political.
Yeah, it's a large question. And I think in terms of, you know, policy and in terms of sovereignty, as it relates to seed keeping or seed stewardship, there's many different avenues and areas that are expressed or that are currently underway in terms of from a community-based or tribal or clan-based strategy. You know, tribal nations do have their specific seed sovereignty or seed stewardship structures, and those structures are more resilient and sustainable because they involve, you know, various gender responsibilities or roles. And so I would say that in terms of sovereignty, you know, specific tribal nations and communities that have seed stewardship structures or systems that have been embedded within specific cultures, those are more resilient and more sustainable because they're embedded with specific governance activities. And I would say, you know, either oral or in some cases written internal policies and procedures within Indigenous nations that allow us to be more sovereign and sustainable. In terms of how that translates to our nation-to-nation agreements with the federal government, I would say that there's a lot of work to do, because seeds right now, in terms of some of the intellectual property rights and property law that is emerging, seeds could be also categorized as a traditional cultural property, and they have Native Indigenous communities have potential intellectual property rights to our seeds because we see them as kin or relatives. So I would see that the policy and the legal work that's emerging to include conversations around embedding and recognizing seeds to have rights, to be included within the rights of nature conversation, or to be included in some larger policy or legal structure. I guess in a future structure and in a future world, we as a collective society would recognize the rights of life as we recognize the rights of human beings. And therefore, if we recognize seeds as having consent rights, then that changes our paradigm and our perspective around how we protect and how we steward our seeds collectively as society. And so I think those teachings are embedded within Indigenous society, and it's the larger Western and governmental power structure that needs to recognize that and needs to therefore prioritize the seed commons versus the private sector or academic sector, which seeks to research and commodify seeds for profit. And so there's many different ways I can go with the question, but I would say that I would share that, our collective inheritance and our collective ideals towards how we as Indigenous people care for seeds as our relatives or as our kin need to be recognized first and foremost. And there are specific tribal communities who have developed ordinances or resolutions that prevent the sale or redistribution or genetic research or patenting of specific seeds from specific communities of origin outside of the communities. And so I think that there's pending legislation happening within the US Congress as well to protect Indigenous seeds within the US, but that law was proposed 6 years ago and it has not been able to move forward from the specific committee of origin right now. So there's pending laws, but there's many issues associated with policy and law as it pertains to native seeds, which is problematic.
Thank you. Thank you for that. You've also touched on a couple of issues. There are a few issues that are overlapping that have come in as sort of repeat questions. So I'm going to pull them together at some point, but I know we want to take at least one person in the room too. So please go ahead.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Eric Saracho.
My name is Eric Saracho. I am here from San Francisco, Nayarit, San Pancho. In the Mexican Pacific, I'm director of a civil association that is called Alianza Hawash. We protect the jaguar and its habitat in harmony with human activities. And the small community where we live is a beautiful community. It's a community that's in the Mexican Pacific with the subtropical jungle of frame. And that has made it a place which is very attractive for investment. As you know, based on the free trade agreement in which gives life to this Commission for Environmental Cooperation, we also opened the sale of land in Mexico. Before, Article 27 of the Constitution did not allow you to sell it, but since the free trade, the ultimate goal of free trade is the sale of land. Because when you don't have land anymore, then you don't have anything else. You're not a proprietor. That started to facilitate investments in our tourist communities. And 20 years ago, in a CEC, in a JPAC meeting, I asked this question in which if the JPAC could please take the initiative so that the Commission could analyze to precisely have a line of research of tourism and coastal development and coastal real estate, because we are the defenders of the territory, and we have specific cases like the case of condominium, which is called Punta Paraíso, which was built in public property of the habitat of marine turtle. And we have been for 5 years resisting that, and we have taken all the legal processes, and we wanted to know if the CEC or the Trinational would be attentive to this. Maybe Mexico could be more expedite. And I'm saying this because the builders are Mexican, the investors are Canadian, and the purchasers are specifically from the US. So this is a matter of trinational investment that is making that our communities are developed in a very accelerated manner, and we don't have the capability of response for infrastructure. And that is creating environmental impacts and socio-environmental impacts, which are very strong. To conclude, we as defenders of the territory, we do it with great joy. We have a heart of Indigenous or First Nation community. We love the land as our mother. And even though we are not the protectors of those lands, we're not the owners of those lands, we protect them. But they do, the greatest investors are the slap suits, in which my bank account is frozen, is frozen and seized it's been immobilized since December of 2019 because they attack us like if we were the ones that were preventing the development. The laws are there, but they are not applied or enforced. That is my proposed question. If the CEC could, at a given moment, Merida is a specific case also that we can see as development, and it would be worthwhile where there are transnational investment if the three governments could help each other in order not to dilute the law and not to wait for so long to make it a SEM. Thank you for this meeting after 3 years of not being able to meet in person. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Do the panelists have any questions or any comments on that?
Creo que Pedro Moctezuma pudiera.
I believe that Pedro Moctezuma could have an answer, but he had to go out. Maybe he can answer that later. But if you keep this idea in the panel, I would be very grateful. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing that. All right, here's a question that's come up in different ways for a number of different people. Let me go back to this, which is how can outsiders and governments support you to regenerate and preserve indigenous knowledge systems and the knowledge itself? And another way it was put in the context of environment and climate justice, but more broadly, how can we train some of the governmental, non-Indigenous governmental, because obviously you have Indigenous governments that are well organized, as was said earlier, and sometimes there's just a need for help or getting out of the way or removing roadblocks or restorative justice. But what can governments do also to educate internally on these issues, and how can we train public servants to better integrate not just traditional ecological knowledge, but respect for Indigenous nations and work when they're drafting their policies, programs, and plans? So sort of there are even more, a bucket of them, which is what should non-Indigenous governments be doing to be better able to collaborate, cooperate, and assist Indigenous communities? Anyone want to take that on? Please. Rosa.
Bueno, y todos creo que nos podemos contestar.
I think that all of us could answer, but the question is very interesting. We, for example, in Mijmitla, we're an Indigenous community, but the municipal authorities are not Indigenous. The Indigenous representation are not in the spaces that they should be. We have to start from that point. We have to modify the laws so in order to have the Indigenous representation in the municipality and its government, in the state, in the government structure, in the municipality, they should be. The other that the colleagues have mentioned is that in every institution that this experience from here is very, very interesting, very important, because we don't see it in other agencies where we have Indigenous representation. So what we are saying is that at all levels of government, there should be Indigenous representatives, translators, because we don't have an understanding, just because, unfortunately, we are not educated to acknowledge our Indigenous communities. In Xilitla and in many other places, there is racism because of lack of knowledge. So it's a program of training for all the officials at every level of government to know what the Indigenous or the First Nations are and establish those dialogues and incidents. It's not about from the outside to see what I can do, but to establish that dialogue so to see what we can do together.
Very good point. Very good point. With, not for. is the way it's been told to me in the US. One last question, because we're already out of time. I knew this would go quickly, but a couple of questions, a couple of comments on the role of youth. And one of the questions I was going to be asking you, as you know, was about how you've involved intergenerational work and involved youth in the particular projects that you have. Other questions, what can people do, especially young people, to help drive the kind of transformative change we need, et cetera. So I want to give you all a chance to talk a little bit about engaging youth in particular in the projects you've been working on. So why don't we just go around in the order folks presented. So Lawrence and Vern.
Sure.
We've talked about elders very eloquently. How have you been involving youth?
Thank you. We have a youth department at Muskego Council, and they have a mandate from the assemblies, from the people, to work specifically with the youth on every topic that we deal with as adults. It's their mandate. And so they have activities and events for them at all times. So even on this topic of the marine conservation, terrestrial conservation we're doing, we involve them in all the different steps along the way so that they are part of the discussions. And that to us has been something that we see really making change in the community. We also utilize their skills and their interests that they have as young people in the technology, social media, and so forth. So it goes both ways, and we're able to resource the ability to buy them the computers, laptops, and iPads, whatever they require. And then we ask them to communicate our messages through their system, through their network, through other youth. And we ask them to go to each house in the community to take posters, take pamphlets, take whatever is required to get the message across. So in that way, we have established that partnership, in a sense, if you want to call it that, between what we're doing as adults in our conservation efforts and all the other work we're doing in education and so forth, technical services, housing, and social services and mental health services and so forth. So the youth are there every step of the way, and that's a mandate we've been given.
What's that department called?
It's a Muskego Youth Department.
Yeah, that's cool.
And we've involved them right from the get-go. You know, when we did the climate summits, the youth were involved as well in those summits, the youth and the elders. And we also visited the communities, went into the schools and talked with the youth and throughout those communities on our projects and what we're doing and things like that. And they said, yeah, involve us, you know, help us, help you. And
that's great.
Yeah.
And Lucio, how have you integrated youth into your work?
In our case, we are doing an effort. We're making an effort since the beginning of the certification where we have to involve youth. However, in our case, as Ejido Nuevo Becal, we are involving the ladies also so that they can make the use of forestry resources. We have a group of ladies who they recover the seeds and the forage. This is something that we don't see too much in the communities or the social properties of the ejidos. The majority of the activities are done by men, but in this case, for our specific case, we had to give a service to a group of women so that they can do the recovery and to have that opportunity. Another example is how to involve the youth in the different activities that we carry out. In many of the communities, we have young men and women who we can say are bad, but they're good. An example that we have is an activity which is cybernetic hunting for the recovery of fauna. Many of the youth, what they were doing was hunting for self-use. And basically, that important activity, which is an activity that generates economy we have invited the youth. They have to give a value, a financial value to fauna. And in this case, we have involved that a species which can be used in the, can be consumed, which has a value of 2,000 pesos, but making them aware to tell the youth, okay, you know what? If you do the recovery in this way, and if you hunt in a legal manner, it has a greater value than what we do traditionally. That's how we have involved people. They are part of all the activities so that they can also get involved in our activities.
Interesting. And Lillian, you spoke about this a little bit. Do you want to add anything too?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. So in my experience, it's been important to establish formal programming specifically geared towards young people, specifically within tribal communities. And so I've been a part of establishing formal apprenticeship programs focused, not only on food waste, but also in, traditional skills-based learning, such as construction, natural building construction, orchard keeping. There's like a variety of different areas in which formal apprenticeships can be established and have been established, and also certification programming to offer young people the opportunity to increase their skills and capacity as they grow in life and as they choose their career path. In addition, developing scholarship programs for young people and working with academic institutions to embed tuition waivers for Indigenous students, and also the design of specific programming to support the emergence of leaders within our tribal communities is important, and something that I've also helped with. In addition, it's important for young people to have mentors. So formal mentorship programming is necessary and is needed in terms of developing partnerships with national and governmental organizations in the US, such as the AmeriCorps Vista program and the Conservation Legacy programming, or the larger conservation programming that's supported through the US government. It's important to forge relationships with these entities who have specific resources that would encourage and enable young people in our communities to access regular internships or year-long opportunities of learning within specific either nonprofits or tribal programs. And so there's a variety of ways to engage and involve youth. And I think most importantly is within any space that's being organized to include spaces for young people and for youth at different age groups, and also to also recognize the gender dynamics that are emerging within our younger generation, and to support them in that way too.
Great, thank you very much. This question is a good one. I was going to end on it and forego my last question. I'll give Rosa and Pedro the last word here, but we have one more speaker waiting. So, and we're running late. So
rápido.
Would you like to do a short answer?
El trabajo de jóvenes en
The work with youth in Mexico is very complicated because the indigenous communities are very high. They're marginalized. The youth are not staying in the communities. They have to leave and work. But there are organizations that there are adequate strategies, and one very successful is the Tapaniski in the Sierras of Puebla, which has been able to generate employment for the youth and to involve the youth in their organizations. Also in Calpulalpan, Oaxaca, they have a very strong program with work for youth. And these are very successful experiences, but it has to do with the employment generation. Because if they don't have an employment, how can they have a future life? I wanted to present the proposal of Nayarit and to tell you that this is an unknown experience of many organizations, that the CEC collaborated in environmental justice. That's very important. And I'm happy that you are presenting that.
Great. And then we'll, again, a topic we could talk about for a long time, and we will be moving to an intergenerational panel after a few other presentations. So we'll come back to this, but final question, please introduce yourself and go ahead.
So much. Buenas tardes para todos. Bonjour.
Good afternoon. Geneva Cardenas for Nature Right in Montreal, Canada. Thank you very much for inviting me and for allowing us to be here with you, sharing experiences and cases of nature protection. I wanted to ask you about how can collaboration with Indigenous communities and non-Indigenous communities with models of self-government and intergenerational government, like the Mapai River in Canada, which had the rights and illegal. It was in Ganishit and Innu community with the municipality of Manhui in the northern coast of Canada. And how can these models inspire a way of empowering communities in isolated regions where we are looking to retain youth and to making aware of protection of the rivers, of the environment, where they become guardians of the territory, guardians of the river, to generate new economic models, to protect ecotourism, to make an environmental sensibilization, and to have a traditional ancestral tradition which has been lost with time. How can these models be inspired and how can be duplicated in other cases in North America and Mexico, United States, and other cities in Canada? I would like to hear any of your comments.
That's a wonderful and big question, which is part of my next project in my job. So I want to find out as much as you do, but there's also the Traditional Ecological Knowledge Expert Group is starting a freshwater initiative to look at case studies of a variety of different Indigenous knowledge lessons and transfers, and that is one of them that is on deck to be done that we're all very interested in. Is there anything? Just watch this space, right? Yeah, it's an issue that we've started to discuss and we'll be discussing even more. And I'm happy to talk with you about it after the break as well. Well, thank you all. I know that probably, as I think I was right, probably left you wanting more, talking to everyone else. So you could go to the website and can follow up with folks. But we have a lot more on the agenda that we need to, some important presentations and conversations and panels. So with that, I really want to just thank everyone again from the bottom of my heart for coming, for listening, and for sharing just the tip of the iceberg of the amazing work that you're all doing. And I think it would be valuable to spend days with you. So we look forward to seeing you again. And we got to spend days with you. I wish I had been there. So thank you all very much.
Awesome. Thanks everybody for a really dynamic panel and for sharing your stories. That helps bring people together and opens up new spaces for conversations that are important. Our next presentation is an overview of the SEM process and an update on current submissions by Paulo Solano, the Director of Submissions and Enforcement in the Legal Unit at the CEC. Paulo.
Muy buenas tardes. Gracias a los miembros del JPAC por la invitación.
Thank you for the JPAC members for inviting us to present the status of the SEMs with regards to environmental to take advantage and give you a general overview of the status of this mechanism, and to also mention the studies that we have carried out regarding the functioning and the operation of this mechanism. I just want to remind you, what is SEM, the effective SEM? This mechanism, which is incorporated now within the Treaty of Mexico, United States, and Mexico, the USMCA, allows any person or company or organization, NGO, or a physical person to submit a petition, which you can see that the environmental law is not being enforced. This allows the SEM and allows for the citizens to have an active role in the development of different mechanisms to maintain an enforcement of the law, strict enforcement of the law. This mechanism eventually, when we receive a petition, prepares a factual record. I'm just going to present first the evaluation of in long-term impact, which recently we concluded, and we hope that we can publish in our website. I'm going to talk very briefly about the new video of the SEM, and it's very interesting for those of you who do not know it. This is a brief relationship of effective petitions in the statistics of petitions. What have we learned during the this mechanism of effective environmental submission of factual records? This is the question that is being answered by the Environmental Law Institute, which elaborated this study, and it looks at the 25 years of instrumentation of this mechanism. Between the 100 figures or charts that we see or that generated this analysis, we saw an interesting aspect with regards to this mechanism, and it has to do with the improvement of the time frame to implement the mechanism. In the year 2012, during the enforcement of the environmental cooperation, and it was published, and thanks to the active participation of the JPAC, we prepared and published the directives regarding the implementation of SEM. These directions included terms and established times and limits for each part of the mechanism. Later, after the publication of these directives, where we have specific terms, the average of each one of the phases for the implementation of the petitions improved times with regards to answering the petition, in the receiving of the response, and eventually in preparing the factual records. In general, this improved a lot. However, we did notice in the study of the Institute of Environmental Law saw that we had problems in implementing the mechanism, especially when we requested, we asked for the council to give us ideas, to give us instructions on the factual records, and we asked the council to vote, and this is where we get stuck. There's a moment where there's an impasse with the council, and we don't have a vote in preparing the factual records. And we will see this right now, how we are doing with regards to the active petitions. We have several petitions that are held up in the council. In general, the Secretariat, we have been able to improve our terms in the implementation of the mechanism. And I could tell you that the mechanism that we had in the previous agreement had terms that were very precise, but more generous than the current treaty. Now, to give you an example, in the previous treaty, we had 60 days, 60 work days to determine if a petition was admissible or not. And it gave us sufficient time to be able to analyze the petition and make a complete analysis, a robust analysis on the topic, and even translate the documents and to send this determination to the party in request and answer. 60 days. In the current treaty under Article 24 of the UMEC, we had 30 workdays from 60 days, 30 natural days. So that cuts the time in order to comply with the terms, and we have met them to date. However, there is a note that it's mentioned by the author of this study that an increase in the petitions could cause difficulties in the implementation of the mechanism. I should mention that to date, we haven't received any instructions on preparing a factual record. And I have insisted with the parties and with the parties representing the council that the phase of preparing a factual record is the one that gets more complicated because it's only 120 days, 4 months, in order to gather all the information, make the analysis, carry out interviews, visit the site, prepare factual record, and translate it. Going to the topic of the recommendations made by the Institute of Environmental Law, one of the first elements that they mentioned was to improve communication with the petitioners. It is important that we continue and confirm the interaction between the petitioners because sometimes it's not well understood the scope of the mechanism. We can't understand where we can go. We analyze, like in these forums, we research the mechanism activities, and this doesn't feel like a sufficient element. And what does the environmental law, is the Environmental Institute law, or the Environmental Law Institute? And we could be mediators between the petitioner and the party. And with this, we could look an eventual solution to a problem without the need to go to a factual record. Another topic, and this is related to what I just mentioned, to adopt mechanisms for the flexibility of the terms. I just said it, it's 120 days that we have for a factual record. And trust me, it's not enough time. I have participated in preparing several factual records. I'm preparing with a team of experts 2 factual records simultaneously. And I know that 120 days is not enough to have a factual record of the same quality and of the same caliber. We have gone to the council to facilitate these terms. For example, a way is not to have in this period of 120 days, not to take into consideration the translation, for example. When we request the information from the governments, the term to wait, not to count the preparation of the factual record. Another topic is to have mechanisms for voting from the council. In the case, for example, of the Caguama turtle, loggerhead turtle, we recommended to the council, and they're still waiting. And what the Environmental Institute is requesting is to stimulate the voting in the opportune voting for the council. Another important element that is underlined by the authors of the study is that at the end of this mechanism, at the end of this process, to publish a factual record which does not include recommendations. We cannot include recommendations to the factual records. We cannot include an opinion in this matter that has been submitted. The problem that this generates is that when this reaches the public, they say, okay, so what do I do with this? How can I follow up? How can I have an effective follow-up and of the factual record? And a way of doing it is to make recommendations for follow-up. Now, on Article 24 of the United States Canada agreement, it is in Mexico agreement, it's possible to carry out cooperation activities after the publication of the factual record. This should include recommendations, and the factual record should include recommendations of these activities, and in some way close the circle. Submit the petition, have the response, recommend a factual record, elaborate a factual record, and include this instrumentation of this matter in a cooperation program in the Commission for Environmental Cooperation. I should underline that none of the documents that we publish, and this is the case of the factual records, is not legally binding. And this is a weakness of the mechanism. To not be legally binding allows the activities, the cooperation activities, and allows in some way the solution of this matter. Having said also that if somebody wants a legal solution, there are other forums that can be done. You can do it in another forum, and we will not expand on this topic. Regarding follow-up with regards to the factual records, Chapter 24 includes during the meeting of the council, the parties give an update regarding the petitions that correspond. For example, if Mexico has 3 petitions, they should give an update of the matter in the case of the United States, in the case of Canada, in case of Mexico. They present an update to the members of the council. The problem with this, the weakness, is that these updates are not public. Tomorrow, during the private meeting of the board members, of the council members, they will analyze this update with regards to the petitions or the SEMS, but they are not public. And one element that is underlined in the report of the Institute of Environmental Law is that they should include the participation of the petitioner, of the parties interested in this matter. This can be carried out. This is standard, an agreement that could be carried out by the council so that this petitions can be made public. And after the publication of the factual record, they can be documented in a cooperation program. And lastly, and I do not want to overlook the opportunity of doing this, the JPAC, the Joint Public Advisory Committee, has always worked very closely in the instrumentation of the mechanism of petitions. Something that underlines the report of the Institute of Environmental Law is that the JPAC continue with the task in following up the petitions in the implementation and in the constant recommendation to the council and the development of recommendations and the communication of the SEM mechanism. The JPAC has given advice to the council. You have been very, very close. So this is something that I should not overlook to continue in this work. And I know that you will continue doing it. This can also help in the review, in the frequent review of the functioning and the operation of the mechanism, of the SIM mechanism. I would like to leave this so that you can discuss it, but this also allows the JPAC to review it periodically. Before concluding this report, I should tell you that the majority of the work being carried out for the elaboration of the report came because the JPAC in 2013, I believe, elaborated a report. 2008. In 2008, they prepared a document, a SIM document. There was a survey. They distributed through the among the petitioners. They developed a complete analysis, a report on that, and from there they obtained this new report that we are making public. Recently, I'm not going to show a video, but I invite you. Recently, we made public a video that explains the operation of the mechanism of SIM. I'm not going to present it today, but I should recognize, or I should acknowledge my colleagues, Patrick and Catherine, and the people from communications. They participated in preparing this video, and it explains the different elements of the SIM and how to communicate, how to go to the SIM, how it works, what are the elements, what are the basic requirements to submit a SIM. So the intention of this is to facilitate the mechanism, and if you don't understand it, and you can eventually use it. Now, I'm going to talk a little bit about next. About how we are doing in the number of SIMs. We have 103 active petitions. 53 correspond to Mexico, 33 to the United States, 33 to Mexico, to Canada, and 2 correspond to petitions that have been submitted in relation to Canada and the United States. This is a situation that happens where there are resources that are shared between several countries, and this generates petitions. We have published 24 factual records, 8 from Mexico. We are currently preparing 2 factual records more, and we will publish them in relation to Mexico. And we have presented before the council a recommendation to prepare 4 factual records that are still here. These are the active petitions. 3 correspond to the North American Cooperation Agreement, and these 2 are being prepared. In the case of fracturing, we're still waiting, and we continue with the effort, and we have a pending vote. We have 2 years, and we recommend the factual record for hydraulic fracturing, and we have a vote for 1, and we have 4 petitions under the new treaty. And the Kawama turtle, which inaugurated the mechanism. It was the first petition under the United States-Mexico-Canada agreement. In the factual record, we continue with the Vaquita Marina, and we have been waiting for a few months since April that we issued the recommendation, and it's still pending. And in the case of the right whale, and we prepared a factual record with the right whale, and we continue with that, and we're waiting for the vote from the council. And the last petition that we received is Playa Hermosa in Ensenada. And we did the emission analysis, and we are waiting for a response from Mexico that we will receive in the next few weeks. with this, I conclude my presentation. I hope that it is clear, and I am very interested in listening to your questions and comments.
Thank you so much, Paulo. And I would encourage everybody in the room to find him in the hall along with his colleagues to learn more about the process. It's a very unique way for citizens, organizations, other interests to have transparent accountability and understand, hold people to account for environmental laws and commitments that are made and whether or not they're being implemented and followed. So it's an important and unique mechanism, and I just wanted to underline its significance. Thank you again. So I'd now like to call on Andy Carey and Marina Brock to do a report from the National and Governmental Advisory Committee chairs. And I think Marina is going to be on, is going to be virtual, and Andy is going to come up to the podium from what I understand. I take that back. They will both be virtual, and we welcome them both now.
Good afternoon. Buenas tardes, bonjour, Mr. Chair. Yes, we are participating virtually, but we are honored to join you. Mr. Chair and members of the Joint Public Advisory Committee, the general public and distinguished panelists, it is a pleasure to be here with you for this momentous session of the JPAC. Thank you for the opportunity to provide our report. As shared with you, my name is Andy Carey. I'm the chair of the U.S. National Advisory Committee, known as the NAC. And in my day job, I am the executive director of the U.S.-Mexico Border Philanthropy Partnership, based in San Diego, California. Our work extends along and across the 2,000-mile U.S.-Mexico border region. My colleague, Marina Brock, my colleague and friend, will introduce herself.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today. I wish we could be there in person. I'm under a severe thunderstorm watch where I'm at, and I'm waiting for the electricity to go out. So if that's what happens, you'll know, just FYI. I am a senior environmental specialist. I work and represent local government in Barnstable County in Massachusetts. I represent local government on the U.S. Government Advisory Committee. I'll turn it back to Andy.
Thank you, Marina. I just want to point out to everyone in the audience that the picture you see is from our last face-to-face meeting we had at EPA offices in Washington, D.C. Next slide, please. This is our agenda for today's report. We plan to cover some background information on both the NAC and the GAC, provide you updates on the 2021 meetings, and answer any questions you may have. First of all, for those of you who are unfamiliar with the NAC and the GAC, we are two U.S. presidential advisory committees. The NAC is composed of 16 representatives from academia, industry, and non-governmental organizations. The GAC, the Government Advisory Committee, is composed of 15 representatives from state, local, and tribal governments. Our membership was renewed in August 2021, and President Biden signed an executive order to continue our committee's work for the next 2 years. We'll be meeting for the first time in the coming months. Next slide, please. We are fortunate to work and support the great work of the EPA team. Here you can see the photos of EPA Administrator Michael Regan and the U.S. Alternative Representative Jane Nishida. The NAC and GAC are federal advisory committees that advise the U.S. government, but are housed and managed by the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. We certainly want to thank Administrator Regan and Jane Nishida for their incredible leadership, as well as the support of Lynn Ann Hitchens from EPA's Office of Mission Support. Through her efforts, our committees are able to keep running because they keep us funded. Oscar Carrillo is our friend and designated federal officer who takes good care of us in collaboration with Nadja Hong and Mark Kassman in the EPA's Office of International and Tribal Affairs. Next slide, please.
All right, and this is our virtual pictures here. That's Andy and Oscar and myself. And as Andy said, Oscar is our designated federal officer, and he does take care of us, along with Nadja Hong and also Mark Kassman, who does a great job with the International and Tribal Affairs. We actually both feel very proud to be in this position as chair for both the NAC and GAC, and we look forward to serving you guys in the future. And our first in-person meeting probably, hopefully this fall. We've been virtual for about 3 years or 2.5 years. Next slide, please. All right, our mission, the committees, as Andy stated earlier, the committees were created in 1994, and they were done by a presidential executive order, the federal implementation of the North American Agreement on Environmental Cooperation, which represented a collaboration between Canada, the US, and Mexico. And it has been continued, as Andy said, till 2023 by executive order. The mission of the NAC and GAC is to advise the US government on trade and environmental issues. And periodically, twice or three times a year, we will be served up questions and charter questions and charge questions, and we'll write letters on them. But the mission basically of the NAC and GAC is just to provide the US government advice and advice letters. Next slide.
Since the inception of the NAAEC and the NAC and GAC have been instrumental in advising the U.S. government on the creation of various important initiatives, including most recently, the creation of the TEK Working Group, the Youth Innovation Challenge, the NAPIGA Community Grants throughout North America, and advice on the CEC operational plan and priorities, and finally, with the CEC's draft 5-year strategic plans. As I said before, next slide, please. The NAC and GAC meet twice a year and participate in the council sessions. And we make recommendations in the form of advice letters that we present to Administrator Regan. Next slide, please. In our most recent meeting, we had an opportunity to meet over several hours virtually, and we made a series of recommendations. Briefly, I'd like to present just a couple of them. We're recommending improved federal agency collaboration to help reduce wait times at the US-Mexico border region. With the federal agencies of Homeland Security, EPA, and Department of State working closely together, we think additional and stronger interagency collaboration is going to really make a difference at the local level. Additionally, we want to help suggest to continue to refine the focus for environmental justice projects to benefit the equitable and equal implementation of programs and services that support all the members of the CEC, Canada, the United States, and Mexico. We also pushed hard for the integration of cultural competency awareness when working in tribal communities. This will certainly help implement strategies that consider local needs, challenges, and issues. We really need to meet our constituencies where they are and certainly not push one-size-fits-all strategies. Additionally, we want to suggest that we continue to engage state and local officials when implementing environmental justice programs and include civil society organizations wherever and whenever possible. And finally, we made 10 recommendations, but I'll share just one more. We want to continue to suggest that we leverage funding opportunities in philanthropic and nonprofit sectors to grow the funding pipeline to address environmental justice programs and services that leverage grant funding opportunities of the CEC. There are so many groups and organizations and foundations out there that will work side by side with the EPA and the CEC, and there's a way to make all of our dollars increase exponentially in number when we collaborate and work together. Marina?
Yeah, next slide, please. Okay, so the GAC is the Government Advisory Committee. We concurred with, on our last charge letter, we had 2 specific charge questions, which were air quality improvements for the Environmental Justice Project that actually is included in the CEC operational plan or the 5-year plan. This is black carbon and PM 2.5 and areas where the CEC and the JPAC, we can hopefully emulate some of the projects that are already ongoing in the United States and in Canada, not reinventing the wheel, and implement new areas under this 5-year CEC operational plan. We also talked about integrating climate change and environmental justice into the CEC, again, with a cross-cutting strategic plan, which is 2021 to 2025, which we're proud to say is a systematic approach as opposed to a linear approach. And it's a really comprehensive way to deal with it. And you'll hear a lot about this at your breakouts during this session. I want to conclude by saying I'm incredibly proud to serve with the GAC members. They are local, state, government, and tribal members. They are basically very committed and dedicated and service-oriented. And they strive to make a difference. And it's a challenge to make a difference, but they strive to do that anyway. And I'm very proud of everything we do, both the NAC and the GAC. I'm going to include a link in the chat section for Andy and I, which is actually a link to the NAC and GAC EPA page, where if you want to read the charge letters and you want to get into the content of what we basically said, you're able to do that. And you are also able to read the EPA responses to us. So I'm going to turn it back over to Andy to conclude and say thank you. Next slide.
Thank you all for the opportunity to address you today. We especially want to thank Administrator Regan for his kind invitation and his appointment to allow us to serve as advisors to him and his team. We also want to thank our dear friend and colleague, Jane Nishida, the Assistant Administrator. She's just been an extraordinary advocate for the borderlands and the environment and the trilateral relationship between Canada, the United States, and Mexico. And she's just an extraordinary public servant. And we thank her and her leadership and that of her team. And finally, it's an exciting time to be working on the environment between the United States, Canada, and Mexico. Just this week, the United States and Mexico announced very innovative investments that are going to make a huge difference at the ports of entry, with multi-billion-dollar commitments on the part of the US and Mexican governments to actually address many of the environmental challenges that we all care so near and dear about for our communities and our families. So thank you all for this opportunity to join you today.
Thank you.
Thank you both, Andy and Marina. We look forward to seeing you in person, hopefully in the fall, and congratulations on the important work that you're doing on all of our behalf. So now it's my pleasure to set up our final sort of roundtable for the afternoon. So Brock Dickinson is the Assistant Director of Economic Development, the Economic Development Program at the University of Waterloo, a serial entrepreneur, and I welcome you to the podium, Brock. Thank you.
Thank you, Louis. I actually will stay here just to help save some time as we move into the next panel discussion. I appreciate the opportunity to be here and to share this next panel and discussion with all of you. Today, we are joining together for a roundtable called Living Under Crises, Sharing Knowledge to Generate Opportunities for the Creation of More Sustainable Communities. And as we begin, I may want to start just by acknowledging that I recognize that I am on the traditional territory of the Maya peoples, and I welcome the chance to stand and walk in this space. I'm told that in the Maya language, the way that you ask how somebody is you say, Bish Abel. Now, my pronunciation is probably terrible, but translated, it means, how are you? Thank you. But literally, I'm told that this actually means not how are you, but how is your road? And there's a whole different cultural perspective captured in that phrase. It isn't just how are you at this moment? It's how has your journey been? How has that road behind you shaped where you are? And how is that road ahead of you leading you in a certain direction? And I want that whole story. I don't want to know just the moment. And I think, a number of us, as Vern mentioned earlier, visited a Mayan village near Mani yesterday. And one of the community leaders said to us that culture is a language. And I think that's really a key message that we'll hear as this panel unfolds. My grandfather's people told the story of Wachausen, the great eagle of the north, who, when he flapped his wings, caused the winds to blow. And the story's told that some mischievous people had captured Wachausen and tied him up and threw him into a valley. And the winds stopped. And for a period of time, the winds grew silent, the waters stagnated, the fish and the birds began to die, and the planet heated up. This was a sort of an early experience of climate change. And embedded in that story is the notion of how we can respond to some of the challenges that we face. Eventually, the people came together, got their greatest heroes to travel north and free Wachausen so that the winds could be restored. That's a particular culture, a particular language that tells us about responding to a crisis. In other sort of circumstances, we might use a different story. We're going to hear a lot in just a minute or two about storms, about hurricanes. Scientists have traditionally turned to explanations like chaos theory to talk about how storms are created in complex systems. And they refer to things like the notion that a butterfly's wings flapping in China can eventually create a hurricane in a complex system. Well, I don't know which worldview we want to subscribe to, whether it's a butterfly in China or the great eagle of the north. I know where my own sort of thoughts lead me. But in both cases, we embed knowledge in a story. We embed knowledge in a particular way of communicating information. And we appoint knowledge keepers and elders, doctors, senior research scientists to tell these stories and to hold this information for our communities. And that's an important part of where we need to go today. But the other side of it is that there's another force in our communities that we need to think about too. And that's the power of young people to see the world from outside some of those traditional perspectives. Just outside this door, for those of you who are gathered here in person, there's a group of small round tables where we have some amazing young entrepreneurs that are gathered here from all across North America. Karime and Ciara and Geneviève, or Jeremy and Marie-Ève and others. And one that I want to just for a moment reflect on, Gabriel Saunders, who comes from my own university. This is a young man who is working to develop microbial forces that can consume plastic. They eat the plastic waste that we are generating and secrete natural remains. And there's a sense that, these are ideas that are so far outside our frame of reference that we need youth, we need innovators, we need new thinkers and people who can break out of some of the traditional boxes of thinking to do amazing things. And this panel is about how we start to bring those ideas together. We live in an era of crisis. We have come through 2 years of pandemic. We talk about war in the global context around us. We are witnessing environmental catastrophe. We see a need for environmental justice. And so the need for intergenerational communication to bring together this embedded knowledge and this wisdom with the energy and the passion and the innovation of youth is so important right now as we engage in this age of crisis. And this discussion, this panel has invited community leaders and experts from across North America, from a wide range of contexts, to come together to discuss the ways that community, crisis, and intergenerational knowledge come together. Partly in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic, but also in the context of the sense that we are seeing more frequent, more devastating natural disasters, and that we're increasingly confronted with economic crises. And under the context of these crises, communities are being asked to both prepare for future crises and respond to things that we're already experiencing. And our efforts to do this are not always as effective as we would want them to be. We need to understand how to communicate better in this space. And our expert panel will lead us through many of these ideas today. In the second half of the presentation, as before, we'll invite everybody to kind of pose additional questions, either in the room through the microphones or online through Slido, again, using the hashtag CEC29. But as we begin to explore these issues, I want to first turn to our keynote presenter, Dr. Samantha Montano. Samantha is an assistant professor in the Department of Emergency Management at the Massachusetts Maritime Academy. She has a doctorate in emergency management from North Dakota State University and is the author of Disasterology, Dispatches from the Front Lines of the Climate Crisis. She conducts research on a range of issues at the intersection of emergency management and climate change, and works on those ideas with the Center for Climate Adaptation Research. She's also the co-founder of an organization called Disaster Researchers for Justice, which is a group working to strategically implement global change in the field of disasters. With that, it's my pleasure to turn things over to Dr. Montano.
Thank you, Brock. I loved your opening about asking people about the road that got you here, because that is almost always how I start talks like this. So the very first time that I ever saw a catastrophe was in New Orleans after Hurricane Katrina and the levee failure in 2005. I grew up on the East Coast of the United States and had never seen a catastrophe like that before. I had never been to New Orleans before, but what I saw when I arrived in the city to volunteer was complete destruction. I was only 16 years old at the time, and I really had no frame of reference to interpret what it was that I was seeing this community go through. It was still early enough in the recovery from the flood that there were these waves of volunteers coming to the city from all across the United States, but also from all around the world to help rebuild this beloved American city. With 80% of the city having been flooded, that global help was very much needed. The first week that I spent in New Orleans was an education on how the US government expects communities to recover after disaster. The formal story was that billions of federal dollars were flowing into the city to rebuild the streets, to rebuild the levees, to rebuild people's homes and livelihoods, that the government was building the city back better than it had been before. And yes, there was a lot of money coming into New Orleans, but that money had a lot of strings attached to it. The money often flowed slowly, it flowed unequally. The unofficial story in New Orleans, the one that I saw while I was there, was a city that was rebuilt by New Orleanians and rebuilt by the millions of people who came to the city to help with the recovery efforts. They pieced the city back together with their bare hands and often without the resources that really were needed to do a good job. It was important work that these members of the community were doing in New Orleans, and I wanted to be a part of that work. So I ended up moving to New Orleans to work on the recovery in the long term. For years, I worked with all different nonprofit organizations that were doing everything from rebuilding homes to helping integrate sustainability measures into the recovery. What I found among the people who were doing this work was a community of people who were determined to ensure New Orleans had a future at a time when some Americans didn't think the city should even exist anymore. It was a community where we helped each other. When one nonprofit didn't have enough hammers, the group down the street would lend them theirs. It was one where the people who were working on education issues in the city would come to the protest being hosted by housing advocates and vice versa. And when one group had extra volunteers, they would send them to another group who needed more. But as with any community, there were challenges too. Especially as the recovery wore on for years, there were fractions. New Orleanians often diverged in their vision of what the future looked like. Would New Orleans remain a Black city? Would it become gentrified? Which neighborhoods would be prioritized? Where would those federal dollars go? What kind of school system would the city have moving forward? What was the future of public housing? In the wake of Katrina, there was a community, but there was also a battle for the soul of the city, which threatened to rip that community apart. If you've read any of the disaster research, the story of the response and recovery in New Orleans isn't surprising. For nearly a century, disaster researchers have observed that when a disaster happens, in that immediate response, there is a convergence of help towards that community. People come from the outside to meet those immediate needs. There's also an emergence within the community where people form together, they form new groups, they work together, they communicate to meet those immediate needs. This is what researchers call a therapeutic community. It's what author Rebecca Solnit calls a paradise built in hell. It's a very specific moment and a very specific feeling that these communities can have. However, if you've read the research, you also know that that therapeutic community begins to dissolve as you move out of that initial response phase and into the long-term recovery. The recovery, the actual rebuilding of a community, the healing of a community, that takes years, sometimes longer. And that is where we start to see divisions form in a community, where we see those traditional disparities in a community come to the forefront again. We see that there begins to be no unified vision on what the community's most pressing needs are or what recovery should look like. We see that there is an inequitable distribution of money and aid and resources throughout communities. We see that new policies that are created benefit some, but not all. We see that disaster capitalists are allowed to come in and profit from that disaster. We see that media coverage begins to end as national media moves on to the next crisis. And with their absence comes the absence of donations and the absence of volunteers coming into that community to help. So this brings us to what I think is an important question as we consider our increasing risk, not only in the United States and North America, but around the world. How can we maintain the empathy, the collaboration, the togetherness that forms during the response to these traditional disasters? I think a big part of that answer is by addressing the issues that divide us in recovery, by thinking ahead about what a vision for our community looks like for the future if we have a disaster, by changing our policies and changing the way that we distribute resources to our communities when they are going through recovery, by changing policies so that they are equitable, by changing the rules around who can profit from disasters, and by building and supporting media systems that can have the resources to be in a community for the long term. And by finding ways to better and more effectively use donations and volunteer labor as we go through that recovery. When we discuss disasters, we most often are talking about the phase of response, that period of time where there are flashing lights and everybody's running in to help and there's plenty of media coverage. And that is one part of disaster, one part of crisis. But we know from research that disaster is much bigger and much more complicated than that. We have what we call the disaster life cycle. We have the response, but we have that recovery as well. But we also have what comes before it. We have preparing for those disasters, and we have the efforts that we can take to actually prevent those disasters from ever happening in the first place. As we move forward and begin to reckon with the consequences of inaction on climate change, we need to be thinking about this full disaster life cycle, not just the actual response. We have an extensive century-old body of academic empirical research that we can use to inform how we prevent disasters, how we prepare for them, how we respond to them, and how we recover from them. We have in all three of our countries an established emergency management or civil defense system with people who are experts in this area, who have been doing this work for decades, who know what kinds of policy changes are needed in each of our systems. We do not need to reinvent the wheel every time disasters happen. We have intergenerational knowledge that we can rely on. We have the ability to change our policies so that we do not see the kinds of economic and racial disparities in aid that we have seen time and time again. We can prevent most disasters from ever even happening in the first place. The issue isn't that we don't know what we need to do. It's whether politicians will act to create policies that are informed by research and the experience of frontline communities, which lead us on a path to disaster justice. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Montano. It was inspiring but frightening stuff at the same time as we sort of think about the way we have to respond to some of these challenges. But that knowledge, that sense that we have the tools there already is very helpful. I'm now going to introduce one at a time as we sort of work through their presentations, our other panelists. And the first of those other panelists is Brooke Thompson. And Brooke is a Yurok and Carrick native from Northern California. She fights for water and Native American rights through speaking to groups and frontline activism. She has been an intern for the City of Portland's Bureau of Environmental Services, the Senate Committee on Indian Affairs in Washington, D.C., the California State Water Resource Control Board, Office of Information Management, and she is currently working for Save California Salmon. Brooke, it's great to have you here. Thanks very much for making the journey, and I look forward to your comments.
Yeah, thank you for that. I want to briefly speak on hopefulness and intergenerational hopefulness when it comes in the face of the climate change we're currently seeing. As a youth, I often see my peers and those younger than me face a plague of hopelessness and feeling that there is nothing that can be done. So why should we even try when it comes to climate change and disasters? However, I am hopeful because of those who came before me, such as my grandfather, Iwak Archie Thompson, who was born in 1919, and there's photos of him on the slide I have up. I grew up in his household, and he taught me resiliency. This is partially from him going to boarding school. He was forced to go to boarding school when he was 8 years old. He was literally dragged by his legs out of his household, where he spoke Yurok, our traditional language, and participated in our traditional ceremonies, where he was forced to stop speaking our language, where he was forced to erase our culture. He then came back home eventually and helped raise 8 kids, one of them being my father. He helped pass down the 12,000 plus years of knowledge that my tribe has from living in this one part of Northern California. Our first contact with Westerners was 171 years ago in 1851. And despite having our religion be illegal for many of those years, he still kept the hope that our traditions could be passed down and our language kept alive. He helped revitalize our language, who was on the verge of extinction. And I want to bring up what you said about how are you in these different languages, because one thing that sticks out in my language is when you say, how are you? It is a true question. You don't say, oh, good or fine, like we often do in English, but you truly say how you're doing and what's bothering you or what you're thinking of. And so that is not a lightly taken question in my language. He has given me hope to see the revitalization of the river. And the fact that he could face such tragedies of being taken from his homelands, seeing his resources taken from him, the logging of our lands, and our salmon population is declining, and yet still holding hope that our culture and my culture will survive for generations to come. There is a 2002 fish killed, which I saw firsthand, where over 30,000 salmon lie dead along the shores of the Klamath River in Northern California, where I'm from. These salmon's deaths were preventable, but due to poor policy and environmental decisions around irrigation at the time in a drought year, these salmon that my ancestors took care of for me to have generations ago lie dead when they were just living the day before. For me, this tragedy shaped the rest of my life. And I keep fighting because I know one day the salmon will come home and we will have them again. My grandfather talked about there being so many salmon that you could walk across their backs to the other side of the river. And yet I went 5 years without catching a single salmon, despite that being our main practice growing up. For me, I see a lot of the environmental disasters caused in my tribal area only in the last 50 years. And again, knowing that for over 12,000 years, my tribe has maintained the land without major consequences. For me, this is partially a generational versus a reactive mindset. That is the difference between Indigenous and Western communities. One example of this is with Western medicine, at least within the US, where often we only go to the doctors once we become sick, and then we're prescribed a pill or medication to take care of that. Versus an Indigenous mindset would be making sure that we prevent that illness from happening in the first place and doing everything we can to stay healthy before we get sick and then have to see a doctor. I see this also when it comes to policy in the US. For example, getting projects done that take 2 to 8 years and only focusing on that short-term mindset. And in engineering world, such as when I deal with infrastructure and civil engineering, that mindset is at a maximum of 80 years. Versus many indigenous mindsets, which look at 7 generations ahead of us, which is about 500 years. If those who are making policy decisions in the US when they first came here were thinking about how what they were doing were going to affect this generation right now, we would not be facing a lot of the climate issues that we are today. I have the knowledge from my ancestors and have seen my grandfather overcome great difficulties. And because of that, I have hope for the future. And because I know we do have the traditional resources from our elders to sustain management practices that will benefit not only this next generation, but several generations ahead of us.
Thank you very much, Brooke. I'm going to turn next to Ricardo. Ricardo Gonzalez Hernandez is a biologist at the National Autonomous University of Mexico and president of the organization Proyectando un Ambiente y Sociedad Verde. Ricardo has 8 years of experience working with communities, mainly as a technical advisor for agroforestry projects in communities within the Carso Huasteco region in Mexico, as well as in conservation areas in Mexico City. His areas of interest and expertise include sustainable agri-food systems, ethnobotany, and the revalorization of traditional knowledge for its application in adaptation measures and mitigation of climate change effects. Ricardo?
Muchas gracias, Brooke. No tengo el botón para cambiar, no importa. Le digo a alguien que...
I don't have the button to project. Can somebody help me?
Muchas gracias, disculpen.
Thank you. I'd like to start with this slide where I talk about the knowledge management for local development. I changed the presentation more theoretical by talking about the experiences with the different communities. So throughout these years, I understand that knowledge works as energy. Knowledge or energy is not created or destroyed, it's only transformed. So it's just like knowledge. This is the way I understand knowledge management. It's not something that can be managed itself, but it can be, we can manage the processes and the spaces where it happens or where knowledge is transferred, but not the knowledge itself, because it's like energy. And something else that I would also like to add is that knowledge, I understand it as a power of change, and this can move forward the local development. In order for it to be sustainable, there has to be integrated social relations, and this is what I mean by intergenerational and intersectorial, and the right advantage, taking advantage the right way about biodiversity. So this is something like the processes that we follow as the green step to identify the gaps of knowledge, the knowledge gaps, and how these are associated to different items.
A little slower, please.
Que hable más despacio, por favor.
Sorry.
No problem.
Lo siento.
I'm sorry, he says. It's only 5 minutes, he says. So we work with this diagnosis from participating ethnography and from the intergenerational focus or viewpoint. This is the first evaluation, and it's necessary to identify the needs. And once we've done it, we need to see if there is an interaction or an intervention needed. Sometimes it's not even needed. It's just to bring knowledge from one part of the community to another part of the same community. But we don't even need to have an interaction. So this is what I try to communicate through the first evaluation or the first assessment. The second evaluation, we take care of the knowledge gaps. And in this way, we can build networks, intergenerational and intersectorial networks by joining the different sectors of the population, the private sector, the academia, the civil society, and the government. And about the revalorization. Revalorization itself means to restore value or return value to something that has been lost it. And I'd like to highlight that many times we have heard that traditional knowledge needs to be rescued. I don't know if you guys have heard that. Yes, we need to rescue it and rescue it and rescue it. But sincerely, from my viewpoint, I think that it's not a matter of rescuing traditional knowledge. It is to give it the value it deserves. So I'd like to take this example, corn. In Mexico, there are 64 different kinds of corn, varieties of corn. How many do we know? How many are really consumed? So this bias has made us have a lot of problems with biodiversity and land because we're just taking 1, 2, or 3 types or varieties that give us the benefit, the economic benefit, but we leave the social part, the environmental part aside. So we need to add a lot of chemicals to the land so that they can recover what they have lost, what the land has lost. And then, lastly, I'd like to talk about these concepts, about solutions based on nature and solutions based on communities. Lately, since about 20 to 30 years ago, we have talked about these concepts. So even if I can't look into a lot of detail, traditional knowledge bases its structure on this. We take advantage of nature to take care of our social challenges and also through the community diversity. So why do we draw a line along the terms that it is easy to think that as researchers or civil society, we come to a community and we say, yes, this is what's happening, this is the problem, now this is what you need to do. Not really, because we think we have the power to do so. But on the other hand, the other thing that's happening is that we are having this economic and environmental crisis, so we're looking back to look at the original peoples. And this is attributed as a responsibility. Oh, yes, you guys have the knowledge. Now you help us solve the problem. And going back to knowledge, it has to be a flow, a two-way flow. Okay, well, yes, that works. My conclusion is this: our responsibility from the government, the academy, the private sector, and the community is that we need to be open to accept knowledge that is different from our reality or outside of our reality. It's not just the way in which you can perceive the world, but there are many ways to perceive the world, and to think that science has all the answers seems very selfish and limited. And it's also a responsibility to facilitate resources. We're talking about resources, tools, and knowledge to push this revalorization farther or forward. And I'm talking about agroforestry techniques and the traditional flow knowledge. So in these 4 pictures, to the left, we can see a live fence, a plant fence. It looks beautiful. And besides that, it can separate the land, the pieces of land, and it can provide some shade to the cattle, and there is soil on the ground, and it's like a division. And here we see this rock fence, and it works like the live fence. So, and with the rocks, it can nest biodiversity, it can hold liquid, It can also be like a way of having fun for goats. So there are many benefits. And then to the right, it's this is a pot that's called Hawaii to collect water, and the milpa, the most traditional one. And taking the example of corn, of maize, this is the perfect system that takes whatever is necessary from the soil, from the ground, different nutrients, different plants, taking different nutrients. And there's a symbiosis along those terms, and that's the way it's generated. So lastly, I'd like to rescue a statement from Jose Sarucan that reads that we can't conserve something that we don't know. And I'd like to go a little farther, because many times knowledge is not everything we need to conserve or to keep something. We need to attribute a value to it, because all of us have a lot of knowledge about ecosystems and species. And it doesn't mean that we're doing anything about it. So we go one step beyond, we need to revalue it. And the best way to value it, it doesn't come from youth, but from childhood. And we're not talking about children around here. And that's a very important sector that has voice, and we should provide the space that they deserve. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ricardo. And yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt. Usually I'm the one that's driving the translators crazy. So it was a change of roles today that I could slow you down. I now want to take just a moment to introduce our final panelist, who is joining us virtually. Iracema Alcantara Ayala is a researcher and former director of the Geography Institute and a professor at the National Autonomous University of Mexico. Her research areas include geomorphology, slope failures, risk geography, integrated research on disaster risks, and forensic research on disasters. Her main interest lies on linking science with the formulation of policy and practice for the management and reduction of disaster risks. Iracema is a member of the Mountains Research Initiative, the Scientific Council of UNESCO's International Geoscience Program, and the Scientific and Technical Advisory Group of the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction for America and the Caribbean. Iracema, I'll turn things over to you.
Buenas tardes a todos. Es un placer estar en este panel para compartir con ustedes una reflexión.
It's a pleasure to be with you, and I'd like to share the impact of disasters. It's alarming. Between 2019, there were 7,000 disasters, which involved 1.23 million fatal victims and so many people that were affected, and with all the economic losses as well. The global disaster from the COVID-19 pandemic reflects the environmental erosion with ways of living and working and living irresponsibly. This is the state of this is the breaking edge. The best way to solve a problem was to eliminate the root cause, said Martin Luther King. And we haven't learned so far in the case of disasters. Since a long time ago, we talk about natural disasters. This reflects the lack of understanding on how disasters come, and even if many decision makers and politicians agree on having natural disasters, so to really see how the reason why we can't have a sustainable way and reduce, and we haven't worked on ways to mitigate them. These are systemic ways that are developed, and they're going in the history, they go back to the history and organization of society. They talk about the decisions and the way of life of human beings and their development and the environment. She's talking too fast. Disasters are generated from materialization and the risk and the result of the different interactions, interdependencies, threats, vulnerability, and exposure.
Threats can be defined as a process, phenomenon, and human activity that can bring a disaster. These are diverse in their nature. It could be natural, like a drought, flooding, slides, technological, like spills and explosions, ideological, like COVID-19. The exposure has to do with the location of people and the structure, production, richness, wealth, and other elements for social well-being in respect to the threats of any source and the adverse effects they bring. Vulnerability is a social condition that's very complex. It's the level of predisposition of a person, community, systems, or goods to be impacted negatively because of factors and physical processes, social, economic, political, institutional, environmental, that are built through time. Among the conditioning factors in vulnerability and exposure, processes and urbanization are very important because of lack of planning and the urban development, among other issues. Inequity, poverty, lack of health, lack of or ignorance, deforestation, and the climate change, among others. Continuously, we convert the territory in a risk area by using land for human activities. For example, human settlements close to the areas that can be flooded. So when there are floods, but people don't realize that human settlements invaded the space of rivers and the rivers didn't destroy their homes. Disasters are a consequence of different kinds of threats, and these are because of practices and models of development. It's not because nature is not responsible for creating disaster. The human beings are the ones that create them and receive them. So this affects sustainable development and the biased, unsustainable works that makes other people rich while affecting others. They deteriorate the environment and cause them to be vulnerable in these threats. Unsustainable growth, it generates risk and threats. If we go back to Martin Luther King's statement about eliminating the cause, it's important to understand that disasters come from bad practices that affect and cause erosion. If we don't reduce the vulnerability and the exposure, we will continue with the disaster. Once we stop blaming nature about our actions, then we will be aware to reflect on the threshold we have crossed so that we can act differently. Decisions based on reconstructing the world with more sustainable communities, this cannot be put forward. So it's important to use science, individual and collective awareness, and the commitment to a planet with equality. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we are now going to move into a question and answer period. I'm going to start by posing a few questions to the panelists, but in a few minutes, we will move to the audience as well for questions in the room or for questions from online on Slido using the hashtag CEC29. Quick question or comment from Louis?
Sure, I was just putting myself in the queue, but since I'm speaking, I might as well ask my question. Truly moving, honest, and thoughtful talks from all four of you, and just want to express gratitude for your honesty and your forthrightness. It's really, I think it makes a big difference. And so my question is simple. What is one thing you never want to hear again?
Dr. Montano, do you want to start us off with that one, that easy one?
Sure. Well, actually, she kind of just stole what I was going to say, but the term natural disasters kind of past that probably. This idea that disasters affect everyone equally, right? Everything about disasters is influenced by race, class, gender, nationality. And being really upfront and open and honest about that is the only way that we're going to be able to prevent those disasters from happening.
For me, it would be that traditional ecological knowledge is not valid. I've heard this so many times while being in engineering and academia in the US. And for that to be said, it's a lack of understanding that, like you said, there's racial, class, and all these other barriers are in the way of this learning, in addition to a purposeful erasure of Native culture from the US education system, where also the understanding that, Indigenous peoples were savages and not as smart as the Westerners who came by, therefore giving reason to exterminate us, is a mindset that, even if it's not stated that blatantly today, has perpetuated throughout history and has led to a lot of that erasure, and why we don't currently use traditional ecological knowledge, even though it's valuable, especially today in the face of climate change.
Maybe I'll build on that first question and ask Ricardo do you want to respond to that one first? Yeah, sorry, please go ahead.
Sí, I'd like to focus my response on this statement where they say the poor person is poor because he wants to, but beyond wealth, it's the lack of opportunity. That's it.
I may go to Irisema online for just a moment as well, if she's able to hear me. I think one of the interesting questions we want to ask in the context of an organization like the CEC is, what can we do at a regional level to promote intergenerational knowledge transfer and the transfer of knowledge that can benefit our communities? So how do we break outside our own neighborhood, in a sense, to do these things collaboratively?
Concerning the question that was raised before yours, Brooke, I would like to say that it could be very good to listen to messages where we are not believing or assuming that the policies for managing disaster risk or crisis are oriented towards social benefits, because in reality that is not happening. What we have seen with the COVID-19 pandemic, which is of course a disaster, is that most of the management strategies were looking for economic improvements and not regarding social well-being or health. So what I would like to hear in future is really that we do not we are not working towards sustainability or towards society. Most of the management policies are still directed to the to particular economic benefits, which is really bad, and that is why we are sorry in this situation. Now I am back into the Spanish to answer the question that was related to the session, and this is ¿qué podemos hacer a escala regional?
And it means, what can we do at national scale to have intergenerational knowledge transfer to benefit our communities? There are several sides that we can take, several angles that we can use to help promote that knowledge transfer. I'd like to point out two of them. The first one has already mentioned by some of the participants of the first session, and it has to do with education. It's truly relevant to establish educational programs that help kids and youth to be critical with the planet. This has to do in different sides of the educational system. And we need to have the professors and the teachers so that they have the knowledge and the skill to form these different generations and have the adequate educational structure. And all this needs financial resources and human resources, and they're not always a priority in the policies. However, we should keep in mind that this is an essential investment, what is made in education, because our children now and the ones to be born will be the ones that will make decisions in the future. And that's why education is a key, is a core to transform our society and our communities. And the second item that I believe is very important and that goes hand in hand with this meeting's topics, it's not just to transfer the knowledge or receivers from one place to the other, to move knowledge from one place to the other. It's also very relevant to promote co-production of knowledge. And this can only be achieved through cross-functional perspectives. And this involves the creation of collaboration processes that require the integration of participants in the academic and non-academic, intersectorial and cross-functional, so that we can channel knowledge between science and practice, or traditional knowledge is extremely important. So we need multi-methodology to identify and to intervene in different commitments and issues related to local and regional relevance in specific contexts. And also the meaning of this cross-functional focus is co-production of knowledge, where everybody participates from the very beginning, and the capacity of transferring the knowledge to policies and practices. It seems easy, but it's a very complex process, which is one of the most important challenges that we're facing so that we can move to sustainable development.
Thank you very much. We're starting to get lots of questions online, and I see lots of people here in the room that are ready to ask questions. So let me start maybe with this microphone over here for a first question. We'll do a few here in the room, and then I'll go back to some from online, but please.
Años de trayectoria en medio ambiente. También soy exploradora emergente de National Geographic Society. Y lo que quiero invitarles y preguntar es cómo podemos hacer una recomendación internacional sobre lo que
international recommendation on what shall we be teaching and what do we have to stop teaching children and youngsters. I have been for 25 years in this area, but the government has set us apart. We're not at a desk. We're in the field training children that have won national and international awards by carrying out this methodology that I designed. I also started when I was a child. If you like sports, arts, then you go. But where do children that want to be environmentalists go? If they are accepted in an environmental career, they will study, but most of them are not able to do it. The worst is that teachers are misunderstanding the international calling. All of us are talking about climate change, but then a professor says, it's terrible without having the knowledge. Our children are growing fearful. They do not know what to do. Everything is pollution and disaster. So these meetings are really good. But as an organization, we're alone in the midst of this storm. With the support of the CEC, we can create a bigger partnership in order to inspire more professors, educational leaders. So in Yucatan, 8,000 leaders are in the social social civil organizations to teach children. So it's okay that we can talk with youngsters and kids, but we need also to give their role as leaders to children. They are undertaking action, not only an assistance position, as they didn't have their own capacity. They do have that. Many of us do that because our parents taught us. Our society acknowledged that we had the capability to act. There are no children here. And we don't want them to be here just as an ornament. We really need that these children that are demonstrating that they are doing something, we start to see what worked. Why, if they are being successful, if they are truly generating changes, instead of looking for new models with budgets that are non-existent, let's turn to those organizations that are truly doing something, making the change. That's my petition. I don't know how I can let the world know that what we're doing with so little resources, it's working so well. But I am not heard in my land. We replicated this in Paraguay. We're working with Suriname, a small country, to follow the same methodology. But it is very difficult to do so in Mexico. If at another member country of the CEC is wanting to help us, we're open. So that's my question. How can we make an international petition to teach what we should be teaching and to have an excellent environmental education? Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe I mean some amazing ideas bound up in that question. Thank you very much. Maybe I'll go briefly to Samantha in her role of professor to talk about the role of education in addressing some of these issues, and then to Ricardo, because you talked specifically about children, and to Brooke, who also wants to intervene on this. But Samantha, I'll let you go first.
I'll go really quickly. So I definitely agree with you that we need to be changing the way in which we're communicating disasters to everyone, but specifically young people. There is the potential for a lot of secondary trauma in how we talk about disasters and how we educate about disasters. 2 points come to mind immediately. One is this is one of those policy changes that could be implemented in the state of Massachusetts, where I work. There was a bill proposed at the state level for integrating like preparedness and education on natural hazards into the, I believe, middle school curriculum. So policy change, as I think you mentioned, is certainly one issue. And secondly, I really strongly believe that getting students out of a classroom and into communities to learn about risk, vulnerability, to help communities rebuild after disaster is absolutely of utmost importance when we're teaching these subjects. I was a week ago, spent 2 weeks in New Orleans with a group of my students where we were rebuilding houses that had been damaged by Hurricane Ida, talking with locals about how their lives had been impacted, planting, doing wetland restoration along the coast. So certainly finding institutional support to bring those opportunities to our students is really meaningful.
Gracias por tu pregunta y tus comentarios.
Thank you for your questions. They were wonderful. According to my experience, precisely what I was saying, you can really value through closeness. In Mexico City, we have not many green areas, but what I have seen that works is to put children into exposure of countryside experiences, for example, bird exploration, observation. So I would say that these activities in curricula for elementary school could be basic. I don't know how to do it yet, but that would be great.
Again, a wonderful question. I think there's several questions within that. I have 3 pages of notes from what you said, but I wanted to mention my experience growing up. I went to a school in Portland, Oregon in the United States, where I went to what was called Sunnyside Environmental School, which was a non-traditional middle school. And as part of that middle school, like Samantha was saying, getting out in nature, every single week, we spent a whole day outside in a forest or a river community where we tested dissolved oxygen, pH levels of rivers, and learned overall health of ecosystems of mountains, forest, and stream beds. And part of that school too was not separating grades. We had all the grades mixed together in each class. Therefore, we could learn from those who are younger and those who are older than us, even if it was just by a few years. But when you're a kid, a few years makes a big difference when it comes to learning and interactions. And I am surprised we don't see this more often within the school system, because honestly, in middle school, we have so much energy. It really helped us to get out and learn these things firsthand, aside from sitting 8 hours a day. But I think there's a misconception that not sitting in the classroom in this traditional sense is detrimental to education. But you know, I'm here today with a master's degree from Stanford University in engineering, so I don't think that's true. So I think the issue may be more the sharing of knowledge between these schools or institutions and how to teach children. Because oftentimes we do what's easiest, and what's easiest is sitting a child in front of a chalkboard and reading out of a textbook and reading the prepared questions. But I think if there's a way that we can have teachers communicate these needs and what has worked and share these resources in an easier way, then we would do a lot better.
Excellent, thank you. And the questions are piling up. So I've got a stack here from the CEC and some from online, and we've got people waiting in the room. We've talked a little bit about knowledge exchange and how knowledge flows. Let me shift gears a little bit to community and the sense of how communities respond. And I might start with Iracema and then maybe come back to the panel in the room. But can you suggest or give us examples or models of communities that have been particularly successful at responding to crises, communities that we could learn from, and where we might have lessons that we could apply both during or after a crisis?
We have had the chance to work with some elementary schools at the northern highlands of Puebla to talk about the need to understand why instability of landslides is generated. We have worked with them with drones, maps, and somehow they have some better awareness. And I would like to target this to my answer. We need to have response mechanisms. It is important to generate in children the awareness, this awareness of reducing the risk, a proactive position, not to generate more risks. One of the big issues at international level is that we have focused too much in responses to crisis and not in how to reduce that risk. And I would like to link this to the intervention that we made before. It is fundamental to increase the role of organizations at international level. We have plenty of examples. All of us here have several examples of successful cases at international level, but the challenge is how to leverage these at worldwide level. Unfortunately, we cannot do that without a partnership to create public policies that are targeted to that. So the work done with the schools experiencing this model should be taken to a curricula level, not only in practice. I agree completely that, well, understood environmental education is fundamental, but now everything goes to climate change. And those crises that we're experiencing and that we need to resolve are the result of inequality, poverty, and non-sustainable development programs. So there are many examples at local level, like the one of us at the northern part of Puebla, other municipalities, but this is not enough. It is necessary to transfer this to a public policy. And organizations like yours can have more access to talk with those organizations that are responsible of public education to take this to a higher level. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so when I think about what communities need to be able to respond to crises, but then also do the before stuff, the preparing and the prevention and the recovery after, one, we see that communities that have high rates of social cohesion, where there are a lot of opportunities for a lot of organizations and opportunities for people in that community to come together, where people know each other in that community, that those social networks is associated with seeing a more effective and efficient response across the disaster life cycle. From kind of a more governmental perspective, we also know that in the United States, at least, but this is true around the world as well, that disasters begin and end locally. It's that local community that is there first when a disaster happens. It's that local community that is there throughout the entirety of the recovery. And although that help is needed to come in from the outside when you have a major event, we need to build the capacity of that local community, of that local government. We need to make sure that they have emergency management, civil defense agencies that have enough people working in them, that have budgets to be able to do the prevention work, the preparedness work, to be able to bring in the experts that are needed for those technical projects to help in the long term with recovery. And so from a government's perspective, helping to fund local emergency management, civil defense is one of the most important policy changes that we could see have a tangible impact on helping communities deal with these events as they happen.
That's great. Thank you. I'm going to try to get to some of the questions in the room now. And there are long lines starting to emerge. So a topic that everybody's engaged in. I would ask that if you can, try to keep your questions fairly concise, fairly short, so that we can try to get as many in as possible. But let me go to the line behind me first.
Gracias. Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Cintia Reyes.
Hello, good afternoon. I come from Chiapas, Mrs. Century Studies. And my question is related to the first speech. We have the Cañón del Sumidero reserve, and there's an extraction of rock. In 2019, the CEC issued some recommendations. So the Human Rights Commission made recommendations to stop rock extraction so it won't affect at health level. But that was back in 2019. CONAM needed to have an updated decree, and also Profepa should have closed the works, and Semarnat should have stopped that permit. As of today, this has not been completed. My question is the following: how could the CEC upgrade or update this topic to provide continuity to this strong environmental problem, and how we as citizens can also support? I am a member of the council of this group, and I want to continue. As I said, Profepa made some recommendations and there were strong omissions. How could we continue with this effort? I'm going to answer to this question, certainly. The CEC issued a report related to the Cañón del Sumidero National Park. After this, the Human Rights Commission took that file, and as of that, they issued some specific recommendations that sent to the federal and state government. And this resulted in stopping the rock extraction activities at that national park. Quarry activities. But this was not closed there. We need to close. We need to restore the site. We also need a redefinition of permits that probably are active. The way we can participate is to continue with these efforts. I can contact you later on so we can arrange how to work on this through making some of the petitions or SEMs. After we publish that file, as this SEM was in the past regime, we do not make a punctual follow-up, but our current regime makes it possible to do it. So through the Environmental Committee, Chapter 24 of the Free Trade Agreement, it is possible to have a follow-up. So we have the mechanism, and I invite you to review that. Thank you.
Thank you, Paulo. And let me move to the microphone on this side of the room.
Good afternoon. I am Jose Leonardo Montiel, and I come from Lachinantla, from Oaxaca State. I am from the Otomi Nation. I am Otomi Indigenous. We do not have any territory due to the conquest. And I am really happy to hear these professional young men and women, because it seems that our efforts many years ago were not enough, and were not enough because due to climate change, the pollution and extinction of the species has worsened. We see huge displacement of people. And we also see continuous disappearance of species and the continuous use of hydrocarbons, and also reduction of budget for environmental actions. And I said that our effort was not enough. I worked hard in Oaxaca for reconstruction of those areas reserved for preservation. I worked at the agricultural organization of the state for preservation. We worked hard, and my contact with original peoples gave me the space to create that model. In the last 40 years, this has been really hard for humanity. We went from a blackboard to a teleconference. The technical development has been huge, but also the destruction of resources has been enormous. So my question is very simple. You were saying that knowledge is not lost. I would say it's accumulated as well as experiences. As professional youth, you're pushing a new strategy to fight climate change and preserve species and biodiversity. I would like to hear which fact you wouldn't like to be repeated. All these developments that have destroyed water bodies, beaches. What you would like to be repeated of all these development model in the last 40 years? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Again, a series of very important interconnected ideas there. Part of that, I think, was about how communities respond to biodiversity loss and sort of other impacts. Brooke, that's something I know that you've done a lot of work on. Do you want to speak to this a little bit?
When it comes to biodiversity loss, we know that Indigenous peoples protect most of the world's biodiversity by a vast amount. And so one of the things we can do is support Indigenous communities to help support biodiversity, because there's that direct link there. But also, I heard the talk about, not having enough funding and then being displaced. And that's just something that's going to be true with climate change, is Indigenous people will be some of the first to face climate change's results and destruction, and the most impacted. And a lot of us live on coastlines, which will have high rates of displacement, like I do. One of the issues I see there with trying to get policy passed to help us protect biodiversity is not having enough of us within the political sphere and hearing from enough of us. Honestly, I think that there's a lot we can learn from youth and those who are even younger than we are here on this panel. And I would like to see those who are, don't have degrees and PhDs and master's degrees yet here to also talk about their opinions. And one of the realities is I needed to get this degree to be heard, because if I stayed on my reservation and still held the same knowledge that I do today, I would not be being heard of internationally like I am right now. So valuing knowledge that comes from all communities, not just those who are privileged enough to go to university and have these higher up jobs. And then also to just share a quick antidote. At Portland State University, the clubs on campus were having a really hard time getting funded who are from ethnic backgrounds, such as Asian, Hispanic, the Native American clubs. And it was because those who were on the panel or the ones that gave out the funds for those clubs really didn't understand what we were asking for with these different things like beadwork for community. And so what we did one year, or what one of my predecessors did, was everyone decided that they were going to run for the council, and they made sure everyone in their clubs voted for them that year. And the council that distributed the funds for the school ended up being all from these ethnic groups. And they just made a decision to support each other, because you can't vote on your own group, but you can vote on others. And so through that support, through these different clubs coming from these different ethnic backgrounds, they were able to have the most well-funded year for the ethnic programs at the university. And I think we should try to do something like that on a larger political scale too, where we support each other, especially financially.
Thank you, Brooke. Let me go to the line behind me. And I'm sorry, I keep turning my back on this line, but please go ahead.
Thank you. Greetings. My name is Jessica Lee from San Francisco, California, the United States of America. I thank the distinguished panelists and also the forum, JPAC forum, for giving me the opportunity to intervene on this topic. And I really want to thank the forum for inviting me to become a youth delegate. And tomorrow I will have the opportunity to present our statement along with my colleagues here, the youth delegation. And my name is Jessica Lee, and I am the Chief of Staff for the United Nations Association of the USA chapter, the Intergenerational Model United Nations event, the webinar. And I'm also the chair of the Climate Reality Project, Bay Area chapter's Young Adults team. I'm also a member of the Children and Youth constituency of UNFCCC. I'm the co-chair of the Food and FAO, the Food and Agriculture Organization, World Food Forum, the Youth Action Track, where we focus on food security and also on transforming agri-food systems through amplifying youth actions. My question is based on the idea of natural disasters and also having to have a very robust community response in relations to natural hazards, and also to have climate resilient and mitigation frameworks. How do you see loss and damage, that topic, to be included, to be integrated into the adaptation and mitigation efforts? And also, how can advanced countries be able to assist and provide what kind of assistance to underdeveloping and developed countries, especially the countries who are facing sea level rise, who are at the forefront of facing very dire climate crises. Thank you.
Yeah, those are great questions. So I'll start with the loss question. We have been studying disasters for a very long time, but unfortunately, we have not done a very good job of accurately measuring loss associated with disasters, particularly indirect losses associated with disasters. This is true from in terms of disaster-related deaths all the way to the physical infrastructure, and certainly the less tangible impacts, such as impacts on community culture and mental health. We need an international system, more so than what we currently have, that accurately measures this loss. This is especially important longitudinally as we look to compare how losses are increasing or hopefully decreasing through, prevention efforts that we do. So kind of on this issue of loss, that really starts with developing a really clear, comprehensive framework for understanding what loss from disasters should look like, and then actually having the ability to collect that data in the long term. And in terms of your second question, there are many factors that lead to a disaster occurring, but we do know that many of those factors, and particularly climate change, has been made substantially worse by developed countries, and that there is an ethical responsibility for the countries that are at the root of causing this damage to be responsible in assisting countries and other populations who have had less of an impact on climate change, to be responsible for helping those communities adapt, and of course, to help with response and recovery efforts.
Thank you very much. Let me go over to my new friend in the other line.
Muchas gracias. In Mayan language,
means pneumatic. I salute with my spirit and my voice to everybody present in this room. I'm Jaguar Alberto Rodriguez Pistey. I'm the speaker of the Mayan Council Shikinha from the Western Mayan world. We are heirs of that millenary culture that was established in this land many thousands of years ago. During many thousands of years ago, our grandparents and ancestors founded, protected, used the benefits of the wilderness, the wild animals, the plants, the air. They lived, and we continue living today in the same territory. We arrived here first, before what we are now receiving, what the government of Yucatan calls development. We were here before the word development was invented. Where I come from, there is a special reserve of the biosphere that's called Ria Celestum, 84,000 hectares of manglers with a very good degree of conservation, zones to recreate and reproduce and nurture fish, crustaceans, mollusks, mammals, insects, and more importantly, the flamingo, the pink flamingo, this bird. Now, this government and the previous government used this as a tourist product. that lives, brings a lot of money ever since the visitor comes to my land from Cancun and goes through our land. We are peaceful people. We are wise people. We're loved people. You can feel it when you talk to us. You can feel it when you walk through our streets and our towns. You can feel it when you see the magic of what used to be our ceremonial centers once. You can feel it. We are life. The Mayan people are life. And here we are. We never left. We are still here. But now, we're suffering a threat, an imminent threat. That special reserve of the Ria Celestum Reserve, a very important area, the manglers are a natural defense against hurricanes. We are on the route of cenotes, and for thousands of years they have protected us. Now they're threatened. The government of Yucatan in office, just like the ones before, protect, cover, and defend what they call the pig farms, the hog farms. And these are mega production centers of hogs. They're using large amounts of water from phreatic waters. It's our sacred water. We believe that JPAC, the god of rainfall, lives in the water of cenotes. They're damaging our water. Where I come from, there is a hog industry, 62,000 female. How many per day, per month, per year? How many tons of food do they use as food, and they become all those damages which affect our water, dirty and contaminated water. That water is filtrated to our phreatic waters with no treatment at all. And I emphasize it until the cane company demonstrates the contrary, until the government of Yucatan demonstrates the indigenous peoples what we're telling, that they demonstrate otherwise, that they don't contaminate. We're here all together here to preserve, to take care, to protect, and to look for solutions for a sustainable life. That's why we're here. We're all here. That's the big problem of Yucatan. Hog farms. And besides that, they're damaging our land. They're deforesting it. So many endemic species in the Yucatan Peninsula, endemic species that can only be found in our territory. They're getting rid of our woods because of the real estate industry. We can't really state that because we don't know, but we think that the government of Yucatan is colluded with the real estate because our demand, because of taking our territory, the ones that own the land and we own it by righteous inheritance, the government through its agencies make easy to these people that get rid of our woods and they stop our demands. This is the crude reality of the state of Yucatan, my sacred land where Mayans live. This is the truth. As a visitor, you will see a young and happy governor, but he's not a Mayan. He doesn't love the Mayan people. He doesn't love nature. It's all simulation. My life is in danger every single day because those that defend water, those that defend mountains and life in Mexico, they send people to kidnap us and kill us. I'm giving my life to protect nature of my people, my generation. My people know that at any time, the government of Yucatan can kill me. They have everything to do so. I don't stay away. I'm a person that is willing to die for the continuity of life, just like my ancestors did, that lived that died as a sacrifice for continuance of life. This is tremendous. This is terrible. But this is what's happening in Yucatan. I ask the CEC, how much do you know about the production of pork meat in Yucatan? I asked the CEC, if you guys know that from our soil and our water, we only produce food for China. China is the second largest country that we're producing from them. They cultivate the hogs here because they take advantage of corrupt governments. They don't produce any hogs in China. Those officers that become wealthy through us, and they don't take care of the environment. How much is this meeting costing? What is this meeting all about? Why it's only me, the one that has been invited? Where is the Mayan people? Where are my Mayan dignitaries? I share what my friends said, what my brother said from Ontario, Canada. We are united by the sea, by the land, by the rivers. And I was listening about maize. Our grandparents used to tell that the creating gods after doing everything, they said, let's build a man. And they made some tests and it didn't work. So they took the yellow corn and built the man and the woman. We come from maize. We understand how important it is to preserve our product and our of our products. On the 12th of June, it was declared as a biosphere, and there were only 12,000 flamingos, the documents say. Now we have 60,000 in the coast of Yucatan. What does it mean? That we, the people, the indigenous people, the original peoples are the ones that do take care of them. 17 years ago, as tourist servants, we show nature to the people, and we were obligated to buy 4-time engines. It was about 100 and something thousand pesos, and we had to pay little by little in order not to damage the surface of the lagoon and the river. Now, 17 years after, we don't have those engines anymore. And no government of Yucatan has come closer to us to ask about our needs. Even if we were conserving the mangler and the woods and everything for the benefit of all the state, and it's just the state, but the planet, because the manglers produce oxygen. I humbly request the CEC to strongly recommend the government of Yucatan and the government of Mexico to really pay attention to the contamination that the hog farms are causing. We know that many of them don't have the environmental impact manifests in the right manner. Those farms, many farms don't even have a permit, that there is a true inventory. we're not willing, we're not in favor of producing food for other countries if we're dying of hunger here. My government of Yucatan gives a recognition to that company because they say that they are socially responsible, and that's completely a lie. We had sustainable development before they came. We were apicultures. We produced bees. They got rid of our bee producers and they included them as workers and drivers, and then they fired them after a couple of days and they become taxi drivers in my communities. They break the balance of sustainable food, sustainable development. I'm a member of a Mayan council, and I'm also a member of a citizen board for the water of Yucatan. And in both councils, we want to be members of your board because you are saying it. We are the ones that have the knowledge. Youth comes to us and come to us to learn, and then they go to their schools and they make their dissertations, but they come to us. So we should be there discussing and making decisions in favor of our future generations. I'm listening to your response, the panelists, and I respect you with my heart. What we need to do in communities, indigenous communities, is to look for our own determination and make the governments respect what we want. Get rid of that modeling which they have dumped us and teach our children the truth, the love, and the respect to the other people. Get rid of that ambition of power. I ask my gods that someday we will have a Mayan governor and not just men that don't even know my culture. I repeat my question. Did the CEC know about the pork industrialization in Yucatan? Did you all know about the ecological damage they're causing? Those pork farms or hog farms and the real estate industry? Those are my questions. Thank you.
Let me thank my brother for such a passionate intervention. And I think many of us around the table have learned a great deal from what you've shared with us today. I don't think any of us on the panel can speak for the CEC, but I think that your message has come through very loudly and very clearly. And I know that part of the role of the JPAC, of the group that's gathered here, is to listen to this kind of information and to take it back to those who make decisions and those who are working on these issues. And I have no doubt that the passion and the energy and the concern that you have voiced will be carried further than this meeting here today. So thank you for sharing that. I have been told that we are at the time limit of what we can do today. So maybe informally we can chat a little more about this afterwards. But I've been asked to take just a couple of minutes and kind of summarize some of the key ideas that have emerged from the discussion today. And I think what you have shared points to one of the first things that I think has come through very strongly is that this is not just an abstract idea, that this isn't just crises that we imagine could happen, that our communities are fearful. In some cases, our communities are terrified about what is happening. And that fear is very real and is something we need to understand in the environmental context. COVID-19 has made us understand that mental health is a key issue in disaster response. But we also heard about the eco-anxiety that affects our communities, that affects our Indigenous communities, that affects the children in our communities as they hear about the challenges we're dealing with. And so understanding that to deal with crises, we need to understand that kind of mental and personal component is very important. And that drives the passion that we hear, but it also creates challenges in our communities. I think one of the other interesting sort of commonalities out of our presentations was the sense that intergenerational knowledge is already here. Ricardo said, knowledge is not destroyed, it exists. And that part of the challenge is not to kind of create the flow of knowledge within a community. It's to allow that knowledge to impact the policy process. How do we break it free from the community so it can get to the decision makers that could be acting on that knowledge? And that therefore our challenge is not in just rescuing knowledge, but in mobilizing it in a way that influences communities. And I think that was the sort of the second key theme, was this notion that policy needs to change. Policy is in some sense inadequate for the crises that we are facing in the future. And so we need to understand the ways in which policy itself can be altered or evolved or pushed in positive directions based on the knowledge that we are building. And I think there was some consensus that the panel thought, the CEC is an ideal body for doing that. It is a place where the policymakers in 3 countries come together. And while we will have different perspectives on some of these issues and a different willingness or ability sometimes to work on them, that this is one of those few bodies where we can talk collectively as 3 nations or many nations within 3 countries about the things that need to be done. And finally, I think there was a theme that emerged very, very clearly that, disasters are not natural, we invaded the space of the rivers rather than the rivers sort of creeping up on our cities. That somehow our approaches to these issues, our urban planning, the way that we have made decisions, have created many of the crises that we are facing now, and that the only way that we can effectively respond to that is by mobilizing resources at the community level. And we talked about the challenge of finding financial resources if there isn't a lot of money available to do these things. But we also talked about the notion of community capacity, community cohesion, of human resources, of the ability of people to come together in effective ways to respond to these. And I think, while we're struggling to understand exactly how that could be done, it is only by people coming together that we will build communities that are capable of responding to the challenges that we've heard about today.
Great. So let's have a round of applause for this great panel. And just in response to the last intervention that was made, I would just say one thing. There are a lot of hard and very difficult issues that are facing people and communities. This meeting is supposed to create space to have hard and necessary conversations. And we have to hear the truth. People have to hear the truth to have a different future. And so I also extend my respect to Alberto Rodriguez Piste for his important intervention. I am sorry that it's 7:30 and we've come to the end of our time today. And there were many people online who had asked questions, and we thank you for those, for asking those questions. This has been a very important and provocative, and I would argue necessary conversation, one that's going to go on, continue on tomorrow. And so as a result, I would again like to thank everybody for staying so late. I think it's a testament to the importance of the conversation that the room stayed as full and as motivated and as attentive as it has this late past dinner. And tomorrow we will be reconvening at 3 o'clock. And for those who are online, you are welcome to look at there's an exhibition that you can look at V Fairs at any point you want. And tomorrow morning, the exhibition in the building will be available at 10 a.m. I again apologize for those who wanted to speak today and didn't get to. This has been an important and powerful discussion. I thank you all, and I wish you a good evening.
Buenas tardes a todas y a todos que nos acompañan en Mérida y también de manera virtual en esta primera sesión híbrida de la 29ª sesión del Consejo de la Comisión para la Cooperación Ambiental. Es un gusto tenerlos en persona y también saludamos a las personas que nos acompañan de manera virtual. Es un gusto para mí poder estar el día de hoy como maestro de ceremonias de esta sesión y consideramos desde la Comisión para la Cooperación Ambiental que la apertura y la relación que se mantiene desde el Consejo con el público en el desarrollo del programa de cooperación es fundamental para continuar impulsando acciones que favorecen a nuestra región. El tema de este segmento y de la Presidencia de México es educación ambiental popular para el desarrollo sustentable, el cual esperamos que contribuya a detonar un diálogo sumamente fructífero e interesante que continúe impulsando nuestro cambio de paradigma sobre la construcción colectiva del conocimiento. Ahora me permito cederle la palabra al subsecretario Jiménez para que nos brinde un breve mensaje de bienvenida a este segmento. Bienvenidos.
¿Qué tal? Muchas gracias. Buenas tardes a todos y a todas. Bienvenidos a esta sesión pública del Consejo de la Comisión de Cooperación Ambiental, que en esta oportunidad me toca presidir por instrucción de la secretaria María Luisa Albores González, quien les envía un saludo muy afectuoso. Desafortunadamente, ya por causas de fuerza mayor no ha podido estar presente en esta sesión. En primera instancia, me gustaría agradecer la participación y el interés constante de las comunidades de nuestros países en las actividades del CCA. Contar con comunidades que participen activamente en las decisiones sobre el medio ambiente, desde la sustentabilidad biocultural, a través de un modelo de desarrollo respetuoso con las personas, las comunidades y los territorios, es parte de la convicción del gobierno de la Cuarta Transformación. A pesar de las afectaciones económicas y de salud que ha generado la pandemia ocasionada por el COVID-19, nuestro empeño por trabajar en favor de nuestro medio ambiente, de los pueblos originarios, de nuestros hábitats y nuestros ecosistemas compartidos, se mantiene como eje fundamental para impulsar la justicia ambiental y la inclusión social en América del Norte. El impulso de los gobiernos y las comunidades brindan a la Comisión, aumenta los esfuerzos que hacemos a nivel nacional y nos ayudan a encontrar soluciones eficientes, además de reafirmar que no hay mejor colaboración que la que puede tener el gobierno con la población, atendiendo las necesidades de la comunidad. Resulta indispensable fomentar la participación de los jóvenes para que coadyuven en la generación de soluciones innovadoras, como las que veremos con los ganadores del desafío juvenil. Igualmente, la comunidad científica, la comunidad académica y los pueblos originarios con su conocimiento tradicional son aliados estratégicos de los gobiernos. Por ello, consideramos que en el diálogo con los expertos invitados de nuestros países nos permitirá identificar elementos que fortalecen los programas y las políticas públicas relacionadas con el cambio climático y la justicia ambiental. Este segmento público representa un espacio para fomentar el diálogo, contribuir a la participación abierta en un intercambio de ideas que resulte benéfico para nuestra región. Aprovecho la oportunidad para reiterar el compromiso que el Gobierno de México asume en el desarrollo de actividades que promueven la justicia ambiental, la adaptación y resiliencia con el cambio climático, así como el involucramiento de nuestros pueblos indígenas y comunidades locales en la política ambiental, en concordancia con nuestras prioridades.
And in agreement with our national priorities. Welcome and thank you very much.
Gracias por sus palabras, subsecretario Jiménez.
Thank you for your words, Undersecretary Jimenez. Now I'm going to ask Richard Morgan, Executive Director, to come to the podium to present his video on the challenges that the Commission has overcome.
We are about to present a short video that showcases some of the most recent accomplishments of the CEC, all for which we are very proud. As you will soon note, the video highlights the CEC's greatly expanded cooperative work program, our unique value in creating networks and bringing people together, in developing tools and resources, facilitating knowledge exchange. It will showcase our unique value in creating networks and bringing people together, raising awareness, fostering public engagement, and helping to empower communities and community-led environmental efforts. Here we go. Please roll the video. Today, it's also my pleasure to present the winners of the 6th edition of the CEC's Youth Innovation Challenge. Since its inception in 2017, the Youth Innovation Challenge has championed dozens of passionate young people from across North America and supported them in their goal to address pressing and evolving environmental issues within their communities. This year's challenge was launched on February 2022 and invited young entrepreneurs and community leaders to submit solutions for issues relating to the intersection of COVID-19 and sustainability. Over the course of a 2-month submission phase, we received more than 100 solutions covering a range of topics from mental health and social connection to food waste and environmental education. Among this pool of impressive solutions and ideas, a group of 3 teams were named winners of this 6th annual challenge. These exemplary community leaders and innovators include Jérémy Lavoie, Marie-Ève Dallaire-Lamontagne, and Jean-Michel Allard-Prusse, representing Canada for their solution entitled InScot. Rodrigo Trejo, representing Mexico with his solution Del Puerto al Huerto, and Kira Trent and Tamara Shepard, representing the US with their initiative entitled Grandma's Hands. Now it is my pleasure to turn the floor over to these brilliant young entrepreneurs and innovators, winners of the Youth Innovation Challenge, so we can hear more about this inspiring and creative work. Thank you.
Muchas gracias al director.
Thank you very much to the executive director for his introduction. I just want to make sure that all the winners are present here. I invite now Maria to come to the front to represent the team of Canada to talk about the winner project, which is InScot.
Thank you all so much for being here. That's such an honor for me to be able to present our project to you. So I'm Jérémy Lavoie from InScot. I was raised on a pig-producing family. My father, who struggled a lot financially in the early stages of the farm, used to tell me about the waste processing companies that would pay to come and collect any dead animal or residues that the farm would produce. They would actually pay us for that resource. So that was 20 years ago. Now, well, things have changed. Farmers have no other choice but to pay to get rid of any organic animal waste, just so that the processing companies, by using lots of energy and fossil fuels, can sell it right back to them as a protein source through their animal feed. These are the facts. The global population is set to reach 9.7 billion people within 2050. So that's a lot of people to feed. As we speak, more than 1 billion people worldwide suffer from protein deficiency. Meanwhile, more than 23% of the meat industry production is lost and wasted. 23%. Think about that. Millions of people suffer around the world from lack of protein, and the meat industry is simply throwing a quarter of its production away. Would you stand for that? Well, we don't. So how do we at InScot factor in, and what do we propose? In nature, insects act as natural decomposers of dead animal or feces. By feeding on them, they give them a second life because they grow and they become food and fertilizer for the whole ecosystem. The question is, why not reproduce the model that nature has provided us with, using insects to give a second life to any animal residues? So we propose to use the black soldier fly in its larva form, who's already adapted to use any type of organic animal materials, to address the complex problem that is management of animal residues. So why do we matter? At INSCOT, we represent the best complement to the animal processing industry. Our will to do better for the communities really drives us to push our project forward. I even left my 8-month pregnant wife and my 1-year-old son, Alfred, 3,000 kilometers away back home, just so I could be here presenting this to you. Because that's how much we at INSCOT believe in the urgency to act right now, so that my 2 sons can grow in a world where collectively as a human species, we do better. We offer an ecological, efficient, and safe alternative for the producers for the management of their residues. Because by treating these residues not as waste, but as a resource to feed the world, we improve the sustainability of the agri-food system for a greener future. You too can contribute to this future by helping us and contributing to our project. At INSCOT, we are proud to lead the way by being the first company in Canada in the technological management of animal residues. Thank you so much. I'd just like to present the rest of my team, Marie-Ève Dallaire, Lamontagne, and Jean-Michel Allard-Prusse, because of course I'm not alone in this adventure. Thank you all so much.
Le pido ahora
Thank you very much. Now I'm going to ask through video to Kyra Trent and Mrs. Shepard to share their project, which is Grandma's Hands.
Hi, my name is Tamira Shepard. I'm representing Grandma's Hands. So I want to start off with a question. How many of you all have a grandmother? And of those of you who've ever had a grandmother, did she ever have a sewing machine like the one you see here? Maybe your family still has one. Go ahead and go to the next slide. As we all know, fast fashion contributes greatly to the growing climate crisis that we face today. Over 92 billion tons of textile waste end up in landfills every year, according to fashionrevolution.com. Next slide, please. As you see here, our solution is very simple. This white rotary treadle machine is from 1891 or about, and we have developed the skills to refurbish and restore machines like this to teach new learners how to engage with making their own garments and slowing down to divest from the toxic fast fashion industry. To date, we have saved over 3,000 pounds of textiles and machinery waste from landfill. Next slide, please. Our curriculum was inspired by my maternal grandmother's leaving behind of her Singer sewing machine when she passed, and my partner Kyra's maternal grandmother as well, leaving behind a sewing machine. Our curriculum is influenced by this book you see, My Grandmother's Hands, which addresses mending racialized trauma in our body and in our hearts. This teaches practical skills like pillow making and repurposing old fabric from old clothing to make practical items you can use today. Next slide, please. We are a small but mighty team. On the right, myself, Tamira. On the left, Kyra. I am a fashion and textile historian and cultural anthropologist. Kyra is an arts historian, filmmaker, and visual arts. Just amazing person. Next slide. These are pictures from our first two cohorts of Grandma's Hands, the sewing class. On the right, you see our first cohort, which was located inside of a formerly segregated school. So to be able to bring diverse cultural background, students and ages in to learn how to sew in the place where home ec is no longer offered was a really beautiful experience. It was right after the heat of the pandemic, so some of the first time people could actually come back and interface together in person. And on the left, you see community leaders from Phoenix area who were able to make pillows and take behind the skills needed to do practical things that we no longer see offered in schools. Next slide, please. If you'd like to connect with us or learn more, visit our website or connect with us via our socials. We've also included our email so you can get in direct contact with us. We would love, love, love to see pictures of your antiques, heirlooms, or even intercede for you before throwing these items into landfill. So manual typewriters or manual sewing machines, we would love to hear more from you. Finally, we are seeking funding to have a permanent housing location for Grandma's Hands, the sewing course, as well as to broadcast our curriculum globally, just to spread the message and curriculum we've already developed. Thank you so much for your time.
Muchas gracias, Tamara, por hablarnos sobre tu proyecto Las Manos de la Abuela. Le pido ahora a Rodrigo Trejo.
Tamara, for talking about the grandmother's hands, and now we'd like to hear from the port to the garden project by Rodrigo. Hello, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Rodrigo Trejo. I'm the winner of the Youth Challenge, representing Mexico by representing the project from this is ceviche. Do you know what it is? Can you raise your hand if you have consumed ceviche anytime in your life? Great, thank you. Now, can you raise your hand, those of you that think that it is a healthy food? There's fish, there's tomato, onion, cilantro, and lemon. Thank you. You raise your hand, those people that believe that the way of producing this was responsible with the environment. Wow. Great. Wow. Let's talk about ceviche. The way it is produced on the farm side, that has to do with onion and chili, habanero, pepper, cilantro, lemon, tomato, uses a lot of fertilizers, chemical fertilizers, and those chemical fertilizers affect the natural richness of soil, and they generate many residues, waste that end up in the coast of our country. It affects the banglers and many things, and that this damages the coastline. The fishing industry also generates waste. Every time they slice a fish, remove the flesh of the fish, they only use 30% of the fish, and the rest is head and many nutrients. 70% of the fish is not being used. That's why it's important to shake hands with the fishing industry, the agriculture and fishing industries, to change the paradigm in which way we're being fed. We have to feed safely as consumers, and also in a healthy manner that doesn't affect our ecosystems more. That's why from the port to the garden, we're using the waste of fishing. All these waste that comes from the fishing activities in our ports and the rest of the world, and we use a physical and chemical process to make fertilizer without chemistry, without chemicals, organic fertilizer for growing vegetables and for forestry. It can also be used for that, and to increase nutrition of plants, in this case, vegetables. I'm sure that reducing the impact of bad practices in fishing and agriculture will allow us to have healthier and fair and prosperous feeding for all of us. Thank you. Thank you, Rodrigo, for presenting this great idea to us. Congratulations to all the winners. All these concepts are innovating and have a positive impact for our region, especially for our communities. Now it's the time to listen to the comments from the board about these concepts. So Administrator Regan, I would like to hear your perspective about the three winners.
Well, first of all, I'd like to say congratulations again. I firmly believe that our future resides in the hands of our youth. And when I think about the success of most entrepreneurial efforts or big social movements in the United States, you can look back at history and all of those things were led by young people. When you look at these projects that we just saw tackling things that range from waste and landfills to environmental justice and racial healing, these are complex topics with very complex solutions that demonstrate the innovation of our young people. And a lot of times whether we are leading institutions or we are adult observers, we see limitations on what can be accomplished. Young people just see the possibilities of the future. And I think all of these projects really represent that. So I'm very pleased and proud to see these products, these projects. More importantly, all of them are entrepreneurial and sound from a business standpoint. So this is about doing good, but it's also about profits and changing markets and demands. And so congratulations again to you all. And I'm especially proud of Ms. Trent and Ms. Shepard, who are representing the United States as well. So thank you all.
Muchas gracias, Administrador Regan, por estas.
Thank you, Administrator Regan. Now I'll pass the floor to the Undersecretary Jimenez so that he talks to us about the decision of the Youth Challenge. Thank you. The first thing, Rodrigo, the lawyer in our agency is working on your concerns. And also at the region, in the southeastern region of Mexico, we're working with agroecological ports that pushes forward, that's pushed forward by our incumbent. Thinking about your ideas and agreeing with the concerns you have, we're very happy that youth are concerned about these topics. My sincere congratulations to the winners of edition 22 of the Youth Challenge. Undoubtedly, the youth awareness allows them to see their environment and identify the needs of their communities. This environmental awareness and to think beyond conventional items allows them to find responses and ways to take care of these needs. Initiatives like Youth Challenge allows us to see local solutions and being replicated regionally and abroad and all over the world. I celebrate youth, how they solve environmental issues. They will be a key to transform our habitats, to push forward solutions against climate change. U.S. Youth that presented hands our grandmother, and I offer my recognition for taking the knowledge and the skills and the past taught by the elderly, so that we combat or tackle fashion as it is now, and to promote the circular economy for vulnerable activities. This allows us to have more friendlier solutions to our environment. The health of communities is part of our priorities, and many of the efforts are focused on keeping the link between mankind and nature. By reducing environmental damage, we minimize the damage in air, soil, and water. So I congratulate the leaders of ISCOT that developed an alternative solution of animal waste and using the black soldier insect and to support to produce local protein at a low cost and in an environmental manner with the circular economy for domestic and animals and cattle. So the capacities of production and self-consumption are supported for vulnerable communities that need to provide food to their animals. So this supports with better tools to be self-sustainable when we talk about vulnerable communities. And I congratulate Rodrigo, the winner on the side of Mexico, for his proposal that enriches our circular economy concept and sustainable use of resources. Collaboration between fishing and farming allows us to see the social, environmental, and economic needs in an integrated manner by involving all the stakeholders. So for Mexico, it's a priority to have work in the territory, emphasizing on the most vulnerable population from the port to the garden. And it was born here in Yucatan, and now they're using it in Bahía de Quino and Sonora up north. So this can be implemented in very different regions from the south to the north of Mexico. It's important to point out that the effective access to a healthy environment is extremely important for the policies in Mexico, supporting the human right and that pushes forward training for efficient use of natural resources. Congratulations to all. Thank you, Undersecretary Jimenez. Now I'll pass the floor to Minister Bilbao.
Thank you, Miguel. I too would like to extend my appreciation and my admiration to not only the winners, but all the ones who've participated in this year's contest. As some of you may know, I was an environmental activist for many decades before coming into politics, but I was also an advisor to a venture capital fund in Canada dedicated to clean technologies. So I have had the pleasure and privilege of being with entrepreneurs over 10 years, and I truly admire your dedication. And what we've heard today is a very good example of the intersection of food security, climate change, fighting plastic pollution, and fighting social inequities. And I think this really, the dreams and the vision that you've proposed today really envision what we collectively are trying to do between the United States, Mexico, and Canada in light of all the work we're doing. So on behalf of Canada, thank you all. Comme mes collègues mexicains et américains, j'aimerais particulièrement saluer l'équipe canadienne.
I'd like to talk to the Canadian team. Thank you. We are at this point of the agenda, the lessons learned on community practices of conservation based on environmental education. I'll ask the president of the Joint Public Advisory Committee so that he can take the floor. Thank you, winners of the Youth Challenge. A big round of applause for them.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's my sincere pleasure to be here with you all. And thank you, Miguel, for the nice introduction. Before I begin and invite our experts up on stage, I would like to provide a brief description of how our afternoon conversation is going to take place. It has two principal parts. First, we're going to begin with a dialogue on lessons learned from community conservation practices based on environmental education with the CEC council members and 3 invited experts. And then following that, I will facilitate a moderated discussion with the audience, and I'll provide the instructions when we get to that point about how both in-room and online participation can take place. So I'd like to begin by inviting our experts to come join me on stage, Rashida Ferdinand and Paulina Bonilla, as well as Miss Valerie Courtois, who will be joining us electronically. Great. And before I begin, Valerie, it's really nice to see you. Can you hear us okay?
I can hear you great, Louis. Nice to see you.
Yeah, you too. Okay, so I'm going to start with our online participant, Valerie Courtois. Valerie is a registered professional forester who specializes in Indigenous issues, forest ecology, and ecosystem-based management and planning. She's a member of the Innu Nation, and her home community is Natwashish, located in Labrador. She has been the director of the Indigenous Leadership Initiative since 2013 and is one of Canada's most important environmental leaders working towards reconciliation and advancing nationhood of Indigenous people. Second, Rashida Ferdinand. Rashida is the founder and CEO of the Sankufa Community Development Corporation, founded in 2008 to support health-centered economic development in the lower Ninth Ward area after the 2005 Hurricane Katrina disaster. Ferdinand brings her background and experience as a sculptor and visual artist to her work and to creatively inspire community development in the lower Ninth Ward and beyond. And Miss Paulina Bonilla currently represents the Tosapan Cooperative Union. And this organization, which is 45 years old, is comprised of 9 cooperatives involved in several activities, as well as 3 civil associations representing 48,000 families. 64% of them are women from 37 municipalities across the Northeast Sierra. All 3 of these incredible leaders have much longer biographies, and so forgive me for shrinking your accomplishments so that we can have a conversation today. So to begin our discussion, I'd like to engage our council, first with Administrator Reagan, to express your view on the challenges and opportunities related to community-led environmental education for sustainable development. Administrator?
You know, we see significant opportunity for community-led environmental education opportunities. Since 1990, EPA has had a mandate, a mission statement that requires us to really focus on environmental education, K through 12 especially, but also engage in our colleges and universities. This is something that is not only beneficial in terms of our ability to provide financial resources and grants to many communities, but we also get a lot of positive feedback and a lot of lessons learned from those community education engagements. You know, the reality is that the solutions don't come from the top. The solutions come from communities, and the more aware and informed our communities are, the better we are at doing our jobs. And so since 1990, we've probably given out a little north of $3 million in community education grants. And I can tell you, ranging from waste and waste treatment to how communities are responding to Hurricane Katrina, Hurricane Matthew, Hurricane Floyd, we've learned a lot about how communities are responding to climate change and environmental injustice, and heat and other issues, because we've given out these grants and we have received information back from communities who have benefited from these grants and been able to educate themselves. So this is a critical opportunity for all of us. It's full cycle, and I'm extremely proud of what this administration has done to put a spotlight on community education, community engagement, and community outreach.
Thank you so much for that thoughtful answer, Administrator. And Subsecretary Jimenez, the same question for you.
Thank you. El conocimiento,
knowledge of communities in Mexico comes from our ancestors. Sometimes we misunderstand that knowledge is only in universities. For this government, it's been a priority to go to the territory. It's very important in Mexico to encourage dialogues with our regional peoples, with Afro-Mexican people as well, our grandparents, our parents, and many of us who are here today didn't have the opportunities that we now have. Now it's easier to have access to many sorts of knowledge, but they had inherited knowledge. So cosmovision of the original peoples in Mexico is very important. From place to place, things change on how they understand their environment. So it's been very important for us to listen to them and to build and take advantage of that knowledge. There are several examples from that. For example, nourishing life or harvesting life with communities. Much of the work is to listen and listen again. I think that many of Mexicans demanded that. Not just that you bring support to me, but let's build together. Let's take advantage of the knowledge there. This has been something that has been very relevant for the fourth transformation government. And that's on one side, to listen to them and to provide education. There are many universities that are being installed in places where that was not reachable, or that was not possible.
Thank you so much for that very thoughtful response. I'm going to come back to that theme in my closing remarks, I believe. So finally to you, Minister Guibault, would you like to share your views on this subject?
Thank you to our expert. Bonjour Valérie, très content de te voir. Well, I think clearly public education when it comes to environmental issue is one of the key pillars in our societies if we want to be able to raise to the challenge that we have in front of us. We can't do this without the public being with us for a number of different reasons. I mean, first, how can we as government try to implement bold and ambitious measures if people don't understand why we're doing it? Whether it be climate change, biodiversity and conservation. Certainly in terms of fighting plastic pollution, this is clearly a popular issue. We're seeing it in Canada, we're seeing it in many different countries. People get it, but some of the issues we're grappling with are complex issues, and the need to help people better understand what's at stake and what the solutions are is an important, is a critical element of all of our strategies. As someone public education for more than 2 decades, I can attest at the importance of doing that, which is why the Canadian government has been supporting a number of different initiatives. Louis, you talked earlier about one of the programs that Valérie is leading in Canada, the Guardians program, for example, which is specifically dedicated to the Indigenous leadership on conservation. But we have a range of other programs to ensure that we don't end up in a situation where governments are trying to do things and the population is rebelling against government, which is unfortunately what we have seen in certain countries where this level of awareness is not what it should be. So we've launched last year the Climate Action and Awareness Fund. It's a $200 million fund dedicated to youth, researchers, to help raise awareness. And who better to do that than community members where people live? It's one thing for someone like Michael or myself to try and go into communities and talk about all the good things that the government is trying to do. And we can certainly do that. But the reality is that people will respond much better when they're talking to some of their peers, people they know, people from their community, people from their town. So supporting local and community-led educational activities when it comes to raising awareness on environmental issues will be key to all of our democracies if we want to be able to raise the challenge that are in front of us.
Thank you so much for really showing what it means to have what it takes to work together to solve our challenges. And now, building on the thoughtful responses from the ministers, I'd like to begin to engage our experts. So Rashida, I'm going to start with you. Can you share an example of a community-led conservation practice based on environmental education that has effectively engaged local communities?
I'm not sure if my mic is on right now. Hello? Okay, good. So I did bring some pictures. I don't know if the images are going to show, but I'll just talk through it if they don't come up. But we started with an idea in the Lower Ninth Ward area of New Orleans. This is a picture of a wetland park that we created. And it's really just bringing the land back to what it was once. After Katrina, this hurricane decimated the neighborhood. It became almost like a landfill. People were dumping trash. It was pervasive blight. It was very neglected. And this is a place where people lived. So we can just continue with the next slide, but this is what we developed on this 40-acre space of land. If we go to the next slide, we'll see what this area used to look like. In 1952, it's a black and white aerial photograph, but this was marshland. This was green. It was full of cypress trees. It was a place where my father and his brothers and his friends went out and enjoyed being in nature. This canal was created by our government, our Army Corps of Engineers years ago, many years ago, way before you came in office. But it became this Mississippi River Gulf outlet that created this channel of space for water to flood the area when we had Hurricane Katrina. It also created more salt water in this area that's a triangle, that triangular space. So it killed the cypress trees. That dot that says you're here, if we go to the next slide, is the area that we've been restoring. And we, are restoring 40 acres of space. On the left side is where people live. On the right side is that area that used to be marshland that's become this dead cypress ghost swamp, just stubs and dead limbs of cypress trees, trunks just sitting in this area. So what we've done with this space, this is where we started to move the dirt, remove the trash, and create these bioretention ponds on 40 acres of space. If we continue to the next slide, this is what that open body of water looks like. It once was full of animals, birds, wildlife, cypress trees. If you've been to Louisiana, you've been to the bayou area of Louisiana, that's one of our major assets is our wetlands and the ecosystems that they created. And this is what's happened today. So we're working to restore that as well. If we go to the next slide, we'll see that the importance of not just restoring our land. What we started to do is we had to clean it up. Trash was being dumped there, liquid waste. We've had to work with our state and government systems, which are really great to clean up this area and remove trash that people are dumping and liquid waste that's toxic. Places where children live around and homes are being, people live and homes are being developed. So if we go to the next slide, it's a process that we implemented of working integrally with community stakeholders. We work with people who live in the area, who care about this area, who want to see this place be better. I live in the area as well. I live in this neighborhood, and so I'm personally invested in it. And we worked with people who knew how to operate heavy equipment and move this land around. If you know New Orleans, 3 feet underneath the ground is water. You dig down, we're technically below sea level. And so we really just created these bioretention ponds by digging into the earth and allowing the natural space to just grow back to what it was supposed to be. And so if we go to the next slide, we work with wetland ecologists, we work with academic partners, landscape architects, and very significant that we work with schools, children, community stakeholders. This is Dr. Gary Schaefer, one of our wetland ecologist partners. We grow cypress trees, he grows cypress trees, and we're creating this beautiful cypress forest in this place that used to be a landfill. If we go to the next slide, we have educational programs in partnership with school teachers, in partnership with groups that serve children, that work with children, and they are able to experience the amazing wonder of their natural environment in an urban setting, right in their backyard, right down the street from where they live or where they go to school. Next slide. we have really witnessed also how building this space and bringing this resource of water has really made a difference in the life that's in this area. We've had an increase in bird species, 85% increase in bird species. We have 6 different species of bats. We have rabbits, we have alligators, we have snakes. They're all coming to live in this park. We did not bring them in. They decided, I mean, we all live around this water, but they've decided to migrate into this space because it's healthy, it's a space of shelter. And so, you know, we're entering into a space where children are being educated. It's a healthy place for our natural animals and plants and organisms to live, microorganisms, insects, everybody to have a, you know, a place to rest and nest. Next slide. One of the important parts of this work, though, is bringing that wetland ecology education to children so that they are stewards of our environment, present day, current, right now, and for the future. And so we're partnering with teachers and educators. Children feel this freedom when they come to the park. They're learning about water salinity, they're learning about pH levels, they're learning about oxygen and how to clean water and what the importance of our wetlands are to our environment. Go to our next slide. We can just keep moving. These are children learning about the importance of healthy, clean water, testing the water, and understanding what it means to have a healthy ecology and a healthy ecosystem. Another part of the educational framework of this project is the cultural education. This is a significant area for people who've been living here for generations. We started a fishing program with elders in our community who were very clear about the importance of fishing and how that transformed their lives, being out there with their family members, being out there doing something that's a part of the culture of their families, of their community. And so we also have a fishing program where elders in our community are teaching children how to fish. So we work with different school groups, and while some children are learning about through STEM education, about ecology and water systems and microorganisms and importance of our wildlife, flora and fauna, they also are experiencing how to be in nature and enjoy being in nature. Let's go to our next slide. I just want to share a quote from Mr. Errol Joseph. He's one of our fishing camp instructors who actually started the program. Our programs are initiated by community members who tell us this is a need. Of course, we look at the data, we look at the importance of what's happening in our world, and we know it is a need, but folks know what's important for their lives and their livelihood. And his testimony was that fishing saved us, it saved our lives. And so he and his lifelong friend, Mr. Kermit, are teaching fishing at the park right now. It's a place for grandparents, families, children, community members, and people coming from visiting New Orleans, locally, coming from other neighborhoods, also coming from other parts of the city or other parts of the country or the world, and they visit this park. I mean, they Google where to go for recreation, nature, bird walking, bird talks, and they come to the park to enjoy this. But this is Miss Paulette, her granddaughter, walking on the nature trail in the park. And just in closing, the importance of bringing a space like this to our community is working in partnership with the earth, supporting what it's supposed to be. Once again, we're just restoring the natural environment to what it once was. We had a bulldozer, we had an excavator, and we had partnerships with our community stakeholders, and this is what we created. And these are real pictures. These are not stock photos. These are children who actually come to the park and they feel that sense of freedom and life. And I think it's something that every child should have a right to in their environment. And it's so exciting to see how this can be created, not just in our community, but to see other communities around the world doing the same type of work. Thank you.
Thank you, Rashida. The visual story you just showed us was quite powerful, and your use of creativity to create change and recovery is quite inspiring. Thank you for sharing. I'd now like to ask a question of Paulina. From your point of view, what are the most difficult challenges in environmental education to continue advancements for better conservation practices?
Greeting, and I want to thank the CEC for this invitation. Basically, I would say that the challenges that we have faced from our cosmovision, which is the Masewal cosmovision, the word preservation for us means, as a Nahuatl people, is something which is untouchable. Preserve something is not to touch it. And when you speak about the perspective of the challenges to continue taking care of your environment, I would say that we can speak from respectfulness, that reciprocity, how you can coexist in harmony with all natural resources. So we are going beyond that preservation, but that coexistence, a cultural, social coexistence from our Masewa people way of life. And it includes taking care of water, the soil, ancestor practices inherited from our grandparents, community practices through these processes that are traditional of community organization through water committees to take care of water, to manage it, and also the educational part is not against the academia with ancestors' practices. It is important that the academia and ancestral knowledge can create that bond in order to continue thinking on how we are going to preserve, but taking care, coexist, respect, because this is a way of life. So I want to talk about these challenges in our Masewa community in Puebla, in Quetzalan, Puebla, the movement that I represent, and I am a spokeswoman of this cooperative. We have implemented the challenge of creating a life plan, thinking from the Masewa vision, who we are and how we want to continue living in the next 40 years. Our cooperative movement is celebrating 40 years, and there are many challenges. The organization has focused in this part of preserving the environment, but it goes beyond that. And now I want to share this with you, with whom I am exchanging this dialogue. And this is really a way of life, a way where we can see how we can live, but how we can continue preserving all the resources, natural resources, all the territory, and not only we can see flora, fauna, but everything, all ways of life. We as people, but also as indigenous peoples, the importance for us, the importance of taking care of your environment. So the most important challenge that we have is at schools, in education, that we need to foster at schools, the academia, partnerships, this kind of spaces where we can hear the importance of originary or First Nation peoples. And I want to make an example. Nahuatl language. We're experiencing a crisis right now. We believe that water is difficult to manage and produce water. To produce water, you need a series of community practices, and we need to turn our heads to the ancestors and indigenous communities. So I wanted to mention this. And finally, I want to share this plan of life that is in our Nahuatl language, but also in Spanish. Here, it basically speaks about these challenges, the way that we want to continue preserving our environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for also helping us understand the power of language and the difference between cultures and how that plays out and how we had to understand each other and the need to educate one another. And thank you for being such a strong champion for your people and your cause. Lastly, Valerie, from your experience, how can community-led environmental education and its continued development of knowledge contribute to addressing common environmental problems in North America?
Thank you for that, Louis. And first, thank you very much to the organizers for the invitation. It's my pleasure to join you from my home territory known as Nitisinan, which is currently known as Labrador, part of Newfoundland and Labrador, but I'm originally from the Quebec area. I do want to note as well the strong partnership that Indigenous peoples have in Canada with respect to stewardship. Canada is on an interesting journey of truth and reconciliation emerging out of 150 years of deep colonial experience. And we have a very complex and rich tapestry of indigeneity in Canada. Just to give you a sense, there are 4 Inuit regions, 51 Inuit communities, 51 First Nations, and 634 individual communities within First Nations, as well as countless Métis communities. This is a very rich kind of area of governance and knowledge as well. And Canada's been on a journey of recognizing that knowledge. It's no accident that as my people, the Innu people, we've been here in the Quebec Labrador Peninsula for at least 10,000 years. It is no accident that we survived that long in a sustainable method. In fact, it is my opinion that it is no accident that most of the world's remaining biodiversity are located on Indigenous lands. And Canada has a dual responsibility, not only of having heavy Indigenous presence and nationhood within its borders, but also of having some of the most intact, largest remaining ecosystems in the world. Let's name the boreal forest as one of examples. And really, the number one strategy to conserving that biodiversity and also conserving storehouses, important storehouses of carbon, is to partner with Indigenous peoples. And we've been asking for that for a very long time. In fact, most of our assertions of rights and titles in Canada have revolved around the expression of our responsibility to our landscapes as peoples. We have a sacred agreement with the Creator to take care of our space, and in turn, the Creator and that space will take care of us. Elders often say, if you take care of the land will take care of you, and we believe that fully. Minister Guilbeault mentioned the Guardians program. So this is an initiative where we've been working with nations on the ground who themselves started to develop their stewardship initiatives and to bring people together around those initiatives and really create a national movement of guardians. Now, guardians are what I like to call our moccasins and mucklucks on the ground, or our boots on the ground. They do everything from planning around land use planning and individual development plans to manage protected areas, to monitor wildlife, as well as ensure a continued cultural relationship with our lands and waterscapes. That model that we've developed here in Canada is also of interest to other parts of the globe. And I note that Southeast Alaska is developing its own guardian initiatives, which we're very excited to be supporting and sharing our experience nationally. Part of that movement and bringing people together is actually to create a national network, which will be launched later on this year. That network has a goal of not only establishing the profession of guardianship within Canada, but also creating a national curriculum framework and certification system that would have that profession recognized and allow for mobility between peoples as they desire. The importance of this kind of cross-cultural approach to education cannot be overstated. we work often with the best of Western science in addition to the best of our Indigenous knowledge. And let me give you an example. So my people, as I've said, have lived here for 10,000 years. Part of our strategy of survival has been to have a deep relationship with caribou, which is a large ungulate. And that caribou currently in Canada is threatened. There are population crashes everywhere. And we've lived through a number of population crash cycles in our history. Whereas Western science, their data and knowledge on the species of caribou is relatively recent. In fact, that data and knowledge does not cover a full population cycle for caribou, which is usually 70 to 90 years. Surely we have something to offer to the science and system of management of a species like caribou and beyond. Other benefits of Guardians is that, in many ways, the education system in Canada has been designed for non-Indigenous Canadians. And while it is very strong, we have some of the strongest postgraduate rates in the world, it does not necessarily see itself adapted to local realities and local visions for our own nationhood and our own education system. So it's been very interesting to have Guardians start to implement their own education system. And I can give you an example here in Labrador, where the Guardians essentially took over the environmental science class, which for us, the curriculum was based on the island of Newfoundland, which is not representative of the ecosystem of Labrador. So we had students dropping off of that class. When the Inuit Guardians took over and started showing them what it means to manage caribou, to deal with one of the largest hydro projects in the world, to monitor the largest nickel mine in the world, to talk about the management of salmon and other fisheries, the management of one of our newest national parks in the Mealy Mountains, Akamiapishk National Park. Not only did students stay in class, but all their friends wanted to come along, and we had to buy extra trucks to be able to teach those young Innu students the mix of sciences that we were using. I guess the best way for me to illustrate the potential of this program is to show you a very, very short video that I believe the organizers have in hand. So please start that video when possible.
We're naturally land stewards. It's a responsibility we have to protect our land.
It's a sacred part of who we are. Our environment is deteriorating.
The caribou declining at such a drastic rate.
Rivers have been really low, our snow depths have been really low.
I've seen over the years the effects of climate change have not been kind.
What our communities are really excited about is having our own people as eyes and ears on the ground.
We travel this land all the time. We know more about the land than anybody else.
Guardian is somebody who protects the land.
There's so many amazing Guardian programs happening right now.
There's a movement across the country. We need more land guardians.
C'est une campagne positive, c'est une campagne qui mobilise, c'est une campagne qui va rassembler.
It's allowing us to now take our power.
It's just more powerful when we work together.
Well, the more people, the better.
Land needs guardians.
I'm excited to be a guardian.
Estas increíbles barras de luz.
For showing that video. And I think just the last comment that I'll make is that stewardship is also seated within a movement of actual protected areas in Canada. We call them Indigenous protected and conserved areas. And the vast majority of current proposals for protected areas in Canada for us to reach our international target commitments of 25 by 25 and hopefully eventually 30 by 30. The number one strategy to doing that is to enable Indigenous peoples the power and resources and support to essentially be who we are in protecting those landscapes. And to give you a couple examples of the scale of some of these proposals, Seal River Watershed in northern Manitoba, that's a proposal that's up to 55,000 square kilometers in size. That's like 9 Yellowstone parks, I think. The Great Bear Lake watershed in Northwest Territories is an area that, should it be protected, would protect the equivalent of 24 years of Canada's industrial emissions. The Dene-Kakusan proposal in northern British Columbia is over 20,000 square kilometers in size. These are globally significant contributions to biodiversity conservation and climate change adaptation and mitigation. So with that, Louis, thank you very much. And I look forward to questions.
Valerie, certainly thank you very much for the work you're doing and to help this room understand the journey of reconciliation that is happening in Canada and the power of new and renewed partnerships in working towards a healthy and just equitable future. That was excellent. I'm going to now turn back to our ministers and ask a final question before we have a public Q&A. So Administrator Reagan, can you provide examples that demonstrate how the experiences and knowledge acquired by communities have impacted the policies and programs in the United States?
I can say that since I've taken this job, I've firmly believed that I can't do the job from behind a desk in Washington, D.C. And so I've traveled all across the country to engage directly with communities, to seek out those solutions that are on the ground that are more prescriptive for those communities. And last November, we embarked upon a Journey to Justice tour where we decided to travel to 3 states. And it was a little bit different for an EPA administrator, but for 3 days, I put my hands or my life in the hands of the community activists in those states. And they designed communities for me to visit and engage with. And they basically, designed the schedule for 3 days. And we went to Mississippi and Louisiana and Texas, and we spent time with communities on the ground. I actually was invited to an elementary school to talk about sustainability and water quality. And when I got there, the school had been evacuated because of low water pressure. Outside of the school were about 15, 16, maybe 17 porta potties lined up along the school. And those children had been using those porta potties for the last 2 years through a pandemic because of low water pressure. We visited schools that were just thousands of feet away from refineries. We visited families who had multiple generations at the same time, so family members who had cancer. And so as we visited these places, they had some solutions, they had some desires, they had some goals. And at the end of that tour, we put some policies in place. We put some actions in place. We took some enforcement actions against some of those companies because of that direct engagement from those communities. So, I firmly believe that communities can help us design actions and policies and regulations. And that's what we'll continue to do under the Biden-Harris administration.
Thank you so much for that response, Administrator. The same question to you, Undersecretary Jimenez.
Thank you. Gracias. Primero agradecer a...
Thank you. Before anything, I want to thank Rashida, Valerie, and Paulina for sharing their experiences and work in favor of their communities. Thank you. Paulina shared the plan of life of the Masegua community of Huesalan del Progreso in Puebla Highlands. We value that a lot. That's a key. The one that has the utmost right of their lands are First Nations to start with. I acknowledge that, and I can relate this to some activities that we are carrying out in the government of Mexico. March 2019, our president decided to close a very famous penitentiary center in Islas Marias. It had been there for years. José Revueltas, a Mexican writer, was an inmate in that island, and he wrote a book which is called Walls of Water. That's the prison in water. Sharks are the guardians. From an island, it became an environmental education center, a space for environment preservation of that island, number 2, education, and in the future, in the close future, also environmental tourism. From December to August, Mexican youngsters are being educated, those that are interested in preserving their territories, and they spend 15-day periods being educated in history, water, flora, fauna, hydroecology, both in practical and theoretical areas. With the resources of the Mexican government and also budgets from the DEC, but they train them. After spending a training period, they get back to their communities. The idea is that they implement their knowledge, follow-up is given, and that's the way we are training territory guardians as well. We are really interested in educating the youth that defend their territories in reality. This is an experience that we have, and if you're interested in knowing something about that, we can share that from Mexico and for other countries as well.
And now finally to Minister Guibault, would you mind sharing your feelings on this topic?
Well, like Undersecretary Inez, I would also like to thank our experts for their testimonies and what they've shared with us. If I had to sum up what this means to us and to me, and in one word, I'd say it's about listening. Listening to what communities are telling us, to what people are telling us, and in the very compelling case that Valérie made, what Indigenous people have been telling us in a case of Indigenous-led conservation for decades, but we weren't listening. We're starting to listen now, and we are. I think Valérie talked about a path on which we are, the path towards reconciliation. It's about, we should have listened decades ago to Indigenous people on conservation. We didn't. But now we are supporting programs in partnership like the Guardians program. In the last federal budget, we had $340 million for Indigenous-led conservation programs in Canada. And Valérie, I mean, you're absolutely right. There's no way Canada gets to protecting 25% of our lands and waters by 2025 and 30% by 2030 without doing this with Indigenous people at the table with us from the get-go. In fact, one of the commitments we made in the last election campaign, I don't know how it was in the US and Mexico, but in Canada, one of the only places people could go during the pandemic in cities were public parks. And I live in front of one of those parks in Montreal, and there was more people in this park during the pandemic than people for a Habs game. This is the hockey team in Canada, a legendary team, not doing so well lately, but it's the most profitable franchise in the National Hockey League. And there were more people in the park in front of my house during the pandemic than people at a Habs game. So we've committed to created 10 new urban parks, national urban parks across the country. And you can't come and present a project to the federal government. I mean, a municipality cannot come and present a project to the federal government unless Indigenous people are part of the project from the get-go, local Indigenous communities. And I'll give a couple of other examples. In Canada, we've seen over the last few years a real movement towards active transportation. More and more people want to walk around, they want to use their bikes, certainly in urban areas, but not just in urban areas. And traditionally, the federal government was not involved in supporting those projects. 3 years ago, we created a permanent fund to support municipalities and collectivities in developing new cycling infrastructures, for example. So in my town of Montreal, in the last 10 years, we've added 600 kilometers of bike paths and bike lanes. And in the morning radio shows now, you have traffic. You have someone talking about car traffic in the city. Well, you now have people making commentary about traffic on the bike path because there's so many people using them. We've really transformed the culture of the city. And my English friends have this interesting expression, build it and they will come. Well, that's exactly what happened. They built bike paths and people came. People are using their bikes, less cars that are being used. And I'll end with deux derniers exemples. La loi...
¿Y cómo puede ser ahora? Es que cambió. Y we launched a draft, a bill to write in the law the right to quality environment. I hope that it is adopted in the coming months. We didn't establish it, but there is another bill that's proposed by the Green Party, and the government and myself do support it about this environmental part. The scientific data display that that pollution will not affect to everybody the same way, but they affect the poorest communities. In many cases, the indigenous peoples, more importantly than the rest of the population. We are adopting a bill that is recognized in the Canadian law that gives us the tools to face these inequalities, environmental inequalities, just the same as the social inequalities. We take advantage of what we have been requested and what the communities have told us.
Thank you, Minister Guibault. It is certainly true that in particular in the non-Indigenous communities in Canada, COVID-19 did bring people closer to nature. In my home province of Nova Scotia, parks that would normally have 4,000 or 5,000 visitors a year had 40,000. So it was an unbelievable just sort of expression of what people need and where they still felt normal and okay. So we're going to now move to the public Q&A. So I'm going to provide the instructions, and then I'm going to invite somebody up here just for a second to do a small intervention. And while that's happening, I'd like you to submit your questions and gather your thoughts. So here are your instructions. So for people in the audience as well as online, you please go to Slido and use the hashtag CEC29 to find our event and address your question to any three of the ministers or the speakers that you see on the screen and in any of your official languages. So we have official translation in English, Spanish, and French. The topic again for this segment is lessons learned from community conservation practices based on environmental education. And even though there are many important issues, we would ask you to focus your question on that topic. And for those of you who are in person and would like to provide a written question, you don't want to do it online or you don't have a phone with you, please write it on a piece of paper. And if I could ask Bon, Eleanor, and Andrea to stand up for a second. Okay, Bon is in the back. And then Andrea and Eleanor are just behind you guys. So please approach them and they will help transmit the questions to me via some crazy stuff where it goes up to space and comes down to my phone. So before we begin this section, as you think about the questions you want to ask, I would like to invite Alfredo Porco up to the stage to do a report out on the youth networking session that was held this morning. Alfredo?
Good afternoon. Buen día a todos y todas. Bonjour à tous. On behalf of the entire Trilateral Youth Delegation, we want to thank the CEC for elevating our voices to this space and including us in their collective efforts. But we wouldn't be youth if we didn't look for more from our leaders and from this organization. Today, we bring with us our fears, sadness, and frustration we have on the climate crisis. But along with that, our enthusiasm, innovation, and boldness that can bring that can begin to include the next generation in the biggest fight for our lives. As many of you know, the fight for us never stops. We're the ones standing with our Indigenous and young activists being murdered for their livelihoods and belief built around the environment. The time now, we understand, to avert crisis has passed. But that doesn't mean we can't avoid the worst of what we're setting ourselves up for. Before I explain the recommendations us 9 delegates have created, I asked them to stand up and show their faces to everyone here to see the youth behind these ideas. So look around. These are the people who have these ideas. All the youth delegates, if you can just stand up, please. Great. In addition, I also asked that if you hear me read these recommendations, we ask that anyone in the audience to stand up and stay standing as a sign of visual support to show your willingness to help us make these ideas a reality. Our central recommendation is to formally include us youth in CEC consultation and decision-making through a permanent committee to meaningfully include an intergenerational environmental perspective. In this committee, we will work towards the following priorities. 1, activism outreach that uplifts frontline regional voices at the CEC. 2, an environmental forum that connects innovators with sponsors. 3, project funding that helps grow environmental grassroots. 4, a mentorship program between older and newer organizations that supports growth. And 5, transboundary ecological protection zones in each country for areas that carry continental environmental importance. These audacious ideas aren't just for the benefit of the few. They speak directly to the foundation of CEC principles of trade and sustainable development, when everyone is uplifted and included in environmentalism. With that, I ask you to look around the room, how many people are gathered here today, the diverse perspectives, the diverse interests, the enthusiasm we have all brought to this conference. This is the support, leadership, and community we have here today to build this better future together as a continent. So now we ask the CEC and all of you to take that first step forward with us. Thank you.
So I'm probably going to say something that is not shocking. I already know we're going to have way more questions than we have time for answer. So on the one hand, it shows the importance of these dialogues and the level of active participation that we have in the room. And so very grateful. And just to say, we're going to do our best. And so I'm going to ask the first question, and then I would just ask whoever would like to respond just to indicate so, and we'll go there. And maybe in the spirit of trying to get as many questions in as possible, we might not maybe max it as like 1 or 2 perspectives per question. So first, this is from Slido. People today, especially young people, are feeling more anxious and less hopeful about the future than at any time in the modern era. We're talking about empowering communities, but what are the ways that we can really close the gap and make people feel like they can make a difference? So this can be one of those things where whoever puts their hand up first gets, all right, Minister Guibo, let us get us going.
It's a really good question. As a father of 4, I certainly encounter a lot of youth who are feeling very anxious about the future. And in a way, I feel almost personally responsible. And I'll explain why. I mean, I obviously, I understand it's bigger than me, but when we started 25, 30 years ago working on climate change, many of us in Canada and around the world, climate change activists, we felt that to get people's attention, to get the media's attention, to get government's attention, we had to put a lot of emphasis on climate impacts and on the catastrophe, because we didn't really have a lot of data. We didn't have a lot of experience either. We were pretty young, and we did that for a long time. And the media certainly caught on to this. And usually when you hear on the news information about climate change, it's about climate impacts. It's about the forest fires, it's about the floods, it's about the heat waves. And although it has helped to raise awareness on climate change, it did not lead to what we were hoping to, which was we were hoping that it would lead people to to action, and it didn't. In many cases, it just terrorized them because we put so much emphasis on the bad stuff and so little on the positive aspect of what is this world we're working towards? What are those changes that we are proposing? Someone once said to me, you have to sell the beach. If you look at publicity from airline companies or travel agency, they don't sell you the waiting time at the airport or your luggage is getting lost or the security checks or the very, very long security lines. They sell you the beach and they never talk to you about all this stuff that's rather inconvenient. And in a way, we should be doing that. We should be talking about this brave new world that we're working together to build. And I believe we can do that. I wouldn't be here otherwise. And I think most of you believe that as well. And that's what we should be doing. I mean, we need to be honest, obviously, about how dire the situation is. But I think we spend a lot of time talking about that and not a lot of time talking about how positive things could be once we really get down to making changes for the better.
Thank you so much for that response. Does anybody else on the panel would like to offer any feedback on that? All right, I'm gonna use my moderator authority to keep going. Oh, I'm sorry, Undersecretary.
Gracias. Pues estamos buscando acercar.
We're trying to look closer. Who takes care of the environmental aspects and who takes care of the educational aspects, to plant the seed of environmental education from elementary school, and to take, it has been difficult with the pandemic with online courses, but we are working, for example, the day of pollinators, the day of water, and to celebrate the day of the milpa and the day of Mother Earth, so that the little ones are aware about these topics, and that when they go back to school, that they come back with a tree and work with reforestation around their schools.
Thank you so much for that response. I'm going to go to another question from online, and again, maybe a different perspectives to participate here. How can new technologies support community-led environmental education efforts?
I think I'm really excited about the role of technology and community-level education. You know, when I go out and visit communities, the connection that communities have to data has created levels of transparency that I believe communities have never seen before. The ability to access satellite data, to look at emissions profiles, to understand the pollution that is impacting communities on a census tract level, on a block level, is really amazing. And so when we really think about harnessing technology and its full capabilities, we are really arming our communities with more educational tools than they've ever had, which increases a community's ability to advocate for the solutions that they'd like to see. But it also puts the data and the facts out there in the broad daylight for elected leaders and regulators and folks who are in charge, puts them on the hot seat. And so I think it's critical, which is why I was really excited that Congress gave EPA $100 million to focus on pushing out community level grants for air quality monitoring, environmental justice grants. If we can get resources to our communities and marry that with technology, the advocacy level, the transparency, the data, it's at a whole nother level. And so that's a really bright spot for our advocacy.
Absolutely. We have so many tools and getting the most out of them is critical. Does anybody else want to offer a response? Yes, please.
Something that we've implemented at the Wetland Park that is really basic, but it's so relatable to children and their opportunity to learn how to be stewards and understand the importance of being stewards for the environment, are apps that help them identify trees and birds and wildlife. There's so many different species of birds around us. And some of them are Louisiana native, some of them are just passing through as they move south or when they move north. And it's also important for them to understand what native plants are, what invasives are in our different environments and how they can impact our spaces in helpful ways, but also in ways that are not so helpful. We have a number of invasives that are not beneficial to our wetland restoration areas. And it's important for children who are living in Louisiana and trying to restore that ecosystem to understand, as much as children who are living in other parts of the world, or students who are learning about the importance of our environment. So that's something that we've implemented that I'm happy to see grow and impact children's lives.
Wonderful. Yeah, there's no question that we have the ability to use technology to expedite our literacy and for positive outcomes. Valerie, please.
Thanks, Louis. I just wanted to add that, technology for Indigenous peoples is a huge opportunity. 80% of Canada's population lives within 200 miles of the American border. The rest of us live in kind of more remote, sparse, and it's incredibly important for us to be able to share some of the information that we do. And naturally, Indigenous peoples have tight social networks. And in many ways, those tight social networks have been translated in social media and other tools. And then finally, I'll just quote our wonderful Governor General, Her Excellency Mary Simon, who prepared a report about the sustainable future of the Arctic. And she had 3 recommendations, main recommendations, which of course, Louis, you're very familiar with. But the first one was we need guardians on the ground taking care of these landscapes. We need more protected areas and more land use planning, more Indigenous management and care of these landscapes. And the third thing was we need to be connected and have access to technology. And then finally, in many of these landscapes, they're not easily accessible. And in my experience, you protect what you love. And we want the world to fall in love with our home as much as we have to help us protect it. And technology is allowing us to really expose the rest of the world to the beauty of the boreal and Arctic regions in Canada. And we're thrilled about that.
Thank you so much, Valerie. And you're right. The technology is a window that is otherwise very hard to look through if we don't have it. I'm going to go to some questions in the room here. We have about 10-ish minutes left just to provide a bit of a sort of sense of where we are to everyone. So the next question is, regarding the Guardians Initiative, how is the synergy between traditional knowledge and Western academia? How often are there disagreements, and how do you figure out who is right and who is wrong?
Well, those are excellent questions. First of all, the synergy is very, very close. In fact, there are a number of individualized training programs that are put off by Western academia throughout Canada. Good examples are Vancouver Island University or St. Mary's University near Louis' hometown or others. That synergy happens in a good way when and only if our Indigenous knowledge is recognized as being as important as that Western science. Look, in my Innu kind of understanding of who we are, we have our own science, we have our own geography, we have our own structures. They just haven't always been recognized by other sciences. And then finally, about disagreements, look, it happens. There are moments when it happens, but my elders have always told me that my responsibility as someone who's a guardian, who's someone who cares for our landscape, is to use the best available information that is in front of me. And really what matters is that our decisions are well informed. And the volume of information that we get from both Western and Indigenous science really allows us to make those sorts of decisions. So I think it's a space for collaboration and consensus and relationship more than it's a space of debate.
Thank you so much. Does anybody else want to take on a perspective?
I agree.
Yes, please.
Yo quiero comentar algo con.
I'd like to say something about the territorial guardians in the northeastern region. In the cooperativa, we have implemented a formal education training in the TUSEPAN, and this educational model, besides the other subjects that the kids learn, the first thing was to design it for preschool, and now we have elementary and secondary school levels as well. And something that's very important that is being implemented is that they learn by doing things, and they love the territory from the point that they learn and that there is harmony with nature. They live with nature, so they have different tasks, and they have agricultural and cattle subject. They have a space for cultivating the milpa, and they cultivate their own bees, the Hilipona beans. And so all these activities are considered because we're convinced in that children have to combine what I said in the beginning, education, research. They're not against with our ancestors' knowledge, and there's many pieces of knowledge that our grandparents have taught us. So children make the research with their grandparents, the wise people, about the land and the store. How do you have to ask for permission to plant, because it's a space of life and it provides you with food. So we have had many activities and strategies that bring us to this part, to educate and make aware, and we believe that this youth will be the territorial guardians in the future, and how they should take care of those territorial spaces. This is something that I wanted to supplement together with my peer in Canada.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And it sets up the next question. I'm gonna try to get to two more. This was submitted in the room and in Spanish, so I hope the translation is okay. What can we teach children in schools in an uncertain environmental context? How do we bring environmental awareness to schools as a development policy?
I'll answer. What I think, we need to bring the schools to the environment. I think, there's a structure that we've bought into of education in a school space. I know in my city that is not conducive to learning about the environment and learning about wellness and health. So our vision, big pie on the sky vision, is that, we're starting it, is that the schools come to the park. The kids, the teachers bring the children to the park. They have outdoor learning, experiential, hands-on education. We're gonna bring some things to the schools as well, but I would love to see that happening. We're trying to build that into our system. We're working with our school board. Everybody, we're working with our leaders, our civic leaders, and those educational leaders. It takes a lot of convincing, but it takes a way of rethinking what we consider as education. Too many children in a classroom, too many children in a room together, hours of the day. And the freedom that children have when human beings have, when we go outside and live with the land, live with the water, live with nature, makes a big difference. And living is every, minute, hour of our day that's living. And so that's what I hope to see. And we're working with a program that deals with that Nature in Cities, as Nature in Cities Network, where children are, we're starting that early childhood education work where children can be connected to nature in a learning space, in a play space that's different than what they may be accustomed to in this conventional school environment.
Thank you so much for the answer. And Perhaps I'm going to ask, there's one more question from the room, and maybe I could ask each of you to respond briefly to it. And this will be our final question. For equitable youth participation and where we need to prioritize areas of focus, what areas do you suggest to focus on first? This will provide us with perspectives of prioritization, our planning, and increase efficiency and maximize our momentum. And so perhaps I could start with Minister Guibo.
Question is prioritization for youth involvement?
Yeah, for equitable youth participation.
Yeah, equitable youth participation. It's a good question. Frankly, I mean, I think youth are amazing ambassadors for our future. And I know it's a bit cliche to say that, but it just so happens to be true. And they're ambassadors because they represent the future, but also they have this amazing capacity to influence their environment in ways sometimes that we adults don't necessarily have. So in my province of Quebec, there's a network of some 2,000 schools called the Brundtland Schools Program. And they do diverse type of projects in their schools, in their communities, greening of school projects. I participated in, my kids organized the greening of their own schoolyard. And it wasn't just a school project, it was a community-based project with private partners, banks, financing, one bank, not many of them, but one bank financing part of the project. They'll organize composting, recycling projects, energy efficiency. And you know, they can also be powerful agent of change with their parents. I mean, anyone who's a parent here would know about that. So frankly, it's hard for me to say, well, it should be X instead of Y in terms of prioritization, but anything you can do around education of your peers and adults is a good thing in my book.
Thank you so much. And Undersecretary, would you like to respond?
Todos son bienvenidos. O sea, todos son bienvenidos. Creo que la prioridad.
Everybody is welcome. The priority is all the youth and the children. That's why we're getting closer with the Secretary of Education for the first years of their education, that they are aware of the importance of having a healthy environment. Little by little, the best way is by doing it. We have some opportunities in some areas, particularly in the rural areas. It's where it's simpler to live with nature and to be around nature. It's marvelous to see the TOSEPAN organization that we were hearing from, for example, doing things by doing them, learning by doing. This close-up.
So now let's go ahead and find the opportunity to put this into practice. The pandemic has also affected us. It has made people to lock down in 4 walls at home, particularly at cities. We need to be more innovative in this sense. Take them to the parks and looking for ways so children at that age and the youth have the opportunity to see how relevant is the environment in their future. Without it, there's not going to be a way to continue. That's it.
Administrator, your perspectives.
My perspective is probably aligned with my esteemed colleagues here. I personally don't believe that the youth voice should be monolithic. I don't believe it should be prioritized. I believe that young people should understand and embrace the power of their voices. I think that they should weigh in on every facet of society. They're the ones that's going to inherit this earth. They're going to inherit this political and social system. And they should weigh in and really shape the future that is best and most conducive for what they believe the future should be.
Very well said. And now I'd like to go to Rashida.
That our spaces have equity where we live, what we have access to. There's, this beautiful park in Louisiana called John Lafitte Park, and it's about an hour drive from my house. And I wanted a John Lafitte by my house. I didn't want to have to drive an hour. And some people don't have cars, don't have access to transportation that way. Buses don't go to John Lafitte Park, but we have a wetland park right in our neighborhood, and that's equity in itself. And creating these spaces where education is available, people are aware of it, people are aware of the access to these spaces, and they have a right and a voice to make a difference.
Thank you so much. And Paulina?
I think that certainly I do agree with my colleagues that have spoken first. By creating these spaces where the youth can have this intergenerational dialogue, that's the way we call it at the Tosepan Cooperative Union. The fundamental value is knowing how to listen about the experiences of grandparents, the elderly, combine it with the youth strength, how to create these kind of spaces to have these intergenerational spaces and dialogue. So we can lead to this equality where the participation of the youth and the elderly can take place. For that, we have technology. There are many elements that we can use. They can be used for good, or if they are not responsibly used, they do not help a lot. So it is necessary that all this technology is targeted to knowledge and experience of the great connoisseurs that are the elderly. So I'm talking about this intergenerational dialogue.
Thank you so much. And Valerie, you have the last word.
Thank you, Louis, and thank you for that past intervention. I couldn't agree more on the need for intergenerational dialogue, obviously. But what I want to bring up is that there is a movement in Canada for many of the youth to start to be, at least our Indigenous youth, to start to be educated on the land. And that's been really important because not only does that facilitate the delivery of education, we're fundamentally an experiential kind of learners naturally in our cultural structure, but it also allows to heal because that relationship can occur with those landscapes, and our youth need to heal. Our youth are feeling the effects of intergenerational trauma from residential schools and from the experience of colonialism. And they need hope. They need a hopeful future. So I guess the other thing that I would add, Louis, is that when our nations, when our peoples have equity in Canada, then our youth will have that much better of a chance to achieve that as well. And so we're on that journey. And I hope that we can see that in my lifetime.
Thank you so much. And we are a little behind. So instead of offering a lot of summative remarks, I'm just going to say one thing, and then we'll have a nice round of applause for all of our participants, which is we cannot listen enough. And listening to all of you has filled me with a lot of hope. Thank you.
Muchas gracias por esto.
Thank you very much for your participation. Certainly, they are inspiring. Moreover, in the last 2.5 years, that have been a challenge during the pandemic. And in the last year, in September's last meeting, let's wait a little bit here. From the last year, the last meeting that was completely online, the CEC and ministers of the 3 countries have worked. So we have some announcements to make today. That's why I'm going to give the floor to Undersecretary Jimenez in representation of Mexico. It is my pleasure to announce that in 2022, we will implement from the Commission the environmental education initiative that we agreed to foster from the Council meeting in 2020. With this, we will advance to strengthen capacities with concrete actions. Environmental education is a fundamental activity to comply common goals focused on the valorization of ecosystems and their services to the population. It also offers the opportunity to use tools, create skills, and make awareness of our society on knowledge dissemination through educational strategies and education. We consider that this is a core topic to position environmental education in our countries, foster collective actions that are inclusive with joint participation of our communities. It is important to stress out that the knowledge of original peoples, their cosmovision on life, to keep a balanced relationship with nature, the environment, and themselves is an element that we should transfer to daily activities. We're aware that environmental education, with this education, we can promote respect, care for nature, cultural expression, and life itself, to set for ethical basis to create a society that fosters sustainable use of resources. With this implementation, the initiative will get us closer to have a more focused attention to environmental issues in the region that will impact on other goals attainment that we share at international and regional level in North America. Thank you, Undersecretary Jimenez. Now I give the floor to Administrator Regan for his announcements.
Well, I'm excited to announce that we're going to launch a second cycle of the EJ for Climate grant program. Initiated by the US EPA in 2021, the CEC established this grant program to fund projects that support underserved and vulnerable communities and indigenous communities in Canada, Mexico, and the United States to prepare them for climate-related impacts. This program provides funding directly to community-based organizations to help them develop community-driven solutions to adapt to the impacts of climate change. This year's cycle will address the theme, integrating community-led environmental education in support of environmental justice and climate resilience. The call for proposals will launch in September of 2022, and based on the outstanding submissions that we received the first cycle, I'm looking forward to announcing a new group of exceptional projects. I'm also pleased to provide an update on two initiatives announced at the last council session where we have made significant progress. Our large-scale initiative on air quality improvement for environmental justice will begin implementation later this summer. This project aims to build partnerships that respond to community-identified poor air quality conditions from exposures of high levels of black carbon and particulate matter, emissions in communities that face disproportionate environmental harms and risks. We've also made significant progress in developing a community environmental justice network and anticipate implementation will begin in the fall of 2022. The goal of this network is to strengthen the capacity of local, indigenous, and vulnerable communities in Canada, Mexico, and the United States to adapt and thrive in a changing climate and help address the social, cultural, gender, and economic inequalities in communities based on an environmental justice framework. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Administrador Regan, por estos.
Thank you very much, Administrator Regan, in favor of environmental justice. Now I give the floor to our administrator.
I would like to applaud the Joint Public Advisory Committee's commitment to supporting the CEC's mission. JPAC support is incredibly important in facilitating environmental cooperation between parties and securing public participation from diverse groups through CEC's activities and cooperation work program, especially through events and public consultations. As JPAC continues its work with CEC, Canada is excited to see an increase in collaboration with other CEC constituent bodies and the traditional ecological knowledge expert group. I commend JPAC as it continues to integrate Indigenous perspective into its work. Nous devons travailler ensemble pour identifier et mettre en œuvre des solutions.
Tenemos que trabajar juntos para poder lograr and
de la recherche scientifique et à de nouvelles opportunités de renforcement des capacités et d'apprentissage.
Talking about investigation, there's a lot to do with learning.
Will go forward and be supported by Canada. Led by the traditional ecological knowledge expert group, the project seeks to address global challenges by increasing our understanding of Indigenous traditional practices and knowledge of food system. The goal is to advance food sovereignty by featuring Indigenous peoples' experience and cultural knowledge through an Indigenous Peoples Forum. The forum will create a space for dialogue where members can deepen their understanding of traditional food system. I am also pleased to announce that we will be moving ahead with one of JPAC's recommended project entitled Advancing Sustainable Forestry and Responsible Consumption of Wood Products. This project aims to review and assess existing North American certification for sustainable wood products and elaborate and implement a communication and public awareness campaign on the importance of sustainable forest management. Merci à tous les membres du comité consultatif public mixte d'avoir présenté ces
Thank you very much to all of you. And now I want to find the space for communication. I congratulate the group of traditional knowledge in these operations, and the activities of the CEC Canada is determined to advance with traditional knowledge and disseminate it. With the First Minister, when he told me that the best relationship for him in Canada is the one with First Nations, I certainly agree with them. First Nations are part of the most affected group, so we need to hear from them. Thank you very much, Minister Vivon. And as all the projects that we have seen and presented projects, the environmental cooperation relationship among the three nations have started with an idea and they need to materialize. So I invite ministers to come to the desk to sign, to commit ourselves as brothers and sister nations to transform these ideas into projects that transform our societies and realities. So please go to the signature desk if you wish so.
You want to hold it up?
Muchas gracias. Estamos llegando casi al final.
Thank you very much. We're coming to the end of this council meeting. Now I'm going to give the floor to Administrator Regan so he can give some words of closing session of these 2 days of work and the last year of work among the three countries. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. And first of all, I'd like to say thank you to my Mexican counterparts, my Canadian counterparts. This has been a wonderful 2 days. I believe that our partnership is stronger than ever. I believe that this is an opportunity for us to seize a moment. I know that we have a strong partnership. We've got some significant challenges ahead, but I could not think of better partners to face these challenges with. So thank you all so much. And thank you to our Mexican counterparts for hosting us for the last 2 days. It's been wonderful.
Thank you for your words, Administrator Regan. I am sure that cooperation will continue flowing as in the last years. Now, I give the floor to Undersecretariat Alonso Jimenez, and then it gives the turn to the next chairperson of Canada. Thank you to all participants that contributed with their comments, participation. It has been a pleasure to have them here, Administrator Regan and Minister Jouvet. I hope that you have enjoyed the activities that we have held, that you have found these activities enriching, particularly the ones of yesterday, by seeing the actual Mexico beyond these kind of spaces that are also important, that are usually in cities, but it is incredible to go to our communities to see their activities and the fight they hold every day to keep a sound environment. We also thank you for the opportunity to have the chair seat for a year, and now we give the turn to Canada and we take note of their invitations, and we will continue working jointly. There are many coincidences, very little differences, particularly talking about the environment. Thank you very much.
Let me start by saying thank you for the warm welcome we received since arriving in Yucatan. Thank you, Mexico, for the work you've done this past year and for hosting a successful 2022 CEC Council session in beautiful Mérida. And thank you to everyone who contributed to such a productive and fruitful discussion and meeting. I am encouraged by the progress made by the CEC this year and proud that the CEC continues to be a relevant and important model of cooperation between nations. As Canada's Minister of Environment and Climate Change, I'm delighted to announce that the 30th annual CEC Council session meeting will take place in beautiful British Columbia in 2023. Canada is excited to welcome Mexican and American delegates to continue our important mission of international environmental cooperation. And we are honored to be taking over the important role of Council Chair for the next year. We recognize that with this honor comes great responsibility to advance CEC's effort on ambitious climate action, as well as environmental protection and conservation during our mandate. As Canada assumes the role of Council Chair, I would like to share some of our domestic environmental priorities that we hope to further in our work with the CEC this year. Canada is committed to ensuring Indigenous peoples are leading on efforts to protect nature conservation in our country. We will continue our work with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis to develop approaches that reflect their rights, responsibilities, and perspective. It is vitally important that Indigenous people exercise their rights and responsibilities to the land, waters, and ice of their traditional territories. Respecting our relationship fosters understanding between the Government of Canada and Indigenous people and can pave the path to reconciliation. And strengthening our partnership with First Nation, Métis, and Inuit, and deepening our understanding of traditional ecological knowledge will help our efforts to conserve and protect our biodiversity and natural environment. A message we will be sure to share with other countries as Canada hosts the United Nations Biodiversity Conference, COP15, at the end of this year in my home of Montreal, Canada. Montreal is on the traditional territory of the Kanien'kehá:ka Nation, a place that has long served as a site of meeting and exchange among many nations, including the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, Wendat, Abenaki, and Anishinaabe. Le Canada s'est également engagé à atteindre l'objectif d'un monde à faible.
And it is also committed to learn and relay on the objectives to reduce carbon emissions, and it is going to be essential for us. It's going to be an economy with low carbon emissions, and for these public and private emissions, for fuel will be very important. Canada has to benefit from this transition. It will be the occasion to lead for the development of clean technologies. We are going to participate in community learning and with the participation of indigenous peoples. We will continue on this path to reduce carbon emissions.
I'm very pleased to have been able to participate in this year's public session in person. I am confident that our conversations have furthered our understanding of the essential role communities play in educating the world on environmental issues, and that we will continue to build on these conversations as we move into the next chapter of North American cooperation relationship and see what more we can accomplish together in the coming year and years. Canada looks forward to working with Mexico and the United States on our shared priorities. Thank you. Merci. Gracias.
No me queda más que agradecerles a todos los asistentes, a todos los que
I
hicieron.
just want to thank attendees and all those that were here, thanks to the staff, the Secretariat, the Three Nations organizers. Cooperation is the sole way to face the reality of the North American reality. Thank you very much. Have a good afternoon. We will see each other in British Columbia in 2023.